Chapter 99. Prince Yin, I will pave the way for you. Qinglong immediately shouted. Rosefinch and Xuanwu looked at each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. Both of them could feel the change in everyone's attitude towards Yin Chuan. The Sanus was much friendlier to Yin Chuan, and Qinglong was extremely respectful to Yin Chuan. White Tiger saw that the two of them were puzzled and immediately shouted, Prince Yin saved Big Brother's life in the cage. You should be more polite to Prince Yin. Oh, the two of them looked serious. Then, they bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. The four of them were as close as brothers. Although they did not know how Yin Chuan saved Qinglong, since White Tiger said so, it was a fact. The saving grace made the two of them feel grateful to Yin Chuan. Along the way, the army crossed mountains and rivers. With the four experts opening the way, the obstacles in the mountain path could be instantly removed, and the river could be instantly frozen. The army of 3,000 quickly arrived near Yangzigu. On the mountain peak, Yangzigu and Ding Wugu looked coldly at the approaching army. 3,000 soldiers, not a single one died, Ding Wugu said with a gloomy face. Indeed, not a single one died. Yangzigu raised his eyebrows. Young Master Yang can imagine, if not for Yin Chuan's deliberate design, why would we choose to enter the Yang Gate? Yin Chuan must have deliberately framed us. Otherwise, with so many mortals, how could nothing happen to them? Ding Wugu said with hatred. Indeed, after entering the Yang Gate, I almost lost my life once. Yangzigu said with a gloomy face. So, I asked young Master Yang to support me later. Ding Wugu said again. Okay. Yangzigu nodded. At this moment, Yin Chuan's army slowly approached them from afar. The army stopped, and Mo Yushi raised her head to look at Yangzigu and Ding Wugu. Yin Chuan, Ding Wugu suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Ding Wugu. All the soldiers looked at Ding Wugu, their eyes filled with ruthlessness. It turns out to be Feng Shui Master Ding. What? Are you missing an eye? Do you need to stand so high to see me? Yin Chuan said coldly. As the primary soul of the First Legion, Yin Chuan had a grudge with Ding Wugu. Naturally, he would not be polite. A mere mortal dog blinded me and tricked me into entering the Chaos Array. It deserves to die, Ding Wugu said coldly. Ding Wugu. Mo Yushi's eyes widened. Qinglong and White Tiger both glared at Ding Wugu. Yushi, this is a personal grudge between Ding Wugu and Yin Chuan. You don't have to worry about it, Yangzigu said with a smile. Mortal dog? Huh, you're talking about yourself. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ding Wugu, are you crazy? Also, Yangzigu, why are you shouting? Mo Yushi said unhappily. Yin Chuan, if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. I'll allow you to have an army of 3,000 to settle this grudge with me. How about it? Ding Wugu shouted again. Bastard. Mo Yushi glared. At this moment, Yin Chuan suddenly waved his hand and stopped Mo Yushi. Miss Mo, calm down, Yin Chuan said with a smile. After laughing, Yin Chuan turned to Ding Wugu and said, So, you want to challenge me? That's right. Do you have a guts? Ding Wugu said coldly. Ding Wugu, you're in the essence realm. How dare you challenge someone in the strength realm? Qinglong scolded. Ding Wugu snorted coldly. Mo Yushi naturally wanted to stop him. However, before she could say anything, Yin Chuan spoke first. Miss Mo, since Ding Wugu wants to challenge me, then please be my witness, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 100. Mo Yushi's expression became complicated. But when she thought of Yin Chuan's miraculous performance, her expression softened. Finally, she nodded and said, Since you want to, then fine. Xiao. On the mountain, Ding Wugu and Yang Zhizhou quickly descended the mountain and approached. Yushi, they have a personal grudge. You and I shouldn't interfere. Yangzigu smiled and walked over. Yes, Saintess. Although I am in the essence realm, Yin Chuan also has 3,000 soldiers. Let's have a fair fight. No one should interfere, Ding Wugu said. Looking at Ding Wugu, Mo Yushi sneered. Fine, I won't interfere. No one is allowed to interfere. Mo Yushi said. Yes, no one is allowed to interfere. Yang Ziga thought that Mo Yushi was giving him face and laughed. Prince Yin, be careful, Mo Yushi said to Yin Chuan worriedly. Yin Chuan nodded. Yang Zigu saw Mo Yushi's expression and frowned. But soon he relaxed. He thought that he was overthinking. Yin Chuan, come. Let's go to the open area. Ding Wugu pointed at the valley and quickly walked over. Soon, he stopped in the middle of the valley. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and walked over. The 3,000 soldiers followed closely behind. However, after walking for a while, Yin Chuan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Yang Zigu and Ding Wugu's eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan happened to step on the edge of the ground. He found out? Yang Zigu muttered. What did he find out? Mo Yushi asked. No, nothing. Yang Zigu immediately denied. With Yin Chuan's past experience, how could he not feel that the soil on the ground was unusual? However, Yin Chuan did not say it out loud. Instead, he squatted down and tightened his shoelaces. Phew! Yang Zigu and Ding Wugu both let out a sigh of relief. Ferocious Tiger Army Formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The 3,000 soldiers roared in unison. Immediately, they assumed the military formation posture that they had rehearsed a few days ago. Mortal dogs are mortal dogs. No matter how many there are, they are still trash. Ding Wugu sneered. As he spoke, Ding Wugu once again took out a small black ball from his sleeve. He threw it with all his might. Pung! The small ball exploded, instantly forming billowing black gas that enveloped Ding Wugu. Look, how many of you will die this time? Ding Wugu laughed evilly. Just like several months ago, Ding Wugu used the same move. With a wave of his hand, 100 streaks of poison gas shot towards the 3,000 soldiers. In the past, it was this move that had killed Yin Chuan's generals. Tigers roar in the forest. Yin Chuan shouted. The military formation changed. The 3,000 soldiers immediately activated their blood and qi. Red light gushed out from their bodies. The light broke free from the military formation and instantly condensed into the shape of a blood-red tiger. Roar! 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 The 3,000 soldiers roared in unison. The blood-red tiger suddenly opened its mouth and roared at the 100 streaks of black gas. Roar! The blood-red tiger roared. Instantly, it formed a shockwave that went straight for the 100 streaks of poison gas. Pung! The 100 streaks of poison gas were knocked back and rushed towards Ding Wugu. Rumble! Ding Wugu's surroundings seemed to be blown by a strong wind. The black gas that protected Ding Wugu shook violently. Although Ding Wugu was unharmed, his eyes were filled with surprise. The power of the Essence Realm? Ding Wugu said in surprise. A Strength Realm mortal can also activate the power of the Essence Realm when setting up a military formation? Tigers roar in the forest? Yang Zigu raised his eyebrows. Good. Qing Long laughed excitedly. Mo Yushi also secretly sighed. Her eyes revealed a trace of relief. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. The 3,000 soldiers roared excitedly. The mysterious power of the Essence Realm. The 3,000 soldiers never thought that their military formation would be able to activate the power of the Essence Realm. At this moment, they admired Yin Chuan even more. They also paid more attention to the fierce tiger army formation that they had practiced for the past 2 months. According to the military formation, the 3,000 soldiers slowly walked towards the valley. The blood-red tiger image of the soldiers enveloped the 3,000 soldiers and also approached the valley step by step. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, Tiger's ferocious might. Chapter 101. Tiger descends the mountain. Ferocious Tiger. As the 3,000-strong army stepped forward, the ferocious tiger condensed from blood also stepped forward slowly, staring fiercely at Ding Wugu. The power of the military formation can actually produce such an effect. Looks like we don't have to worry about Prince Yan's safety. Qing Long exhaled deeply. Yang Zigu listened to Qing Long's words and frowned slightly. After all, Ding Wugu was also in the Essence Realm. If the 3,000-strong army could produce the power of the Essence Realm, Ding Wugu might not be able to win. Yang Ziga wasn't too worried. After all, Ding Wugu still had his own backup plan. Snake Cave. A huge snake cave. At this moment, the 3,000-strong army slowly stepped into the snake cave that was covered by grass and air walls. Ding Wugu, Yin Chuan, and the 3,000-strong army all stood on top of the snake cave, as if they didn't feel anything. They were still opposing each other. Ordinary dogs can also set up a formation. Amazing, but you will still die. Ding Wugu laughed sinisterly. Vicious and vicious. You are also a kind of talent, but unfortunately you kill my soldiers. This enmity is set. I have no reason to spare you. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Spare me? Humph. Your broken formation, once I charge in, it will scatter. With just them? Ordinary dogs are ordinary dogs. You can't hurt a single hair of mine. Ding Wugu said disdainfully. A single hair? Weren't your eyes blinded? Yin Chuan laughed. Humph. Ding Wugu snorted in anger. While snorting, Ding Wugu took out another black ball. He chanted a strange incantation, and the black ball in his hand suddenly trembled. Ding Wugu's eyes focused, and he pushed the black ball. Bang! The black ball suddenly exploded and turned into a black fog with a diameter of 30 feet. In the black fog, there seemed to be countless skulls, churning nonstop. The skulls flashed with a faint green light, and the countless skulls let out ghostly wails and howls. Ah-ha-ha! Woo 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 woo! Keek keek! 10,000 ghosts, he my command. Eat, eat, eat! Ding Wugu formed a seal in his hand, controlling the black fog of 10,000 ghosts. The black fog of 10,000 ghosts descended from the sky and pounced on the army of 3,000. Boom! The black fog of 10,000 ghosts collided with the Blood Fiend tiger. The Blood Fiend was like a great tonic. Amidst the black fog of ghosts, the skulls excitedly gnawed on it. Ah-ha-ha! Tens of thousands of ghosts faced him head-on, gnawing at the ferocious tiger. The scene was oppressive, as if they would bite him in the next moment. If they had not followed Yin Chuan for a period of time, the 3,000 soldiers would have been scared silly. But even though they had seen so much, there were still several dozen people who were terrified. The moment they felt fear, the ferocious tiger army formation had a flaw. What's there to fear from a mere evil spirit? Change formation, tiger body jolt. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan's voice was filled with a sense of inviolability. When they heard it, they immediately felt a sense of determination. The previously fearful soldiers immediately calmed down. Moving quickly, the military formation changed. Blood chi poured into the spear and pierced it into the sky. Roar! The 3,000 soldiers roared, and it was like the roar of the Blood Fiend tiger. As the Blood Fiend tiger roared, its body shook violently. Instantly, some of the black fog around it was scattered. The thousands of skulls that were staring at the tiger and gnawing on its blood chi were also shaken and scattered in all directions. Boom! The black fog of 10,000 ghosts was forced back. The military formation once again blocked the attack. The confidence of the 3,000 soldiers instantly increased. The cultivation of the 3,000 soldiers could not compare to the Essence Realm Xiozha, but they may have killed more people than the Essence Realm Xiozha. When the Blood Fiend was activated, the ferocious tiger became even more bloodthirsty. Chapter 102. The tiger stared at the skulls around it. Its eyes were filled with viciousness. In Ghost Fog, the lowest level magical item in Feng Shui, is indeed worthy of the worst Feng Shui master. Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Who do you think is the worst Feng Shui master? Ding Wugu was already furious when he saw that the black fog did not work. After being mocked by Yin Chuan, he became even more furious. Even mortals can't do anything. Who do you think is the worst Feng Shui master? Yin Chuan continued to provoke him. A Feng Shui master like you is a disgrace to all Feng Shui masters. I think you should tie your hands and beg for death. Bastard! Ding Wugu charged over angrily. Seeing that Ding Wugu had lost his mind, Yin Chuan's eyes became brighter. This was the effect he wanted. Once he lost his mind, it was easy to make mistakes. Ding Wugu charged over. As his hand seals changed, the black fog suddenly surrounded Ding Wugu and enveloped him. Man and fog is one. When the man and fog became one, the black fog suddenly expanded by more than 3 times. Yin Chuan died. Ding Wugu's angry roar came from the black fog. Suddenly, a ghastly white skeletal claw with a diameter of 10 feet shot out from the black fog and clawed at Yin Chuan. The skeleton claw was surrounded by a large number of skulls. Ghost energy filled the sky, and it was very powerful. Tiger Qi gathering. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, the 3,000 soldiers shouted. Their bodies moved slightly, and with the help of the military formation, they poured their blood energy into Yin Chuan. From the outside, it looked like a huge blood tiger had suddenly charged into Yin Chuan's body. Heavenly Dragon Force. Yin Chuan punched out. Roar. The blood energy of the 3,000 soldiers, under the guidance of Yin Chuan's fist intent, turned into a bloody fist that was 6 meters long and fiercely smashed at the skeleton claw. Hung! The claw and fist collided. The huge impact scattered Ding Wugu's black fog. Dong 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 dong. A series of footsteps could be heard. When the black fog dispersed, Ding Wugu's figure was forced to retreat uncontrollably. Boom! Ding Wugu steadied himself after he was nearly 20 feet away. However, at this moment, Ding Wugu's mouth was overflowing with blood and his clothes were torn. He looked at Yin Chuan's group in disbelief. Yin Chuan's face was slightly pale, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was even stronger. The sleeve of his right arm, which he had used to punch, had been completely shattered, revealing his powerful arm. Not far away, Yang Zigu looked at this scene in shock. Impossible. Yin Chuan is only in the strength state. How could he defeat Ding Wugu? Yang Zigu's eyes widened in disbelief. Prince Yin borrowed the power of the 3,000 soldiers' blood and qi. That punch already has the power of the essence realm. Qing Long said excitedly. Military formation? Formations can actually be used like this? Imoyu, she said thoughtfully. Prince Yin will definitely win. White Tiger said excitedly. Not necessarily. Yang Ziga's eyes were filled with murderous intent. On the other side, Ding Wugu stood up slowly and wiped the corner of his mouth gently. He said with a vicious face, "That's all you got? Heh, stop pretending. My punch will definitely hurt your internal organs. If you continue to pretend, you will only get more hurt." Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Puff! Ding Wugu could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of black blood. After spitting out the black blood, Ding Wugu's face turned pale and his body went limp. You're only in the strength state. How can you? Ding Wugu said unwillingly. You don't need to know. You shouldn't have provoked me. Chapter 103. Archers. Yin Chuan shouted. Bong, bong, bong. The soldiers quickly drew their bows and aimed at the heavily injured Ding Wugu. Gaga gaga ga. Ding Wugu spat out black blood as he laughed viciously. Provoke you? I killed 2 of your subordinates, so what? They're just ordinary dogs. If I want to kill them, I will kill them. To die by my hands is your honor. You think you have one? Today, none of you will live. Receive my gift. Ding Wugu said hatefully. Fire! Pung! Ding Wugu smashed another black ball. Large amounts of black gas surrounded Ding Wugu. Xiao! 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 The rain of arrows was like that day. They once again smashed into the black gas surrounding Ding Wugu, causing the black gas to tremble. But they were unable to harm Ding Wugu. Within the black gas, Ding Wugu had a cold smile in his eyes. He smashed his palm against the ground. Boom! The sound of ice shattering could be heard. The ground of the battlefield suddenly shook. Ding Wugu forced himself to endure. He stepped forward, wanting to flee. The 3,000 soldiers felt the ground beneath their feet shake. They immediately wanted to investigate. Don't worry about that. Fire! Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The 3,000 soldiers replied. Xiao! 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 Another rain of arrows flew forward. Although the heavily injured Ding Wugu was protected by the black gas, The impact of the rain of arrows still caused Ding Wugu to shift his position. He crashed into a large rock. Ding Wugu's face changed. Continue to fire. Yin Chuan shouted again. Xiao! Xiao! The rain of arrows did not stop. They viciously smashed into the black gas surrounding Ding Wugu. Like nails, they nailed Ding Wugu to the large rock. Stop! Ding Wugu shouted. But why would Yin Chuan listen to him? Pung! 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 On the ground, a large number of poisonous snakes suddenly appeared. The poisonous snakes were of different colors and were extremely bright. Clearly, their venom was extremely strong. Snake? Snake! Some soldiers were shocked. Continue to fire. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The soldiers shot arrows again. One arrow after another crashed into the black fog, preventing Ding Wugu from moving. No, stop, Jiahu Ding Wugu said, because at this moment, there were already over 1,000 snakes surrounding Ding Wugu. Although some were buried under the rain of arrows, there was still a large number of poisonous snakes slithering towards Ding Wugu through the rain of arrows. Hiss! All around were the hissing noises of poisonous snakes. The gloomy and cold penetrated the black gas, pressing towards Ding Wugu. Impossible! Why don't you have any snakes? Ding Wugu looked in disbelief at the feet of Yin Chuan and the 3,000 soldiers. Logically speaking, Yin Chuan and the 3,000 soldiers were also standing in the vicinity of the snake cave. After Ding Wugu broke the qi wall on the ground, the venomous snakes should be everywhere. But now, there were more and more venomous snakes around Ding Wugu, while Yin Chuan did not have a single venomous snake. This isn't right, this isn't right, Yang Zigu exclaimed in surprise. Yang Zigu naturally knew about the qi wall set up by Yang Zigu, but where were the snakes? Were the venomous snakes under Yin Chuan's feet? Snakes? Huh! Yin Chuan laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's cultivation technique, Heavenly Dragon Power, was created in his previous life, so it naturally contained the might of the Heavenly Dragon. When snakes sensed the Snake King, they would flee in fear, not to mention the might of the Heavenly Dragon. When Yin Chuan discovered the abnormality under his feet, he released his dragon might. Once the dragon might was released, the venomous snakes under the qi wall all fled, chasing towards Ding Wugu. Therefore, Yin Chuan did not have a single venomous snake around him, while Ding Wugu faced even more venomous snakes than before. Hiss! A small green snake suddenly broke through the black gas and coiled around Ding Wugu's arm. Ka! The snake bit down. Ah! Ding Wugu screamed. Chapter 104. Ah! Ding Wugu screamed. Bang! The green snake was shattered by Ding Wugu. However, the snake venom entered his body. Ding Wugu controlled the black gas around his body to block the rain of arrows, so he was unable to force out the snake venom with his full strength. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, Ding Wugu's face turned green in an instant. Shoot! Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, the group of soldiers replied. It was Ding Wugu who had wantonly killed his brothers. Now, he could finally take revenge. The soldiers were filled with hatred as they drew their bows and arrows to the maximum. He showed no mercy. They kept shooting. Yin Chuan didn't do it himself. At this moment, the opportunity to kill Ding Wugu was given to his subordinates. Although the compromise with Ding Wugu that day had basically faded in the hearts of the soldiers, there was still a trace of shadow. As a commander-in-chief, he had to give his soldiers absolute strength and confidence. Not a single shadow could be left behind. Otherwise, it would become a huge problem in the future. Yin Chuan was instilling in the hearts of the soldiers that as long as they followed him, they would not suffer any grievances. Shooting down the enemy was a way for the soldiers to vent their frustrations. After venting their frustrations, they would become even more loyal. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were too many snakes and too little meat. Even though a large number of arrows slid past, the venomous snakes continued to advance. In the blink of an eye, Ding Wugu was surrounded by thousands of poisonous snakes. Ka! 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 One by one, The poisonous snakes broke through the black gas and bit Ding Wugu's body. Ah! Ding Wugu screamed. Young Master Yang, save me! Ding Wugu shouted. In the distance, Yang Zigu's expression changed, and he was about to rush over. Who? Mo Yushi suddenly blocked in front of Yang Zigu. Didn't you say it already? This is their personal grudge. It's best that we don't interfere. Mo Yushi smiled. Ding Wugu fell for Yin Chuan's evil scheme. He's going to die. Yang Zigu said anxiously. What evil scheme? His skills were inferior, so he was just courting death. Qing Long said disdainfully from the side. Saintus, save me. I'm here to help you, Saintus. Ding Wugu called out to Mo Yushi. Help me? Before coming here, I took good care of you. But are you really helping me? Mo Yushi said coldly. Ding Wugu's face gradually darkened. No, you can't kill me. Mohina Dojin sent me to help you. If I die, you won't be able to answer to Mohina Dojin. Ding Wugu shouted. Mohina Dojin? There's no need for you to worry about it. You invited me to witness your life and death battle. If you go back on your words, I won't be like you. Mo Yushi said in a low voice. Ding Wugu, who do you think you are? You're just a half-baked feng shui master. How dare you threaten the Saintus? Qing Long scolded. Young Master Yang, save me. I can help you, I can help you. Ding Wugu shouted at Yang Zigu. Yushi. Yang Zigu looked at Mo Yushi awkwardly. Yang Zigu, you're Mohina Dojin's son. When you're outside, you represent Mohina Dojin. You won't go back on your words and make Mohina Dojin lose trust in the world, right? Mo Yushi stared at Yang Zigu. Yang Zigu frowned and stared at Mo Yushi for a while. Finally, his brows relaxed and his expression became cheerful. How could I? Ding Wugu asked for it. He can't blame anyone. Mo Yushi nodded in satisfaction. In the distance, Ding Wugu was instantly betrayed by everyone and showed a look of despair. No, it shouldn't be like this, no. Ding Wugu spat out poisonous blood and screamed at the top of his lungs. Chapter 105. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light came from afar and flew into the valley. The white light was confused. While he was confused, the white light shot towards Ding Wugu. Mr. Monroe, save me, save me. Ding Wugu shouted in joy. Qing Long. Mo Yushi shouted. Whoosh! The azure dragon instantly soared into the sky, blocking the white light in the blink of an eye. The white light stopped. It was Mr. Wenruo in white. Qing Long, what are you doing? Why are you not helping? Mr. Monroe frowned. Mr. Monroe, I respect you, but please don't interfere. Qing Long shook his head. Mr. Monroe, save me, save me. Ding Wugu shouted weakly. Mr. Monroe frowned and looked in Mo Yushi's direction. Mr. Monroe, please don't interfere. Mo Yu, she shook her head. Saintus, please don't. I have found the Million Wonders demonic lotus, but I can't get it. We need a feng shui master. Mr. Monroe shook his head. You found the Million Wonders demonic lotus? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Yes, it's over there. I can see it, but there's a big shield outside and I can't get in. A feng shui master should have a way. Please let Ding Wugu go for now. Mr. Monroe said anxiously. Yes, yes. Save me. I can help you get the Million Wonders demonic lotus. Ding Wugu said anxiously as if he had found a life-saving straw. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden arrow suddenly pierced through the black chi and instantly shot into Ding Wugu's chest. Beat! The arrow pierced through his heart, and the tail of the arrow shook violently. Ding Wugu's eyes widened. Bang! The black smoke around him dissipated. Hiss! A large number of poisonous snakes wrapped around Ding Wugu. Ding Wugu followed the direction of the arrow and looked into the distance. You. Ding Wugu pointed unwillingly at the archer in the distance. In the distance, the one shooting the arrow was Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan drew his bow and stood there coldly. An arrow pierced through his heart. Originally, Yin Chuan wanted the soldiers to shoot Ding Wugu slowly. However, when he saw Mr. Monroe arrive, he knew that if he delayed any longer, Ding Wugu might not die. He had no choice but to act. Today, in order to establish his might, in order to receive loyalty, and even more in order to resolve a death grudge, Ding Wugu must die. He infused the heavenly dragon's power into the arrow and killed it with a single arrow. You, Yin Chuan. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Anger flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan returned the longbow to Huoguang and raised his head. Most feng shui arrays contain a heavenly lake. As you said, the myriad profundity lotus must be sealed there. It's just a heavenly lake. There's no need for Ding Wugu. I can take you there. You? In the distance, Yang Zhijiu said unhappily. Why? You don't believe me? Yin Chuan smiled. I believe you. Mo Yushi immediately shouted. When she looked at Yin Chuan again, Mo Yushi's eyes suddenly had a sense of trust. An inexplicable sense of trust. Mo Yushi also had a feeling that Yin Chuan would definitely help her. Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Then, he looked at Ding Wugu's corpse, which was being eaten by thousands of snakes. In the end, he could only nod and sigh. Then, I'll have to trouble Prince Yin. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Since I'm your guide, it's my duty. If I've offended you, please forgive me, Mr. Monroe. Yin Chuan nodded. You didn't offend me. As long as we get the myriad profundity lotus, nothing else matters. Mr. Monroe said, I'll do my best. Yin Chuan nodded. The 3,000 soldiers watched as Ding Wugu was eaten by the snakes. They all let out a long sigh and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Their eyes flashed with determination. Ding Wugu was killed. Under Mr. Monroe's lead, the army marched in a certain direction. Yin Chuan stood on Mr. Monroe's small boat, which floated forward in the air. Huoguang's army followed below. We've already found the myriad profundity lotus. Why are we still carrying 3,000 burdens? Our speed has been seriously slowed down. Yang Zigu questioned. Prince Yin, why don't you let Qing Long stay behind to protect your 3,000 soldiers while we go and get the myriad profundity lotus? Mo Yushi also advised. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan smiled and said, No need. I can protect them. You? Just you? Yang Zigu smiled disdainfully. Just me, Yin Chuan said in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. All right. Mo Yushi nodded and didn't insist. Mr. Monroe kept sizing up Yin Chuan. However, Mr. Monroe, who had always been insightful, felt that he couldn't see through Yin Chuan. Saint, what have you encountered these days? How did you get out of the cage? Mr. Monroe asked curiously. We've already gotten out. Let's not talk about the cage. MOU, she shook her head. Seeing that MOU, she didn't want to talk about it. Mr. Monroe knew better than to ask any more questions. Mr. Monroe, when you found the heavenly lake earlier, were there other people around? Yin Chuan asked. Yes. Maybe we really did enter too late. When I rushed past the heavenly lake, I saw at least 10 people from different sects. Mr. Monroe said, There's already so many people? Then we'd better hurry. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Mr. Monroe shook his head and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yang. The shield outside the heavenly lake is not that easy to break. I can't even shake it with my full strength. I'm curious. How powerful is Mr. Monroe's full strength attack? Yin Chuan asked. I'm at the mortal state. Mr. Monroe didn't hide anything. Cultivating qi into spirit? Immortal state? Yin Chuan thought for a while. This feng shui formation has a very strange history. It has existed for at least thousands of years. I don't know how the rules were set. No one above the virtual realm is allowed to enter. Only immortal state cultivators can enter. Those who dare to go beyond the rules will be punished by the world. MOU, she explained. Those who dare to go beyond the rules will be punished by the world. Only those below the immortal state are allowed to enter. Why is there such a strange rule? Yin Chuan was puzzled. I'm not sure. Anyway, all the powerful sects have this rule. Our Dazhao sacred ground is the same. Otherwise, Mohina Dojin would have come here himself. MOU, she shook her head. I heard from Miss Mo that Mr. Monroe is a celestial being. Do you know about this? Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe. Mr. Monroe shook his head and smiled bitterly. I swore not to reveal anything. Please forgive me. If that's the case, then forget it. Yin Chuan nodded. Mr. Monroe, you know about this? And Mo Yushi was surprised. Not only do I know about it, but Mohina Dojin also knows about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to get the Demon Lotus of Wonders. It's just that. Mr. Monroe sighed. And Mo Yushi wanted to ask more questions. We're here, Mr. Monroe suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked forward. The 3,000 soldiers also stopped when the boat stopped. Chapter 106. We're here, Mr. Monroe suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked forward. As soon as the small boat stopped, the 3,000 soldiers also stopped abruptly. In front of him, there seemed to be a yellow gas wall. However, if he looked carefully, he would find that this gas wall was curved. It was a vast cylindrical yellow gas wall. Inside the chi wall, the top was yellow with a golden light, while the bottom was yellow with a black chi. The black gas was wreaking havoc in the yellow light. One could vaguely see a black-purple lotus with a pitch-black root 1,000 feet away. He seemed to be floating in the air. This is yellow light? It can't all be dragon vein energy, right? Qing Long said in astonishment. It's the dragon vein energy. Mo Yushi confirmed. Isn't this too exaggerated? I've never seen so much dragon vein energy in my entire life. How many are there? The White Tiger said in astonishment. What a huge feng shui formation. What a heavy evil chi. Yin Chuan exclaimed. Evil chi. Qing Long looked at Yin Chuan. The entire feng shui formation is for this demonic lotus, right? But even with such a huge amount of power from the dragon veins, it can't be completely destroyed. Evil energy wreaks havoc. The myriad wonders demonic lotus is indeed extraordinary. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Does Prince Yin have a way to break it? Mr. Monroe asked. This small world is shrouded in thick fog. We can't see clearly from above. Let's go up and take a look. Yin Chuan said. Okay. Mr. Monroe nodded. The small boat carried everyone along the yellow wall and slowly floated up. It floated higher and higher. 2,000 feet. Qing Long said. Stop. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. When the boat stopped, everyone raised their heads. The fog above them was getting thinner and thinner, and they could already see a little more clearly. This is a feng shui formation. How can you see the stars? Qing Long asked in surprise. We can't go any higher. If we go any higher, we'll be out of the feng shui formation. This leads to the outside world. Yin Chuan shouted. But I didn't see this entrance when I was in the outside world a few months ago. And Mo Yushi said doubtfully. This exit can only be used to exit, not enter. Once you exit, you won't be able to find your way back. Yin Chuan shook his head. Mr. Monroe nodded. That's right. I released a Dharma artifact earlier. Once I left, I couldn't take it back. I originally thought that this was a hemispherical closed cover. I didn't expect it to be a cylindrical open cover. Yin Chuan frowned as he pondered. What's wrong, Yin Chuan? You said earlier that you could crack it. Why can't you do it now? You killed Ding Wugu. If you can't obtain the myriad wonder demonic lotus, you have to take full responsibility. Yang Zigu was still brooding over it. Yin Chuan ignored Yang Zigu and stared at the sky. Vaguely, Yin Chuan seemed to see a green pillar. It was very faint, so faint that he almost couldn't see it. The pillar was connected to the heavenly lake, and the other end was connected to the stars in the distance. What's that? Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Huh? Mr. Monroe's expression changed drastically as well. What's wrong? Yang Zigu was puzzled. That pillar? Is it the power of the stars? Mr. Monroe looked at Yin Chuan as if he was asking for confirmation. Absorbing the power of the stars. What a powerful feng shui formation. Who set it up? It absorbed the power of the 9 heavenly stars to destroy the myriad wonder demonic lotus? Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Absorb the power of the 9 heavenly stars? Mo Yushi said in surprise. The person who set up the formation is called Master Damiao. Mr. Monroe thought for a moment and said, Master Damiao? Yin Chuan said in surprise. He's not a Master Damiao. He should be a Master Damiao. According to the ancient records, he was at the pinnacle of the virtual realm. He only needed to go through the tribulation to become a Master Damiao. However, In the end, he died for unknown reasons and left behind this formation. Mr. Monroe thought for a moment and said, Chapter 107. Did the book mention how to break it? Yang Zigo asked. No, it's just a passing note. Mr. Monroe shook his head. Prince Yin, do you have any ideas? Mr. Monroe asked. Yin Chuan stared at the sky and looked at the stars. The power of the stars comes from the army destroyer. Yin Chuan asked seriously. Mr. Monroe looked up at the sky and nodded. That's right. This array is indeed extracting the power of the stars from the army destroyer. Look at the stars around the army destroyer. Could it be that the army destroyer was among the 9 stars a few months ago? Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe. You don't know? Mr. Monroe asked curiously. I was asleep that day. Which 9 stars were it? It's the Big Dipper, Tamlang, Jumin, Wuxiu, Army Destroyer, Wenxiu, Lusen, Lianjin, Zhuofu, and Yubi. Mr. Monroe said, The Big Dipper? How can the 9 stars be connected in a line? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. That's why it's said to be a rare occurrence. No, there have been a lot of Big Dipper events since ancient times, but this is the first time the Big Dipper has been connected in a line. Mr. Monroe thought about it and said, Let's go down first. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Okay. Mr. Monroe nodded. The boat slowly sank down. Prince Yin, do you have a way to break this wall? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. It's not difficult to break the wall of the Sky Lake. The main thing is, are you sure you can get the Demon Lotus? Yin Chuan smiled. Mo Yushi's expression changed. She immediately understood, and a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Then we'll have to trouble Prince Yin. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, I will do my best. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan, how do we break through this heavenly pool wall? Yang Zigu asked bluntly. We still need to wait for about half a month. Yin Chuan shook his head. With that, Yin Chuan got off the boat and looked at the 3,000 silver armors. Huoguang, let's set up camp and rest. Yin Chuan ordered. Understood, Huoguang replied. Huoguang left to command the army. However, Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi and said, Miss Mo, can you let Qing Long, White Tiger, and the others go around the heavenly pool wall and patrol around to see how many experts there are? Did you hear what Prince Yin said? Mo Yushi ordered. Yes, we'll go now. Qing Long, Rose Finch, White Tiger, and Xuanwu immediately flew out. Prince Yin wants to unite the experts and attack the heavenly pool wall together? Mr. Monroe asked. That's right. There's no other way. Yin Chuan nodded. What kind of bullshit method is that? Do you even need to think about it? Isn't it just a group attack if one person can't break it? Yang Zigu suddenly shouted. Yang Zigu! Mo Yushi shouted in disgust. When Yang Zigu saw that Mo Yushi was angry, he immediately stopped scolding Yin Chuan. It's not that simple. I just checked. This array is connected to the stars. The walls are not only strengthened by the dragon energy, but also by the power of the stars. Even an emptiness realm expert might not be able to break it. We have to wait until the middle of the month when the array is at its weakest. Then we can attack the 8 fatal points of the heavenly pool wall at the same time to break it. Yin Chuan said seriously. Why do we have to wait until the middle of the month? How do you know which 8 fatal points are? Yang Zigu asked in disbelief. The middle of the month, the night of the full moon, is the time when the Yin Qi is at its strongest. The power of the dragon veins will weaken temporarily. As for the 8 fatal points, have you forgotten how we came in? Yin Chuan smiled. 8 fatal underworld? Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Chapter 108. That's right. These are the 8 directions. Yin Chuan nodded. Prince Yin really knows a lot about feng shui. Mr. Monroe exclaimed. A close relative of mine once studied feng shui. I only heard a little about it. Yin Chuan sighed. The feng shui master's wife in his previous life, Zhenro. Yin Chuan's face darkened when he thought of Zhenro. So it's Yin Tao? I didn't expect this. Mr. Monroe exclaimed. He thought it was Yin Chuan's father. Yin Chuan shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Miss Mo, the lotus of 10,000 wonders, is extremely evil. It shouldn't be touched. Yin Chuan frowned. Mohina Dojin lent me this 8 treasure divine box before I came. I'll just use it to store it. And Mo Yushi took out a purple jade box. Will this work? Yin Chuan looked at the purple jade box worriedly. What do you know? This is my father's treasure, the 8 treasure divine box. It's a 9th grade magical artifact. Yang Zigu was unhappy. A 9th grade magical artifact? That's great. Yin Chuan nodded. There's still half a month left. Let's think about how to get the Lotus of 10,000 Wonders. Yin Chuan said again. Okay. Everyone nodded. On the other side, the military tent was quickly set up. Yin Chuan excused himself and left the group, heading towards the military tent. Guang, come in. Lu Jin, guard outside. Don't let anyone in. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin replied. Yin Chuan sat at the head of the tent. Guang stood respectfully in front of Yin Chuan. Guang, how long have you been following me? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. 7 years and 5 months. Guang replied respectfully. It's been 7 years and 5 months. What are your ambitions? Yin Chuan asked. Ambition? Guang was slightly puzzled, but after thinking about it, he still said respectfully, Guang's previous ambition was to reorganize the Hua family and restore the title of War God Marquis to its former glory, to comfort the spirits of our ancestors in heaven. But now my ambitions have changed. I hope to follow in the footsteps of the Lord and step into the world of cultivation. Even if I can't live forever, I won't regret it for the rest of my life. War God Marquis? You have the potential to be a fierce general, and you have the opportunity. Even in the cultivation world, you can use the name of War God Marquis to intimidate thousands of immortal sects. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Yes, sir. Guang said longingly. Do you know how to enter the essence state? Yin Chuan asked. Guang thought for a while and said, I've heard that people in the 4 state cultivate their inner strength. But no matter how much or how strong their inner strength is, it will slowly dissipate as they age. However, the essence state is different. Practitioners in the essence state open up their acupoints and gather their inner strength into their essence state. The essence state is stored in their acupoints and explodes with endless power. The essence state can nourish the body and soul and increase one's lifespan. Yin Chuan continued to listen. There's a gap between the 4 state and the essence state. Those who have achieved the completion state of the 4 state need to find a way to trigger the heavenly tribulation and summon the heavenly tribulation. They can use the heavenly tribulation to open up their acupoints and enter the essence state. Guang said seriously. That's right. Do you want a breakthrough? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Yes, but I'm only at LV9 of the 4 state. I haven't achieved the completion state of the 4 state, let alone the heavenly tribulation. Guang looked at Yin Chuan with a bitter smile. Don't worry. With me, Mr. Monroe, and Miss Mo, it won't be difficult for you to achieve the completion state of the 4 state in half a month. As for the heavenly tribulation, it'll be even easier, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Thank you, Lord. Guang felt his heart pounding. The essence state? A few months ago, Guang didn't even dare to think about it. But now it was right in front of him. He could take it freely. This isn't the key to calling you in. The key is the Star Force will. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, The Star Force will? Those who have achieved the spirit refinement will find their own natal star. Once they inherit the natal Star Force will, they can even mobilize the Star Force for their own use and strengthen themselves, Yin Chuan said. Natal Star? Mobilize the Star Force? Guang opened his mouth in shock. That's right. Take Mohina Dojin as an example. Although I've never met him, I know from his name that he must be extremely arrogant. He uses the sun as his natal star to mobilize the Sun Force. Yin Chuan said after thinking for a while. Natal star? The sun? Guang was shocked. Normally, people will only find their own natal star after reaching the emptiness realm. They will form a connection with a natal star and inherit the Star Force will to strengthen themselves. If you can achieve the spirit refinement, you can also find your own natal star. There are countless stars in the sky. There will be a suitable one for you, Yin Chuan said. Hua Guang looked forward to it, but he also knew that Yin Chuan must have something else to say. However, there's a chance for you to inherit the Star Force while in the Essence state. Are you willing? Yin Chuan asked. Now? Yes, the Alcade Star. I can let you inherit it quickly. If you inherit it now, you will be many years ahead of others. However, once you inherit the Star Force will, you will not have the chance to inherit the Star Force will in the future, Yin Chuan said after thinking for a while. Hua Guang looked at Yin Chuan, took a deep breath, and said, Without the Lord, I would not be where I am today. Everything will be decided by the Lord. Good, the Alcade Star Force will kill. You can only become stronger through killing. If you continue to be a general, you will become stronger as you fight. When you completely inherit the Star Force will, you will be the Marquis of the God of War, Yin Chuan said satisfactorily. Hua Guang will follow the Lord until death. Hua Guang knelt down on one knee and solemnly swore. Chapter 109. Yin Wudi in the Central Tent. Yin Chuan summoned Mr. Monroe, Mo Yushi, and Yang Zigu. Hua Guang stood aside. What? Do you have a way to get the 10,000 Wonders Lotus? Yang Zigu asked bluntly. Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe and said, Look at Mr. Monroe's confident face. You must have thought of it too, right? Saintess Yushi and I thought of it together. We were just about to look for you. Mr. Monroe said politely, I'm not familiar with feng shui formations. It was mainly Mr. Monroe who came up with the idea. Mo Yushi said politely, What? Both of you have an idea? What is it? Yang Zigu was speechless. Merge with the feng shui formation and draw in the draconic chi to get the 10,000 Wonders Lotus. Mr. Monroe said, Merge? How? Yang Zigu was confused. This feng shui formation draws in the stars to strengthen the power of the formation. It also gives us a chance. As long as we get the will of the army destroyer, we will be recognized by the feng shui formation. Then we can draw in the draconic chi to get the 10,000 Wonders Lotus. Mr. Monroe said confidently. That works? Yang Zigu was surprised. Mr. Monroe, are you interested in the army destroyer? Yin Chuan smiled. I'm interested in the army destroyer. We're not interested in the army destroyer. Prince Yin, what about you? Mr. Monroe asked. Me? I don't need it. However, my first army commander, Hua Guang, can inherit the will of the army destroyer. There's still half a month left. What do you think? Yin Chuan asked. Hua Guang clenched his fists in excitement. Him? Oomph. Yang Zigu said unhappily. That would be great. Mr. Monroe nodded. Hua Guang is now at LV9 of the Power Realm. In the next half a month, Miss Mo, as the Virgin of the Dezhao Holy Land, you must have a lot of resources. Can you push Hua Guang to LV10 of the Power Realm in half a month? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Don't worry, it's just one level of the Power Realm. Leave it to me. Mo Yushi agreed readily. Mr. Monroe, you're an erudite, celestial being. You must know a lot about triggering the first level Thunder Tribulation. Also, I'll have to trouble you with the will of the Alcade. Yin Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe and said, It's my honor, Mr. Monroe said with a smile. In that case, let's wait for half a month. Yin Chuan said confidently. Yes. Everyone nodded. After everyone left, Yang Zigu was left alone in the tent. Mr. Yang, what can I do for you? Yang Zigu also looked at Yin Chuan, holding back the disgust in his heart. Prince Yin, Yang Zigu said with an ugly smile. Mr. Yang, please speak your mind, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Hua Guang is your man. He listens to you. I want to ask you for a favor. Yang Zigu said with a fake smile. Oh, please speak, Mr. Yang. I would like to ask you to help me obtain the 10,000 Wonder Demonic Lotus. After obtaining it, I will definitely reward you greatly. I can even recommend you to my father and have him take you in as his disciple. How about it? Yang Zhijio said with a fake smile. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang, you must be joking. Am I not helping you now? Yin Chuan said with a smile. No, I mean help me get it. Just help me get it. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Yin Chuan looked at Yang Zigu with a teasing expression. I don't know what the result will be. Mr. Yang, If you follow me closely, you still have a chance to get the magic lotus. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Yang Ziga thought that Yin Chuan had agreed and was overjoyed. Chapter 110. Prince Yin. Mo Yushi's voice came from outside the tent. Yang Zigu's expression changed, and he said, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." Yin Chuan nodded. Yang Zigu hurried out, and Mo Yushi brought Qing Long and the rest in. Seeing that Yang Zigu had left, Mo Yushi frowned. She looked at Yin Chuan, and Mo Yushi chose not to ask. "You're back?" Yin Chuan looked at Qing Long and the rest. "Yes, I found out. However, I'm not sure if there are any experts hiding in the dark." Qing Long said with a smile. "Let Mr. Monroe handle this matter." Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Of course, I wouldn't dare to trouble Prince Yin with this matter. However, when I came back, I saw people who claimed to be from the great Yin state." Qing Long said with certainty. "Oh, people from the Yin state?" Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. It should be. From the looks of it, they seem to be of high status in the Yin state. There were 3 people who had attained the full state of strength, and they were in a standoff with the great official of the great Zheng state. Qing Long nodded. "The great official of the great Zheng state? Lu Gang? He's not dead yet?" Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Outside the Heavenly Lake's protective shield, there was a wide valley. Around the valley, there were close to 100 people. Judging by the way they stood, it was obvious that they were not on the same side. They looked more like spectators. Hundreds of people gathered around and stared at the center of the battlefield. On one side, there were 2 people. One of them was the great official of the great Zheng state, Lu Gang. The demon snake had been eaten by Yin Chuan, and now it was here. Lu Gang bowed respectfully to a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. The man had a broad face and a domineering look in his eyes. Opposite the 2 of them was an extremely noble-looking young man. The young man carried a purple longsword on his back, and behind him stood 3 old men, all of them glaring angrily at the other side. Lu Gang said respectfully to the middle-aged man beside him, "King Mai, he is the crown prince of the Yin state." The middle-aged man looked at Lu Gang and revealed a faint smile. "Lu Gang, what are you worried about? Since I've agreed to take you as my disciple, I'll naturally recognize you as my disciple. Zheng's imperial family is my descendant. Since you're wholeheartedly devoted to Zheng, I'll naturally help you." "Yes, thank you, master," Lu Gang said excitedly. "I made an agreement with Yin Tao back then. Neither of us would interfere in the affairs between the 2 kingdoms. Now that Yin Tao is dead, I can't go back on my word. I won't interfere. As for you, it's up to you what you want to do." King Yimu said calmly. "Yes, disciple understands what to do." Lu Gang understood tacitly. King Yimu nodded. Lu Gang looked at the 4 people opposite him again, especially the young man in the lead. The young man was about 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Yin Chuan. His appearance was more delicate, and there was a strong sense of heroism between his brows. "Yin Wudi, do you still stand by your words?" Lu Gang asked with a smile. Yin Wudi nodded. "Of course I can represent my father in the Yin state. But what about you? You're just Zheng's consecrated. My master is King Yimu of Zheng. With my master as the witness, I can naturally represent Zheng." Lu Gang said. Yin Wudi looked at King Yimu. "That's right." King Yimu nodded with a smile. Seeing King Yimu nod, Yin Wudi took a deep breath and said, "All right, if that's the case, then let's compete. I'll bet the 6 southern cities of Yin State against the 6 northern cities of Zheng. We'll decide the victor in one battle." "Good," Lu Gang said with satisfaction. Chapter 111. King Yimu stood at the side and watched calmly. "Your Highness." The 3 people behind, Yin Wudi asked worriedly. Yin Wudi shook his head and said, "Don't worry, my master is just checking the surroundings. He'll be back soon. Lu Gang and I are having a fair fight. King Yimu won't do anything to me." "All right, Your Highness, be careful." The 3 stepped back. Nearly 100 onlookers looked on curiously. Only Yin Wudi and Lu Gang were left in the center. Yin Wudi, LV9 of the Strength Realm. Nice to meet you. Yin Wuti drew the purple sword from his back. LV9 of the Strength Realm? Ha, let's cut the crap. Come on. Lu Gang rubbed his bald head and drew his sword as well. The onlookers looked at Yin Wuti with disdain. LV9 of the Strength Realm? This mortal really doesn't know his place. He dares to challenge Lu Gang despite knowing that he's only at LV10 of the Strength Realm. With King Yi Mu's support, this Yin Wuti is bound to lose. Yin State? It seems like Yin Tao was in charge in the past. What a pity. Yin Wuti didn't care about the lamentations of the onlookers. Yin Wuti's hair fluttered in the wind. Yin Wuti's narrowed eyes opened, and the longsword in his hand immediately pierced towards Lu Gang. Buzz! The purple sword sliced through the air and reached Lu Gang in the blink of an eye. That's all you got, Lu Gang said disdainfully. A wisp of black smoke seeped out of the iron sword and was about to hit the purple sword. But at that moment, the purple sword tilted slightly and dodged the iron sword. Then, it stabbed Lu Gang's sword hilt. Ding! Lu Gang's hand went numb, and his iron sword almost slipped out of his hand. Huh? Lu Gang's expression changed. Ding! 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 Yin Wuti's sword moved faster and faster. Although his strength was not as good as Lu Gang's, his speed was not slow at all. Moreover, he used his exquisite swordsmanship to force Lu Gang to retreat again and again. The great river surges, the Tao of Hell is endless. Yin Wuti shouted. The sword technique in his hand was like a torrential river, crashing against Lu Gang wave after wave. How is this possible? Lu Gang actually retreated in defeat. In the blink of an eye, Lu Gang was actually suppressed by Yin Wuti and was unable to counterattack. Everyone's eyes lit up. Is this the sword art created by Yin Tao? The torrential sword art? That's right. I've seen him before. He was Yin Tao of the Day sect. His sword techniques were torrential, and he won every battle. This young man has actually learned 70% of the charm. Good sword art. The sounds of praises were endless. The three consecrated heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, King Wild raised an eyebrow and looked at Yin Wuti's sword art with a slightly serious expression. His sword art has reached such a level at such a young age? King Wild furrowed his brows. Torrential river. The sky collapses and falls. Yin Wuti shouted loudly, and a dazzling purple light suddenly erupted from the longsword in his hand. It was as if the longsword had transformed into a great river that rushed toward Lu Gang. At the same time, Yin Wuti seemed to have become one with the great river in an instant. It was as if he had disappeared into the sword art. Boom! Lu Gang was sent flying, and the iron sword in his hand instantly shattered, scattering all over the ground. You. Lu Gang looked at Yin Wuti in shock. It was as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to a young man. Did I see wrongly just now? Yin Wuti disappeared into the sword river? Man and sword as one? Impossible. How old is he? How could he have comprehended man and sword as one? Discussions broke out in the surroundings, and many people revealed looks of disbelief. Innate Sorbonne? King Wild suddenly said. Everyone looked at King Wild. I didn't think that there would be an innate sword bone among Yin Tao's descendants. Man and sword is one? Innate Sorbonne? Kid, are you willing to accept me as your master? King Wild suddenly shouted. No need. I already have a master. Yin Wuti said arrogantly. You already have a master? The purple sword in your hand is no ordinary sword. Is it a gift from your so-called master? King Wild said indifferently. That's right. The sword's name is Indigo. When I accepted him as my master, I swore that with this indigo sword, I would defeat all swords in the world. Yin Wuti said with certainty. Arrogant. A mere mortal dares to say that he would worship all swords in the world? Lu Gang. King Wild said in a deep voice. Your disciple is here. Lu Gang crawled up from the ground with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Today, I will bestow upon you the flying sword flowing light. It will allow you to behead someone from 1,000 miles away. King Wild said in a deep voice. As he spoke, King Wild reached out with his hand, and a green long sword appeared in his palm. A flying sword. Lu Gang's eyes lit up. Master will help you refine the flying sword. Let's fight again. King Wild shouted. Yes, Liu Gang said excitedly. Chapter 112. Yin Wudi, come again, ha! Liu Gang shouted excitedly. 2 meters away from Liu Gang, a green longsword floated in the air. As Liu Gang spoke, the flying sword quickly flew around Liu Gang. Following Liu Gang's thoughts, the flying sword danced in the air. King Yimu stood to the side and watched quietly. The 100 or so onlookers were also silent. The 3 Yin State Guardians looked worried. Yin Wudi held the azulate sword in his hand and watched with a serious expression. Come! Yin Wudi didn't back down at all. Xiao! The flying sword instantly shot towards Yin Wudi. Ding! The 2 swords collided with each other. Although Lu Guang was a flying sword, its strength was about the same as Ziqing's. The 2 swords collided and retreated. Liu Gang's hand gestures were flying as he quickly controlled the flowing light to make a turn and slash towards Yin Wudi. Ding! Yin Wudi was also a genius in the sword Dao. He used the back sword style to block the slash of the flowing light. However, the flying swords were too strange. Without the obstruction of the sword wielder, they could attack from countless different angles, and each of them was fatal. Clink! 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 Liu Gang commanded the flying swords to attack at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Yin Wudi like a storm, while he himself was more than 500 feet away, basically in an invincible position. Ha! Yin Wudi, your sword is too short. You can't hurt me. You will lose sooner or later. You should admit defeat. Liu Gang excitedly commanded his sword. Flying sword versus long sword. Yin Wudi will definitely lose. Yin Wudi can only defend. He can't attack Liu Gang. How can he win? Admit defeat. It's only 6 cities. Sound of discussion could be heard all around. Yin Wudi cut a sorry figure as he swung the flying sword around. There were a few times where he almost lost his life to the flying swords. However, King Wild narrowed his eyes. Innate sword bones? As expected of an innate sword bone. Just a moment ago, he was still in panic, but in such a short period of time, he was actually adapting to the flying sword. This child is extraordinary. He will become a great threat if we let him live. King Yimu's eyes narrowed. The finger hidden in King Mai's sleeve curled slightly. Buzz! The flying sword suddenly exploded with a dazzling green light. Boom! Ah! The flying sword erupted with a power several times stronger than before. With another violent collision, Yin Wudi was sent flying. Bang! Yin Wudi fell to the ground. Buzz! The flying sword suddenly shot in front of Yin Wudi, pointing straight at his throat. You lost! Liu Gang shouted excitedly. Yin Wudi looked at the flying sword in front of his throat, his face full of unwillingness. There are 6 cities in the southern border. Once we're out of the Feng Shui formation, the state of Zheng can send people to retrieve them. Although Yin Wudi was unwilling, he kept his promise. Liu Gang waved his hand, and the flying sword immediately returned to him. Yin Wudi, the Yin state will soon be destroyed without Yin Tao. How about becoming my disciple? I can guarantee your Yin state's safety for 100 years. King Mai said. After all, an innate sword bone was too rare. Yin Wudi shook his head and said, I already said that I've already become your disciple. So what if you become his disciple? At most, he can protect you. He can't protect the Yin state. Once Yin Tao is dead, who will protect the Yin state? As for you, once you're strong enough, the Yin state will be long gone. King Mai tried to persuade him again. Yin Wudi clenched his fists. Although he knew that King Mai was right, he was still stubborn. He refused to change his master. So, King Mai pressed forward. Who said that no one will protect the Yin state? The Day sect has always been protecting it. A voice came from the crowd. Chapter 113. King Ye's eyes widened as he looked into the distance. A middle-aged Taoist with a long sword on his back and a gourd hanging from his waist walked over with a smile. It was none other than Zhu Jiansheng, who had taken away the Day sect disciples after Yin Chuan taught them a lesson. Zhu Jiansheng, it's you? King Yi said coldly. Ha ha, Senior Mai. Martial Uncle Yin Tao is protecting the Yin state because of the Day sect. Have you forgotten? He's a junior from the Yin state. Senior Mai, you won't make things difficult for him, right? Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. What? Zhu Jiansheng, are you interested in this kid as well? King Yi asked in a low voice. An innate sword bone is indeed suitable for the path of the sword. Of course I'm interested. However, I won't force him. It's all up to him. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. Senior Zhu Jiansheng, thank you for your kindness. I've already become your disciple. I won't change my mind. Yin Wudi said, it's fine. Martial Uncle Yin Tao is a genius. It's normal for him to have a few geniuses among his juniors. I can only say that we're not fated to be together. However, I promised Martial Uncle Yin Tao that I'll protect the Yin state. Zhu Jiansheng said, Yin Tao is dead, and there's no one from the Yin state in the Day sect. Does the Day sect want to make an enemy out of me because of an insignificant person? King Yi said in a low voice. I wouldn't dare. However, Senior Mai is wrong. Who said that there's no one from a Yin state in the Day sect? Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. King Yi narrowed his eyes. Are you talking about Yin Chuan? Yin Tao's son? Lu Gang exclaimed. Oh, ha ha ha, Yin Tao's son? You're only in your teens, right? What? You're still alive? King Yi Mu chuckled. Of course I'm still alive. Suddenly, a voice sounded. King Mai is of the same generation as my father, and I've admired him for a long time. But today, he used his cultivation to bully a junior of the Yin clan. This doesn't match the rumors. Ah, this has disappointed Yin Chuan. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. King Ye's expression darkened. Lu Gang, Zhu Jiansheng, and Yin Wudi all looked in the direction of the voice. The crowd dispersed as 5 people slowly walked out. They were Yin Chuan, Lu Jin, Mo Yushi, Qing Long, and White Tiger. King Wild narrowed his eyes when he saw the 5 of them. Apart from Yin Chuan and Lu Jin, he couldn't see through their cultivation bases. Yin Chuan, it's you. Lu Gang said with hatred in his eyes. Isn't this honorary Lu? I have to thank Consecrator Lu for the last time. The snake meat was indeed delicious. Yin Chuan smiled as he walked out. You. Lu Gang's expression darkened. Junior brother Yin Chuan. We meet again. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng and nodded. Thank you for making enemies with King Mai for our great Yin. Ha! I'll keep my promise to your father. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded and looked at Yin Wudi and the 3 honorary elders. My king lord. The 3 honorary elders thought for a moment and stepped forward. Yin Chuan smiled. Crown Prince, this is the king equal to 1. Lu Jin reminded. Yin Chuan waited quietly. Looking at Yin Chuan, who was about the same age as him, Yin Wudi had a complicated expression on his face. Crown Prince, you can't forget the etiquette. One of the honorary elders advised in a low voice. Yin Wudi raised his eyebrows and nodded. He took a deep breath and bowed to Yin Chuan. Greetings, Uncle Wang, Yin Wudi said with difficulty. If it weren't for etiquette, Yin Wudi wouldn't have said it. In Yin Wudi's heart, he didn't respect Yin Chuan at all. Chapter 114. Yin Chuan's status was the same as Yin Emperor's, which meant that he was in the same generation as Yin Emperor. That was why Yin Wudi addressed him as Uncle Wang. Not bad. You're born with a sword bone. With some training, you'll definitely become someone great. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Yin Wudi's expression turned strange as he listened to Yin Chuan's words. He didn't respond. After the reunion, Yin Chuan's gaze turned to the outside world again. King Yi, Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Tao and I are in the same generation. You should call me Martial Uncle. King Yi smiled. Ha ha, I haven't even joined the Day sect yet. How can I call you Martial Uncle? But King Yi knows that you're in the same generation as my father. Why would you sneak attack a junior? Yin Chuan smiled. King Yi narrowed his eyes. One had to know that his attack was extremely subtle. How could a mortal like Yin Chuan know? Could it be? Yin Wudi looked at King Wild in surprise. Was it really King Wild's doing that caused his flying sword's power to skyrocket? Yin Chuan, you brat. Do you think you can slander my master? Lu Gang immediately scolded. Eh, so it's honorary Lu. What's wrong? Do you feel proud teaming up with King Yi to bully a junior? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. You're the one. Lu Gang was furious. Impudent. King Yi suddenly yelled. With a shout, King Wild's aura suddenly skyrocketed as he charged towards Yin Chuan. His powerful aura swept up a huge cloud of dust as it rushed toward Yin Chuan. Boom! A gust of wind blew, and King Ye's aura was pushed back. A person suddenly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. It was Qing Long. Qing Long glared at King Wild, his aura surging towards King Wild. King Yimu's expression froze. Their auras clashed against each other, and layers of shockwaves rolled out in all directions. At this moment, the eyes of the onlookers were filled with excitement. Who is this person? He's actually on par with King Yi? He's helping Yin Chuan? Am I not a friend of Yin Tao? That's right. Yin Tao was a peerless talent back then. It's normal for him to have a few powerful friends. There were endless discussions all around. Qing Long and King Wild also slowly withdrew their attacks. No one could do anything to the other. Who are you? King Wild stared at Qing Long. You don't need to know. Qing Long shook his head and stood behind Yin Chuan. King Wild's eyes flickered. In the end, he looked at Yin Chuan again. At this moment, he looked at Yin Chuan with a much more serious gaze. Yin Wudi also looked at this Uncle Wang with a complicated expression. His eyes flashed with confusion. Lu Gang, did you just cheat my nephew 6 cities? Yin Chuan yelled at Lu Gang. Lu Gang almost vomited blood. Was that cheating? I'm betting with him. How is that cheating? Lu Gang said gloomily. Betting? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. That's right. He used 6 cities in the south of the Yin dynasty, and I used 6 cities in the north of the Zheng dynasty. It's a fair bet. How is that cheating? Lu Gang explained. You could decide the cities in Zheng? Yin Chuan asked. My master is the Zheng dynasty's King Wild. His status is higher than the Zheng emperor. Of course I can. Lu Gang said proudly. If that's the case, how about I bet with you? Yin Chuan smiled. You? Lu Gang frowned. What? You don't dare? You dare to cheat my nephew, but you don't dare to bet with me? Yin Chuan said disdainfully. Let's bet. Lu Gang suddenly stopped and looked at King Wild. If he wants to bet, then you'll have to accompany him. You're only at LV8 strength realm. King Wild said disdainfully. Yes. Lu Gang said immediately. If you want to die, then don't blame me. I'll bet 6 cities with you. Lu Gang said confidently. 6 cities? I can't afford that. Yin Chuan smiled. Ha ha, it's good that you know your place. If you can't afford 6 cities, how many cities do you want to bet? For cities, 3 cities? 1 city is fine too. Lu Gang said excitedly. You don't understand what I mean. I said that 6 cities are too little. Yin Chuan laughed. Too little? How much do you want to bet? Lu Gang frowned. My Yin state has 3 provinces in the south and 42 cities. Do you dare to bet? Yin Chuan asked with a solemn expression. Chapter 115. The Yin state has 3 provinces and 42 cities in Nanjiang. Do you dare to bet? Yin Chuan's face turned solemn. 3 provinces? 42 cities? Lu Gang took a deep breath. That was equivalent to 1/5 of the Yin state's territory. The whole of Nanjiang was at stake. Not only Lu Gang, but even Crown Prince Yin Wudi's expression changed. Yin Wudi had taken a huge risk in the first 6 cities. How could Yin Chuan do it? What? You don't dare? Yin Chuan laughed. What a joke. It's not that I don't dare, but can you afford it? Lu Gang scolded. In the Yin state, my words are the Yin Emperor's words. Do you think I can afford it? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. You. Lu Gang was speechless. It's only 42 cities. Ask your master if he dares. Yin Chuan teased. Mas master. Lu Gang looked at King Yi. 42 cities. Lu Gang didn't dare to make the decision. King Yi stared at Yin Chuan and fell silent for a while. Then he suddenly laughed. Haha, good. As expected of Yin Tao's son. 42 cities? It's only 42 cities. The Zheng dynasty has 42 cities in Nanjiang. Lu Gang bet with him. Yes, Liu Gang answered. In King Ye's eyes, Liu Gang was at 10th-stage strength realm, while Yin Chuan was at 8th-stage strength realm. Moreover, Yin Chuan was definitely not as experienced as Liu Gang. How could Liu Gang lose this battle? Yin Chuan, since you want to lose, then come at me. Ha ha! Liu Gang calmed himself down and laughed. Yin Wudi looked anxious, but for some reason, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan chuckled. Sure, but I still want to know if you're going to fight me alone, or if you and King Mai are going to team up against me. Impudent. King Wild Mu glared at Qin Lai, his face flushed with anger. My master won't interfere, just me. Liu Gang also shouted. Yin Chuan chuckled. All right, but my sword strikes are extremely fast, and I can't stop myself. King Mai, watch out for me. If your precious disciple is in danger, you still have to save him. How arrogant, King Yimu said coldly. Yin Chuan, do you only know how to talk? Draw your swords. Liu Gang shouted. I don't have a sword. Yin Chuan said indifferently. King Mai, Liu Gang. Nephew, lend me your azure sword. If I defeat Liu Gang, I'll return it to you. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Wudi. Yin Wudi looked at Yin Chuan strangely with a complicated expression. Uncle Wang, please. Yin Wudi reluctantly handed over the azure sword. Yin Chuan grabbed the azure sword and flicked his finger. Ding! Purple steel essence? What a good sword. What's more, it's most suitable for someone with an innate sword bone. It seems like your new master is also someone who understands swords. Yin Chuan praised. Yin Wudi was surprised. Yin Chuan grabbed the azulate sword and lightly waved it twice. He then looked at Liu Gang and said, Come, I'm very fast. Oomph. Liu Gang snorted. With a cold snort, Liu Gang waved his finger. Buzz. The flying sword, flowing light, suddenly trembled. Whoosh. The azure light instantly shot towards Yin Chuan. It was extremely fast, as if it wanted to pierce through Yin Chuan. Everyone stared at the flying sword. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly thrust the azure sword forward. Ding! The two swords suddenly clashed. Sparks flew. The flying sword was sent flying back. Chapter 116. But at this moment, several pairs of eyes suddenly froze. King Mai, Qing Long, Zhu Jiansheng, and even Yin Wudi, who was born with a sword bone. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. That strike was too accurate, so accurate that it was unimaginable. When Yin Wudi fought, their swords only clashed at the edge, but Yin Chuan's strike was at the tip. Yin Chuan's sword had pierced through that tiny point? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Zhu Jiansheng muttered to himself. Yin Wudi's expression became more and more complicated, while King Mai's expression became more and more serious. After a moment of collision, the flying sword shot back towards Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yin Chuan strangely turned around. His turn was fierce and fast. He swung the azure sword in his hand in a circle, and when it reached its maximum speed, it just happened to turn back. Yin Chuan suddenly let go of the azure sword, which was pointed at Liu Gang, and even gave the azure sword boost. Go! Yin Chuan shouted. The azure sword flew out of his hand, and like a flying sword, it shot towards Liu Gang at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The azure sword and the flying sword almost brushed past each other. The azure sword shot towards Liu Gang, while the flying sword shot towards Yin Chuan. Seeing this scene, almost everyone was petrified. What's going on? Why did Yin Chuan throw the sword away? He's crazy. The azure sword isn't a flying sword. Does he think it's a dart? Not only were the onlookers shocked, but even Yin Wudi and King Mai were stunned by this scene. In a flash, the flying sword arrived in front of Yin Chuan, and he was about to be stabbed by the flying sword. Yin Chuan shifted his feet and leaned his body to the side, narrowly dodging the flying sword. The flying sword brushed past the tip of Yin Chuan's nose. Just when everyone thought that the flying sword had failed, they looked towards the azulate sword on the other side. Yin Chuan moved again. No one knew when, but his right arm had already stretched out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. In the blink of an eye, he had actually grabbed the hilt of the flying sword. Grabbed the hilt of the flying sword? He had lost the azulate sword and caught the flying sword? Yin Wuti looked at this strange fighting style in astonishment. But it wasn't over yet. Yin Chuan once again made a big turn, grabbed the flying sword and swung it in a big circle. With a huge momentum, when Yin Chuan's figure stood upright, he suddenly swung the flying sword out, and the flying sword was shot out in the direction of Lu Gang. The azulate sword and flying sword shot towards Lu Gang at the same time. With two magnificent turns, two swords shot towards Lu Gang. The shocking change made the surrounding spectators hold their breaths. Their eyes shone with a dazzling light. Swish! Swish! The azulate sword was the first to reach Lu Gang. With the terrifying sword tip in front of him, how could Lu Gang still have the mind to control the flying sword? At this moment, the flying sword seemed to be blocked by a huge force, and he couldn't control it. Horrified, Lu Gang retreated backward. But no matter how fast he was, how could he be faster than two swords? Whoosh! Whoosh! The two swords were overflowing with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, they were about to pierce through Lu Gang. Master! Lu Gang cried out in horror. Pung! Pung! King Wild suddenly stood in front of Lu Gang, holding a sword in each hand. His fingertips held the two swords in place, and they trembled violently. Hiss! King Wild looked at the two swords in his hands in shock. Lu Gang had escaped with his life. His forehead was covered in sweat. As he gasped for breath, his heart was still flustered. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but feel the soul-stirring scene. Their hearts were surging. Good. Mou, she was the first to cry out. Mou, she looked at Yin Chuan again, and her eyes flashed with excitement. It was as if she was the one who had unleashed the graceful dual swords just now. Good sword. Zhu Jiansheng also sobered up. Amazing. I didn't think that sword techniques could be used like this. This is the first time I've seen someone use a sword like this. It's amazing. Sword toss, sword snatch, sword toss. Amazing. I didn't expect this. Yin Chuan? Yin Tao's son? Like father, like son. Just as expected. Cheers came from all around. Yin Chuan's move was indeed amazing. Yin Wuti looked at Uncle Wang with a complicated expression. Although he was known as a sword genius, there was no way he could defeat Lu Gang in a single round. Could it be that Uncle Wang's sword technique was even better? No, I will surpass you. I will become the strongest sword cultivator in the world. Yin Wuti clenched his fists and swore in his heart. Cheers came from all around. On the other hand, King Yimu and Lu Gang's expressions were extremely ugly. King Yimu had made his move, announcing Lu Gang's complete defeat. The 42 cities of the Great Zheng had also changed hands in this short moment. And Master, I didn't think that Yin Chuan would throw away his sword. I also didn't think that he would snatch my flying sword. Lu Gang hurriedly explained. But what was the point of explaining? A loss was a loss. He didn't think that Yin Chuan would toss the azure sword. He was completely unprepared. He was doomed to lose. King Yimu gripped his two swords and looked at Yin Chuan with a gloomy expression. Yin Chuan's amazing move was like a slap to his face. He couldn't defend himself at all. Yin Chuan, King Yimu said coldly. Thank you for your 42 cities, King Yimu. Yin Chuan thanks you. Yin Chuan said with a smile. At this moment, Yin Chuan's laughter was ear-piercing. Yin Tao's son. King Yimu's voice was extremely cold. As he spoke, King Yimu's hand suddenly shone with a black light, as if he wanted to destroy the azure sword to vent his anger. Stop! Yin Wuti shouted in Jiaohu's direction. Who dares to destroy my sword? An angry roar suddenly came from all directions. Following this angry roar, a powerful sword intent spread out. Among the 100 or so onlookers, as long as they had a sword, their swords suddenly trembled. It was as if they were welcoming the arrival of the King of Swords. The azure sword and azure sword, flowing light, were trembling even though they were in King Yimu's hand. Zhu Jiansheng was the first to react. He quickly pressed down on his sword, preventing it from humming. Whoosh! The azure sword left King Yimu's hand and shot towards the center of the field. Another person suddenly appeared in the center of the field. It was a black-robed man with white hair at his temples. He stood alone in the center of the field, and a powerful sword intent shot out from where he stood. Huh. The man grabbed the azure sword. "Master!" Yin Wudi exclaimed in surprise. "Dugu's sword emperor?" Qing Long raised his eyebrows. The black-robed man in the center of the field held the azure sword and stared at King Yimu with cold eyes. It was as if two extremely sharp swords could shoot out from his eyes. His powerful aura was like a sharp sword, pointing straight at people's hearts. Many of the spectating experts retreated under the pressure of this aura. "It's you, Dugu's sword emperor?" King Yimu's face turned ugly. "Why is my disciple's sword in your hands?" Dugu, sword emperor, said coldly. Chapter 117. "It's you, Dugu's sword emperor?" King Yimu asked with an ugly expression. "Why is my disciple's sword in your hands?" The Dugu, sword emperor, asked coldly. "Yes." A fierce aura surged towards King Yimu. Under the pressure of the Dugu, sword emperor, King Yimu's expression changed. Clearly, the Dugu sword emperor's aura was stronger. "Master!" Yin Wudi quickly stepped forward. "Master, I lent the sword to Uncle Wang." Yin Wudi immediately explained. "What's going on?" The Dugu, sword emperor, raised his eyebrows. The pressure on King Yimu also lessened slightly. King Yimu felt better after the pressure lessened, but he had already lost all his face. "Umph." King Yimu snorted coldly, venting his frustration. Yin Wudi explained everything to the Dugu, sword emperor. "Oh, fling the sword?" The Dugu, sword emperor, suddenly looked towards Yin Chuan. "Yes." Yin Wudi nodded affirmatively. When he looked at Yin Chuan, his expression became even more complicated. "From now on, remember this. The sword is your life. Never let it leave your body, and never lend it to anyone." The Dugu, sword emperor, said solemnly. "Yes." Yin Wudi solemnly received the azure sword. The Dugu, sword emperor, returned the azure sword and looked towards Yin Chuan. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. His gaze was extremely sharp, but Yin Chuan did not move at all. He even smiled at the Dugu, sword emperor. "Fling the sword?" "Humph." The Dugu, sword emperor, snorted coldly. Hum. The swords of the surrounding experts hummed again. No one knew what the Dugu, sword emperor, was planning. Suddenly, a person's sword soared into the sky. Whoosh! A long sword soared into the sky. Swish! 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 The 50 swords around him suddenly soared into the sky. "On my sword! Why is my sword flying? Is it the Dugu, sword emperor?" The people who had their swords flying all around all revealed a look of panic. If his sword was controlled by someone else, wouldn't it be easy for the Dugu, sword emperor, to take his head? Swish! Swish! The heads of the 50 swords suddenly pointed at Yin Chuan. They turned into 50 streams of light and instantly pierced towards him. Boom! Just like the ones that were aimed at Lu Gang, they were all aimed at Yin Chuan. Moreover, there were 50 of them. The 50 streams of light were like 50 death talismans, pressing forward with an indomitable will, producing an ear-piercing sound as they tore through the air. It was as if they wanted to shoot Yin Chuan into a hedgehog. The sword tore through the void and arrived before him in an instant. "It's over." The onlookers felt pity for Yin Chuan. "Bastard! How dare you?" "Qing Long and MOU, she suddenly roared. Qing Long, White Tiger, and MOU, she acted at almost the same time. A wall of air suddenly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Wong, Wong, Wong. The 50 swords pierced through the air wall and continued to penetrate deeper. The 3 immortal state experts defended together, but the swords eventually all stopped. The closest sword stopped 5 inches away from Yin Chuan's forehead. MOU Shi, Qing Long, and White Tiger were enraged. The Dugu, sword emperor's gaze was cold and solemn. Yin Chuan, who was pointed at by the sword, was still expressionless. Even when the sword was only 5 inches away from his forehead, his eyelids didn't even twitch. Yin Chuan even looked at the Dugu, sword emperor, with interest and revealed a faint smile. Boom! Under Mo Yushi's anger, the 50 swords suddenly shot back. Dugu, Sword Emperor, do you want to die? Mo Yushi's eyes widened. At this moment, Mo Yushi didn't know why she was so angry. It was as if she had lost her mind. Chapter 118. Miss Mo, Yin Chuan suddenly called out. Mo Yushi frowned and turned her head. Thank you. I'm fine now. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan's smile seemed to have a magical power that instantly melted the anger in Mo Yushi's heart. Mo Yushi calmed down and secretly sighed with a smile. Qing Long and White Tiger were still staring angrily at the Dugu Sword Emperor, but the Dugu Sword Emperor was looking at Yin Chuan strangely. You're not afraid of death? The Dugu Sword Emperor frowned. Yin Chuan wasn't affected by the swords at all. The Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't understand why this youth was so calm. You don't have any killing intent. Why should I be afraid? However, I don't like this feeling. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Oh, the Dugu Sword Emperor was slightly surprised. You are my nephew's master. I won't bicker with you this time. Controlling the sword with intent illuminated Sword Heart. My nephew has indeed found a good master. I'm relieved that he's willing to become your disciple. Yin Chuan said indifferently. The Dugu Sword Emperor's expression became even more strange. This was because the Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't see through Yin Chuan. On the other side, Yin Wudi's expression became even more complicated. Yin Wudi couldn't understand why this Uncle Wang was so calm in front of so many immortals. Compared to Uncle Wang, he really seemed to be lacking a lot. Lacking a lot? No. Yin Wudi's eyes suddenly focused. He clenched his fists tightly. He no longer held Yin Chuan in high regard. In fact, there was even a trace of fighting spirit in his eyes. Sensing Yin Wudi's fighting spirit, Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Yin Wudi, follow your master and practice your sword well. I will allow you to challenge me once, but at that time, your name must resound throughout the world. Famous throughout the world? Yin Wudi had a complicated expression on his face. Yin Chuan gave Yin Wudi a final smile before turning to look at Mo Yushi. Let's go, Yin Chuan said. Mo Yushi nodded. Yin Chuan walked in front while Mo Yushi, Qing Long, White Tiger, and Lu Jin followed behind. They slowly walked into the crowd. Looking at Yin Chuan's departing figure, almost everyone fell silent. King Mai's face was completely swept away. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes flashed with admiration. The fighting spirit in Yin Wudi's eyes rose. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the military camp, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Mr. Monroe were all looking at Hua Guang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center. Around Hua Guang, silver light shone. Boom! A surge of violent energy exploded around Hua Guang, blowing away a large amount of dust on the ground. Hua Guang opened his eyes and stood up abruptly. As he stretched his body, a series of pa-pa-pa sounds could be heard. Phew! Hua Guang retracted his aura. His eyes were filled with surging emotions. Lord, your subordinate has reached level 10 of the Strength Realm, complete. Thank you, Lord, for your help, Hua Guang said excitedly. Although Mo Yushi and Mr. Wenruo had put in a lot of effort during this period of time, Hua Guang knew in his heart that all of this was facilitated by Yin Chuan. Good. You also have to thank Miss Mo and Mr. Monroe, Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. Thank you both. Hua Guang also bowed respectfully. Level 10 of the Strength Realm is good. We're about to break through the final barrier. Follow me later, Mr. Monroe said. Okay, Hua Guang replied. Do you remember what I told you the day before yesterday? Yin Chuan looked at Hua Guang. Yes, your subordinate dares not forget, Hua Guang said with a serious face. Go. Just listen to Mr. Monroe. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 119. Yes, Mr. Monroe, let's begin. Mo Yushi looked at Mr. Monroe. Okay, everyone slowly walked out of the yellow gas wall. Yang Zigu, Qing Long, and the others have been waiting for a while. The 3,000 soldiers stood at attention. Wenruo, let's begin, Yang Zigu said impatiently. Mr. Monroe looked around. The fog seemed to have faded a lot. He could even vaguely see a huge full moon in the sky. The moon is full. We can begin. Qing Long, send the signal. Mr. Monroe said seriously. Yes, Qing Long replied. 2 green balls of light suddenly appeared in Qing Long's palms. They shot out along the yellow gas wall. Whoosh! The balls of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. They sent the signal to the powerful fighters around the gas wall. There were 8 directions on the gas wall. At King Yimu's position, there were a dozen powerful fighters around King Yimu. They all looked up at the moon in the sky. It's about to begin? Everyone was looking forward to it. Lu Gang. King Yimu looked at his disciple. Yes, the moon is full. It's about to begin. Others might not know, but I've received some information about this feng shui formation. Do you know why I took you in? King Yimu asked in a deep voice. Maybe it's because Lu Gang didn't know how to answer. Your constitution? Heh, if you had a good constitution, you wouldn't have to take me as your master. You're already in the essence state. King Yimu said disdainfully. Yes. Lu Gang's expression darkened. There's a record in the book. The best way to get what's inside is to break through and obtain the will of the Alcade Star. Then, you can control the formation. You've reached the peak of the strength state. This is your chance. You must get the will of the Alcade Star. Don't disappoint me again. King Yimu said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't worry, master. I'll do my best. Lu Gang said seriously. Good. King Yimu nodded in satisfaction. In another direction of a yellow gas wall, 12 men in black stood there. They were all wrapped in black robes. 2 of them were the leaders. The moon is full. It's about to begin. The leader said, You are a feng shui master. Naturally, we will listen to you here. Another person said indifferently, I didn't think that people from the Dezhou Holy Land would also come in. They also have feng shui masters, the feng shui master said in a deep voice. It's that half-baked Ding Wugu, right? How can he compare to you? You are. The man stopped halfway through his sentence. In this area, no one dares to compare with me in terms of feng shui. However, the Dugu Sword Emperor is truly patient. He actually chased me all the way here. The feng shui master said. He can't find you. That person said. I hope so. However, Shinku and Kuroha, aren't you worried at all? The feng shui master suddenly laughed. What am I worried about? Shinku and Kuroha asked in a deep voice. That's Yin Chuan. You must know that you were the vanguard when the Lord forced Yin Tao and his wife to their deaths. As a son, Yin Chuan will definitely see you as a great enemy once he grows up. The feng shui master said with a faint smile. He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. What's there to be afraid of? If it wasn't for the Lord's great cause, I could kill him with a flip of my hand. Shinku and Kuroha said in a deep voice. According to the reports, this Yin Chuan has quite the style of Yin Tao. Give him a few years, and he might really become someone. The feng shui master said. We don't have that much time. Shinku and Kuroha said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Just as the 2 were talking, a green light suddenly shot across the sky. It was Qing Long's signal. Chapter 120. The Dugu Sword Emperor's purple sword soared into the sky, heading straight for the 12 black-clothed men. As the long sword was dragged out, the surrounding swords hummed in worship. Oh no, he's discovered me, Jiahu said. Stop him quick. Shinku and Kuroha was also anxious. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black-clothed men rushed over. They drew their swords and slashed at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Clowns, how dare you stop me? The Dugu Sword Emperor said arrogantly. As he swung his long sword, it was as if thousands of swords had merged into one and slashed at one of the black-clothed men. Whoosh! The sound of the sword slicing through the air was ear-piercing. Boom! The black-clothed man's long sword was broken by the Dugu Sword Emperor, and he was sent flying. Defeated in one strike. In the distance, Qing Long's expression turned serious. The Dugu Sword Emperor turned around, and his long sword suddenly transformed into 100 zhong long sword energy, slashing at the other black-clothed man. The sword was like a ray of light, instantly cutting off the black-clothed man's arm. Ah! The black-clothed man screamed in pain. The two black-clothed men were defeated in the blink of an eye. The Dugu Sword Emperor's eyes became even more arrogant. Poisoner, I've said 10 years ago that I will definitely cut off your head. You won't be able to escape. The Dugu Sword Emperor shouted. Dugu Sword Emperor, why do you have to force me? I'll give you everything I got from this great array. How about it? The poisoner Jiaohu said, my Dugu clan only needs to cultivate a metal sword. Although the treasure is tempting, the hatred is greater than the heavens. It wasn't easy to find you. How can I let you go? The Dugu Sword Emperor said coldly. He brandished his long sword and charged at the poisoner again. Bastard! The poisoner was furious. Stop him! Stop him! The poisoner Jiaohu said. Another 4 men in black rushed over. Who below the immortal realm can stop me? The Dugu Sword Emperor attacked again. Poisoner, don't ruin this. Shinku Kuroha said anxiously. Normally, Shinku Kuroha would have had the time to deal with the Dugu Sword Emperor. Where would he find the time? Poisoner's expression sank. Shinku Kuroha, I'll lure the Dugu Sword Emperor away. Continue to do as I said. With that, Poisoner suddenly soared into the sky. Swish! Where do you think you're going? The Dugu Sword Emperor shouted as he shook off the 4 black-clothed men and charged forward. The 4 men in black also chased after him. In the blink of an eye, only 7 of the 12 black-clothed men remained. The golden dragon, formed by the draconic vein energy, recovered after losing the control of the feng shui master. It was no longer activated. Shinku Kuroha felt helpless, but he still led the remaining 6 men into the sky above the world-suppressing stone. While a group of experts charged up, another group of experts charged down at the myriad mysteries demonic lotus. What a treasure! What a treasure! The cultivator at the front excitedly charged into the black fog and tried to grab the myriad mysteries demonic lotus. However, as soon as he entered, he screamed miserably. Arg! His screams were extremely shrill, and many people stopped in their tracks. The cultivator at the front was surrounded by black fog. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and blood were rapidly melting. The black fog seemed to be melting his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator became a skeleton. The myriad mysteries demonic lotus absorbed his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the myriad mysteries demonic lotus devoured him. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a skeleton. The greedy cultivators in the surroundings retreated in fear. Only 2 people with high cultivation bases charged in confidently. Arg! Arg! Just like before, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The myriad mysteries demonic lotus devoured his flesh and blood. How is this a treasure? It's a disaster, someone exclaimed. Chapter 121. Back off! Back off! No one dared to take another step forward. What a powerful myriad wonders, demonic lotus! Yin Chuan said in a low voice. High up in the sky, Mr. Monroe had also arrived at the top of the stone of suppression. Begin! Mr. Monroe shouted at Huoguang. Okay. Huoguang shouted. Boom! The aura of the perfected strength realm erupted. Mr. Monroe placed his palm on Huoguang's back to help Huoguang trigger the heavenly tribulation. Buzz! Suddenly, a small cloud with a radius of 3 feet suddenly covered Huoguang's head. It's coming! Mr. Monroe quickly retreated. Huoguang stood on the boat and looked up at the black cloud. Boom! The black cloud exploded. A silver lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, shot down from the sky. Huoguang's eyes lit up as he formed a sword seal with both hands. Break! Huoguang faced the lightning bolt with his body. Boom! The lightning bolt exploded on Huoguang's body. Silver light shot out in all directions. Huoguang's hair was disheveled, and some of it was even burned instantly. Tribulation? Many of the confused experts in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Oh no! King Ye's expression changed. Begin! King Yimu yelled. He placed his palm on Lu Gang's back to help him break through. Buzz! A black cloud similar to Hua Guang's appeared above Lu Gang's head. The flying sword floated above his head and faced the lightning bolt. Boom! A silver lightning bolt shot down and collided with the flying sword. Boom! Countless lightning bolts flashed. Hua Guang and Lu Gang were fighting to transcend their tribulations. What are they doing? Why are they trying to transcend their tribulations at this time? Are they crazy? A lot of questioning voices came from all around. People did not understand why Hua Guang and Lu Gang were going through their tribulations. However, with two God-state experts guarding the formation, it was obviously not that simple. The first heavenly tribulation has a total of 9 heavenly thunders. Prince Yan's seal art is indeed unique to actually be able to transcend tribulation with the fleshy body by relying on this. Qing Long praised. The heavenly tribulation is a tribulation of the heavens, but it is also a gift from the heavens. How can it be wasted on external objects? Naturally, it is best to use it to temper the body. Only in this way can we lay the most solid foundation for the cultivation of the essence realm. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom! Boom! Flashes of lightning overflowed from Hua Guang's body. Hua Guang's hair was charred black, and his body was red from the explosions. Every time the heavenly lightning struck, Hua Guang's body would tremble violently, and he would suffer inhuman pain. Even so, Hua Guang still believed in Yin Chuan. He did not use any weapons to resist the heavenly lightning, and only used his body to withstand it. The fourth heavenly lightning. Qing Long counted for Hua Guang. Buzz! Just as the fourth heavenly lightning struck, a green light pierced through the tribulation cloud and enveloped Hua Guang. It was several times brighter than the surrounding starlight. The green light reached the sky and connected to the distant star, the Alcade. Great! Qing Long said excitedly. Buzz! On the other side, Lu Gang was also enveloped in starlight and connected to the Alcade. Great! In the sky, King Weil was also overjoyed. Obviously, both Lu Gang and Hua Guang had the possibility of inheriting the will of the Alcade. King Wild gave Mr. Monroe a provocative look. However, Mr. Wenruo turned a blind eye and waited for Hua Guang quietly. What are they doing? Is that the will of the constellation? How can two mortals inherit the will of the constellation? How can this be? They're just mortals. Noises could be heard all around. Gradually, people began to realize that something was wrong. Some of the smarter ones seemed to have guessed something. Chapter 122. Prince Yin, the experts from all directions are staring at Hua Guang with unfriendly expressions. Should we go over now? In case someone destroys it? Azure Dragon asked. No need. Smart people won't destroy them. They might even help them. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. As soon as Yin Chuan finished speaking, someone in the sky pounced on Hua Guang. However, halfway through, he was beaten back by an unknown expert. No one is allowed to touch them. The expert shouted. Oh, really? White Tiger was surprised. Why do they want to protect Hua Guang? Rose Finch was puzzled. Now, no one can touch the myriad wonders demonic lotus. If Hua Guang can, those smart people will be happy to see it happen. Because if they can't get the myriad wonders demonic lotus now, they can take it from Hua Guang. MOU, she explained. I see. White Tiger nodded. Open. Another shout came from the sky. It was from the remaining 7 men in black. The one who shouted was Shinkuin Kuroha. Shinkuin Kuroha's aura suddenly burst out and rushed into the sky. Rumble. In the sky, a black cloud that was 100 times bigger and 100 times taller than Hua Guang's tribulation cloud appeared. The black cloud rolled, and a doomsday aura was emitted. In the rolling black cloud, lightning flashed, and it was filled with endless destructive power. Someone is undergoing tribulation again? What kind of tribulation is this? 4 heavenly lightning tribulations. 49 heavenly tribulations? The surrounding experts stared at the sky. 49 heavenly tribulations? Spirit returning to void? Mo Yushi's expression changed. It's that man in black. He also wants to steal the Alcade's will? Qing Long pointed at Shinkuin Kuroha, who was wrapped in a black robe. The 6 experts protected Shinkuin Kuroha. Shinkuin Kuroha triggered the 49 heavenly tribulations. Buzz. Another green light rushed from the starry sky into the tribulation clouds of the 9 heavenly tribulation. As the lightning flashed, it suddenly enveloped Shinkuin Kuroha below. This time, the starlight pillar was at least 10 times thicker than Huoguang's. Ha ha! Shinkuin Kuroha laughed. This tribulation hasn't even started, but the Alcades is already so attractive. How can Huoguang compete with him? Qing Long said anxiously. Don't worry, that feng shui master was forced to leave. With me here, the will of the Alcade star will definitely belong to Huoguang. Yin Chuan laughed. Huh? She looked at Yin Chuan in confusion, but when she saw the determination in Yin Chuan's eyes, she unconsciously chose to believe him. Come on, heavenly lightning. Shinkuin Kuroha shouted to the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Following Shinkuin Kuroha's shout, 100 heavenly lightning bolts suddenly struck down from the tribulation clouds. The 100 lightning bolts were extremely dazzling. Like a waterfall, they instantly lit up the entire 4 directions formation. Boom! The heavenly lightning struck Shinkuin Kuroha. Shinkuin Kuroha's body seemed to be bathed in lightning, shining brightly. It was like the sun and the moon. Compared to Shinkuin Kuroha, Huoguang and Lu Gang's lightning bolts were too weak. The starlight around Shinkuin Kuroha grew brighter and brighter. Prince Yin and the will of the Alcade star are almost there. What should we do now? Qing Long asked anxiously. Yin Chuan turned to look at the 3,000 silver armors. Crossbows at the ready. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The entire army quickly drew their bows. Aim at the largest black cloud and shoot. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Boom. More than 2,000 arrows were shot up. These ordinary arrows? Are they useful? White Tiger asked in disbelief. Lightning rod. Have you heard of it? Yin Chuan smiled. Huh? White Tiger was stunned. My arrow rain is now a lightning rod. It will disperse the heavenly lightning and help him pass the tribulation, Yin Chuan said confidently. Chapter 123. My arrow rain is now a lightning rod. It will disperse his heavenly lightning and help him pass the tribulation. Yin Chuan said confidently. More than 2,000 arrows soared into the sky, but they didn't hit anyone. Many people didn't know what was going on and only looked at them curiously. Even Shinkuin Kuroha did not care about the 2,000 arrows. Boom! More than 2,000 arrows successfully pierced through the clouds and mist straight up into the sky. They were getting closer and closer to the 4 and 9 tribulation clouds. The tip of the arrow suddenly trembled slightly, as if it had felt a huge magnetic field. Crackle! A strange electric current appeared at the tip. More than 2,000 arrows rained down, and every arrow was the same. And what caused the electromagnetic phenomenon of the arrowhead was the 4-9 tribulation clouds. Not good. Shinkuin Kuroha's expression changed drastically. By the time he reached out to stop her, it was already too late. Boom! Within the 4-9 tribulation clouds, a large amount of lightning was suddenly attracted by the arrow rain. The lightning was very thin, but it was divided into more than 2,000 strands. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning blasted towards the rain of arrows, causing them to explode. The rain of arrows diverted the heavenly tribulation. Although it was only a drop in the bucket, this drop in the bucket caused Shinkuin Kuroha to reveal a look of despair. Very little of the lightning was split, but the will of the stars connected to the tribulation cloud was split into more than 2,000 equal parts in an instant. The starlight that enveloped Shinkuin Kuroha was suddenly reduced to 1,000th of its original size. In the blink of an eye, the huge advantage they had was gone. No! Shinkuin Kuroha roared in grief and indignation. Boom! More than 2,000 arrows exploded, but it didn't have much effect on the heavenly tribulation. However, because the starlight was diverted, There was only 1,000th of the original amount left. The arrows exploded, and the starlight was all retracted. The amount of astral power that the 4/9's tribulation clouds had attracted was less than 1% of Huoguang's. The thin beam of starlight showed Shin Kuan Kuroha's defeat. Rumble. Shin Kuan Kuroha was filled with grief and indignation. While he was lamenting in his heart, his hat was also blown off by the heavenly thunder, revealing Shin Kuan Kuroha's gloomy face. Shin Kuan Kuroha looked in the direction of Yin Xuan while blocking the second wave of heavenly thunder. A bunch of ordinary dogs? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Shin Kuan Kuroha roared. Old bastard, hey you. A loud shout suddenly came from afar. Yin Xuan looked over and saw Zhu Jiansheng running towards him with an angry expression. Mou, she frowned. Junior brother Yin Xuan. It's him, Shin Kuan Kuroha. He was one of the people who forced your parents to their deaths. Zhu Jiansheng quickly shot over. What? Lu Jin exclaimed. He raised his head and stared at the sky. Zhu Jiansheng landed in front of Yin Xuan with his sword. Junior brother Yin Xuan, I'll follow you, just in case. Zhu Jiansheng said sincerely. Zhu Jiansheng saw Shin Kuan Kuroha. He was here to protect Yin Xuan. Yin Xuan nodded slightly. At the same time, he looked at Shin Kuan Kuroha in the sky again. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. Prince Yin, do you want us to? Qing Long asked. No, I want to take revenge with my own hands. Besides, I haven't figured out what's going on here. Yin Xuan shook his head. Boom. Each wave of heavenly thunder was stronger than the previous one. Shin Kuan Kuroha was no longer in the mood to be angry with the 3,000 silver armors. Instead, he focused on resisting the heavenly thunder. Yin Xuan took a deep look at Shin Kuan Kuroha again, then turned to Huoguang. Shin Kuan Kuroha's heavenly thunder was fierce. Huoguang and Lu Gang's heavenly thunder were still in order. Chapter 124. Boom! Huoguang looked like he was about to be cooked. His whole body was red from the lightning. This is the 8th lightning. Huoguang still has one more, but the will of the stars is still lingering between Huoguang and that person. Prince Yin? Qing Long frowned and asked, The will of the Alcade? It must be Huoguang's. Yin Xuan said in a deep voice. Yin Xuan raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He immediately saw the Alcade star. Following the Alcade, Yin Xuan quickly found the other brightest star. The North Star, also known as the North Star, was the ruler of numbers and the star of emperors. Staring at the North Star, Yin Xuan narrowed his eyes. It was as if he had a connection with the North Star. Buzz! The North Star flashed slightly. A ray of light shot towards the Alcade. Of course, no one could see this except for the host of the star. It was too faint and too far away. In his previous life, Yin Xuan's will had merged with the will of the North Star. In this life, his soul was still in his previous life, so naturally, his will could also connect with the North Star. The North Star was the ruler of numbers, so it naturally commanded the Alcade. Although the effect on the Alcade was limited, it was still possible to tilt the balance slightly when it came to choosing one. Boom! The last bolt of heavenly lightning blasted towards Huoguang. At the same time, all the stars in the surroundings suddenly gathered towards Huoguang. A ray of white light shot down from the Alcade and went straight towards Huoguang's head. No, how can this be? King Yi exclaimed. Boom! Huoguang blocked the last lightning bolt. The tribulation clouds dispersed. The bright stars gathered around Huoguang and enveloped Huoguang in a pillar that reached the sky. Huoguang's clothes were mostly torn, but the aura around him was surging. Buzz! Around Huoguang, the starlight suddenly condensed into the illusory image of an enormous armored soldier. In the illusory image, the armored soldier glared. His killing intent surged out in all directions. He held a long spear in his hand, and as he waved it, it emitted a bloody stench. Army Destroyer will good. Qing Long shouted excitedly. For a moment, Huoguang seemed to have become the focus of everyone's attention. It was not only because of the tribulation, but also because of the will of the stars. It was also the first time for many people to see it. Domineering aura, murderous aura, broken aura, invincible aura. A starlight phantom showed the tyrannical power of the star will. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. King Wild was extremely furious. After transcending the tribulation, Liu Gang should have roared to the sky in excitement. But at this moment, Liu Gang did not dare to make a sound because he had messed up his master's matter again. Hua Guang opened his eyes, and the starlight around him suddenly converged into his body. The starlight pillar also suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Shin Kuan Kuroha, who was in the middle of transcending the tribulation, looked at Hua Guang with a gloomy face. He looked at the guy who had gotten a great deal. Bastard, Shin Kuan Kuroha said angrily. Boom! Lightning flashed, and Shin Kuan Kuroha could only focus on the tribulation in the sky again. Hua Guang inherited the will of the Army Destroyer Star and gently raised his hand. Boom! The 8 golden dragons formed by the draconic energy suddenly raised their heads and looked at Hua Guang together as if they were attracted by Hua Guang. Good! Mr. Monroe's face lit up, but the joy only lasted for a moment, and Mr. Monroe's face suddenly changed. Quick, remove the control, Mr. Monroe shouted. Hua Guang was slightly surprised and immediately stopped controlling the 8 golden dragons. Mr. Monroe? Hua Guang looked at Mr. Monroe in confusion. Mr. Monroe was staring at the stone of world suppression, or more accurately, at Master Immortal Damiao, who was on top of the stone of world suppression. Mr. Monroe's abnormality attracted the attention of all the experts around. Many people turned their heads to look. Yin Xuan was also brought up into the sky by Mou Shi and looked at Master Immortal Damiao on top of the stone of world suppression. Master Immortal Damiao slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. He's alive? Oh no, it's Master Immortal Damiao. Shocked expressions could be heard all around. Master Immortal Damiao was awake. Still sitting cross-legged, Master Immortal Damiao looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper 9 stars alignment? Master Immortal Damiao looked up at the sky and sighed bitterly. When Ruo greets Master Immortal Damiao, Mr. Monroe said respectfully. My greets Master Immortal Damiao. King Mai also said respectfully. Greetings came from all around. Master Immortal Damiao slowly stood up with his hands clasped behind his back and looked around. Then he looked at Hua Guang and smiled bitterly. Don't you know that the myriad wonders demonic lotus is evil beyond the heavens? Master Immortal Damiao sighed. Master Immortal Damiao, the feng shui formation has been broken. We can no longer protect the myriad wonders demonic lotus. Please help us. Mr. Monroe said respectfully. Master Immortal Damiao stared at Mr. Monroe. Master Immortal Damiao shook his head. My mission is to protect the myriad wonders demonic lotus. As long as I'm here, no one can touch it. Don't waste time talking to him. Let's attack together. If we drag this out, more and more experts will come. King Mai suddenly shouted. As he spoke, King Mai raised his hand and attacked Master Immortal Damiao. A purple palm print shot toward Master Immortal Damiao. Master Immortal Damiao's eyes widened. He countered with a palm print. Boom! The void trembled. King Mai's palm print dissipated. Attack! Attack! Shouts came from all around as they flew toward Master Immortal Damiao. Since they couldn't get the myriad wonders demonic lotus, they had to get the world suppressing stone first. Oomph! Master Immortal Damiao snorted. Whoosh! Master Immortal Damiao's body flickered, and 8 identical Master Immortal Damiao appeared around him. The 8 Master Immortal Damiao faced the 20 Immortal State experts flying toward them from all directions. Rumble. Shockwaves spread out in all directions. Go down. Mr. Monroe controlled the boat and rushed down with Hua Guang. Where do you think you're going? One of Master Immortal Damiao raised his hand and attacked. A golden skeleton flew toward Mr. Monroe. A brush appeared in Mr. Monroe's hand, and he waved it at the golden skeleton. Buzz! A white light formed by the awe-inspiring righteous energy shot toward the skeleton. Boom! The white light and the golden skeleton collided with each other. They exploded. Go to Yin Chuan. Mr. Monroe waved the boat, and it shot downward. Mr. Monroe held the brush and blocked Master Immortal Damiao's path. Master Immortal Damiao, I'm sorry, Mr. Monroe shouted. As he spoke, the brush in his hand moved quickly and drew a mountain in the blink of an eye. Boom! The mountain pressed down on Master Immortal Damiao. Master Immortal Damiao formed an incantation gesture, and a crack appeared in the void. Countless hellfires soared into the sky and rushed toward Mr. Wenruo. The battle in the sky was about to start. Huoguang also arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Half of the overlords were watching the battle in the sky for the world's suppressing stone. The other half was watching Huoguang, ready to fight for the myriad wonders demonic lotus. Chapter 125. Lord, Huoguang returned and greeted respectfully. Rose Finch, Xuanwu, stay behind and protect my 3,000 soldiers. Yin Chuan said to the two. Yes, the two replied. Zhuji and Sheng, I'll have to trouble you to stay behind and help me look after these subordinates. Yin Chuan looked at Zhuji and Sheng. All right, Zhuji and Sheng agreed. Yin Chuan owes you a favor. Yin Chuan nodded. Ha, I didn't plan to do anything when I came in. Zhuji and Sheng laughed. Lu Jin, give me that painting. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand. Yes. Lu Jin immediately handed over the spatial painting. The rest of you, let's go. Yin Chuan said. Mo Yushi nodded. Huoguang, channel the power of the dragon veins into our bodies and enter the area of evil energy. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Huoguang replied. Buzz. The image of the Alcade appeared around Huoguang. Suddenly, the 8 golden dragons began to twist and turn. Bastard! Master Damiao's angry roar came from the sky. Lord, your subordinate can only control 4 golden dragons. Master Damiao has already taken the other 4. Huoguang frowned. Enough. Let's go. Roar, roar, roar. The 4 golden dragons suddenly left the world-suppressing stone and rushed down. The dragon heads overlapped and covered Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, Qing Long, White Tiger, Yang Zigu, and Huoguang. For dragon bodies and 1 dragon head, Dragon Qi gathered at one point, protecting the 6 of them. The 6 of them quickly ran towards the center. At this moment, nearly half of the experts were staring at him. As long as the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus was suppressed, everyone would fight for it. There were also some people who set their sights on the 3,000 soldiers, but Rose Finch, Xuanwu, and Zhu Jiansheng were standing guard, so they couldn't make a move for the time being. The dragon energy shrouded the 6 of them as the black qi from the outside corroded the dragon energy ferociously. The golden dragon head trembled violently. Will the dragon qi outside be broken? Yang Zigu said with some fear. It's possible, so we have to be quick. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Then hurry up, hurry up. Yang Zigu said fearfully. Everyone anxiously approached the center. The closer they got to the center, the more the dragon head shook, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone was nervous. The surrounding experts also clenched their fists. They were waiting for Yin Chuan and his team's harvest. It didn't take long for them to arrive. When they got closer, they could see everything in more detail. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus emitted an extremely evil light. It made people feel like they would be mesmerized by it. It was as if it could give people unlimited power. It was as if they could become invincible as long as they obtained the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Mo Yushi, Yang Zigu, Qing Long, White Tiger, and Huoguang were all breathing rapidly. Yin Chuan was very calm. He wasn't disturbed at all. In fact, Yin Chuan wasn't looking at the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus, but at the dark red round platform supporting the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The round platform wasn't big, only 3 meters wide. However, Yin Chuan was moved by this round platform. Iron Jade Essence? How extravagant. Good stuff, Yin Chuan exclaimed inwardly. Others might not be able to tell, but Yin Chuan knew how precious this round platform was. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus was under the influence of the feng shui array. If there was no hard object underneath, the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus could just burrow into the ground. The iron jade essence carried both the feng shui array and the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Although the iron jade essence's spirituality wasn't as good as the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus, it was definitely not inferior in quality. Chapter 126. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on the myriad wonders demonic lotus. No one was paying attention to the iron jade essence. Lady M.O., prepare to take the myriad wonders demonic lotus. Yin Chuan woke M.O. Yushi up. M.O.U., she immediately woke up. She nodded and took out the 8 treasures divine box. She opened the box and prepared to take the myriad wonders demonic lotus. With me here, no one can take it. Suddenly, another immortal Master Damiao appeared at the mouth of the dragon and blocked Yin Chuan's path. Not good. Qing Long and White Tiger immediately blocked Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi. Boom! Qing Long and White Tiger each pushed out a palm and collided with Master Damiao's. Oomph! 2 immortal realm cultivators? You're not enough. Master Damiao said coldly. Lord, Master Damiao is disrupting the energy of the dragon veins. I can't control it. Hu Guang said anxiously. If you can't control it, we're finished. You have to control it. Yang Ziga shouted. His eyes were filled with fear. This was a desperate situation. Once the dragon chi dissipated, the black chi would corrode them into bones. Bastard. M.O.U. She also wanted to attack Master Damiao. Lady M.O. Yin Chuan stopped M.O.U. She. M.O.U. She anxiously turned around. There's not enough time. You have to trust me. Create an essence clone and let me control it. Yin Chuan stared at M.O.U. She. What? M.O.U. She was surprised. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. The essence clone was oneself. No one would turn themselves into a puppet for others to control. In the past, if anyone dared to say this to her, M.O.U., she would definitely kill them. However, at this moment, he saw Yin Chuan's resolute gaze. That gaze was like the one in his dream a few months ago. M.O.U. She's heart inexplicably trembled. All right, M.O.U. She didn't know why, but she agreed. Yin Chuan tapped M.O.U. She's forehead with his finger. M.O.U. She's face turned slightly red, but she didn't struggle. She closed her eyes, and a large amount of white essence gushed out from her pores. It was still M.O.U. She's form. However, the eyes of M.O.U. She's avatar were the eyes of Yin Chuan, fierce and domineering. The essence chi clone looked at Qing Long and White Tiger, who were fighting with Damiao Immortal. His eyes narrowed as he took a step forward and appeared in front of the 3. Heavenly Cycle! In the palm of the essence chi doppelganger, countless tiny stars appeared, orbiting in different orbits. If one looked closely, they would see that M.O.U. She's palm seemed to be holding the entire universe. The small stars were countless stars. Rumble! He pushed his palm towards Master Damiao Immortal. Master Damiao Immortal's expression changed. He pushed away Qing Long and White Tiger and went towards M.O.U. She. Bam! The universe in M.O.U. She's palm seemed to expand and enveloped Master Damiao Immortal. Countless stars revolved around Master Damiao Immortal. Even someone as strong as Master Damiao seemed to be completely restrained by the power of the stars. He couldn't move at all. What? What technique is this? Master Damiao Immortal exclaimed. Bam! Master Damiao Immortal was sent flying. He hit the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The moment the dragon head appeared, the surrounding black gas rushed towards Master Damiao Immortal. Bastard! Master Damiao Immortal yelled as he was devoured by the black gas and absorbed by the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. He pushed Master Damiao Immortal back with one palm. Qing Long and White Tiger's eyes almost popped out. This Master Damiao Immortal has many avatars. Even if his strength has decreased a lot, he is still a peak stage immortal state warrior. But Saintus? White Tiger looked over in disbelief. Chapter 127. The Essence Clone entered Mo Yushi's body in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan also removed his finger from Mo Yushi's forehead. Mo Yushi slowly opened her eyes and blushed. At the same time, her gaze towards Yin Chuan was filled with a trace of tenderness. Quickly retrieve the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus, Yin Chuan said gently. And Mo Yushi replied. The 8 treasures god box covered the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Boom! The lid was slammed shut. The black gas in the surroundings suddenly lost its source and slowly dissipated. Grabbing the 8 treasures god box, Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. It wasn't just Mo Yushi. At this moment, as long as one wasn't fighting in the sky, their eyes were all focused on Mo Yushi's 8 treasures god box. 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Yang Zigu excitedly reached out to grab it. However, Yin Chuan opened his painting and covered the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus with the iron jade essence. Whoosh! The iron jade essence was placed into the painting. Yin Chuan quickly kept the painting. At this moment, everyone was staring at the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Naturally, no one noticed Yin Chuan's actions. Why can't I keep it? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Saintus, what's wrong? Qing Long immediately asked. Yushi, let me see. Yang Zigu reached out to grab it. Mo Yushi looked at Yang Zigu strangely and actually let go of the box. Good. Yang Zigu grabbed the 8 treasures god box excitedly. What's wrong? Yin Chuan looked towards Mo Yushi. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is too intelligent. I can't store it in my storage space. Mo Yushi frowned. So, intelligent? Then wouldn't we have to bring the box back? Yin Chuan said worriedly. And Mo Yushi nodded. Fine, do as I said. Yin Chuan frowned. All right, Mo Yushi replied. Yang Zigu, we've got it. Let's go. Mo Yushi said to Yang Zigu. Good. It's just a pity that this thing can't be stored in the storage space. Yang Zigu said regretfully. Go. Mo Yushi, Yang Zigu, Qing Long, and the White Tiger soared into the sky, rushing towards the outside of the array. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Stop. Suddenly, a large number of experts surrounded them to fight for the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Just as they were in the air, Mo Yushi and the others were surrounded by 20 immortal state warriors, and dozens of Qi realm warriors were waiting for them. In the blink of an eye, they had nowhere to run. Yang Zigu, protect the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. I, Qing Long, and the White Tiger will do our best to protect you. Mo Yushi shouted. Okay. Yang Zigu stuttered. Xing. 20 immortal state warriors and dozens of Qi state warriors pulled out their weapons and stared at Yang Zhijiu with bloodshot eyes. Their murderous intent surged toward him. This. Yang Zigu looked at the scene in shock. Yushi, you should take it. Take it, Yang Zigu said fearfully. Although Yang Zigu wanted the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus, it was too dangerous. The dozens of immortal state experts were only targeting him. No matter how powerful the 3 immortal state experts were, they couldn't protect him. Yang Zigu wanted to spread the news of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus as soon as possible. Okay, Mo Yushi smiled cunningly. At the same time, she looked at Yin Chuan gratefully. This was because Yin Chuan had already predicted this scene a few days ago. As expected, Yang Zigu didn't dare to keep the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus for himself. She had no one to blame but herself for giving it back. Little girl, you don't deserve the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Hand it over, one of the immortal state warriors said coldly. The crowd was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Mo Yushi's heart was unusually calm. She was waiting for Yin Chuan's next move. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky and said to Hua Guang, It's time. Hua Guang, use your dragon chi to destroy this array. Yes. Chapter 128. Dragon Chi Explode. Hua Guang shouted. Boom! The four golden dragon, Chi controlled by Hua Guang, suddenly exploded. The explosion shook the surroundings. The four dragons exploded and turned into countless fragments. The four dragons were the amalgamation of the Earth's dragon veins. The explosion of the four dragons caused the Earth to shake. Ka. Huge trenches appeared one after another. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and rivers flowed in reverse. The entire space of the formation had undergone earth-shaking changes. Be careful. Not good. The sound of Jiaohu came from all directions. Where Yin Chuan's army was, the ground was also shaking uncontrollably. The 3,000 soldiers swayed and found it difficult to stand firm. A huge earth trench appeared under the feet of the 3,000 soldiers. Rose Finch opened his eyes wide. Boom! Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise quickly attacked the mountainous region beside them to fill up the trench. Large amounts of mountain rocks shot over from all directions. Jiao Jiansheng wielded his sword and blocked wave after wave of mountain rocks for the 3,000 soldiers. Although the 3,000 soldiers swayed, they did not suffer any serious injuries in front of the three experts. Boom! A huge sound came from the sky. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. A huge crack appeared. The array is broken. Yin Chuan looked at the sky with satisfaction. The moment the four dragons exploded, almost all the experts stopped and prepared for any accidents. The golden dragon exploded, the array collapsed, and the earth shook. Dust, dragon chi, and fog turned the interior of the array turbid, greatly limiting one's vision. Little girl, hand over the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. The godly realm expert quickly recovered. He once again approached Mo Yushi. You want it? Come and take it. Mo Yushi laughed. Oof. That person rushed forward. Qing Long seal. White tiger seal. Boom. The two of them attacked at the same time and repelled the god realm expert. Let's go together. Whoever gets it will get it. That person shouted. All right. Everyone pressed forward. Yang Zigu had a worried look on his face. Qing Long and White Tiger were on standby. Screech. A crane's cry pierced through the sky. The surroundings were extremely turbid. The battle did not stop, and the rumbling did not stop. Not many people paid attention to this crane cry. Only a few people saw a white crane swoop down from outside the formation. He went straight into the turbid formation. Screech. Little here, I'm here. Mo Yushi called out. Screech. The red-crowned crane swooped down excitedly and arrived in front of the group of experts in the blink of an eye. Not good. Quick, attack together. An expert exclaimed. Xing. Dot. Stay. 7 or 8 experts attacked at the same time. The swords, sabers, and treasures in their hands all struck towards Mo Yushi. Just as Mo Yushi was about to be buried in the group attack, a white light flashed past. Whoosh! Mo Yushi disappeared. Where did he go? Someone exclaimed. Above. Another person shouted. Everyone looked up and saw Mo Yushi standing on the red-crowned crane and breaking through the clouds. Everyone, we'll meet again. Mo Yushi laughed. Bastard, stop right there. Stop. Leave the 10,000 wonders bewitching lotus. The 20-god realm experts almost went crazy. The meat in their mouths flew away, just like that. Who could accept that? Chapter 129. Chase. Dozens of experts soared into the sky and chased after the crane. However, when the experts flew out of the array and into the sky, Missouri Yushi and the crane had already become a small dot in the sky. Even if the deity realm experts could soar through the sky, how could they be faster than the crane that specialized in flight? The crane flapped its wings and left all the deity realm experts behind. Bastard! Roar! Above the broken array, angry roars could be heard. They were venting their endless frustrations. On the horizon, Mou, she hugged the box containing the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. She turned her head and looked at the array in the distance that was filled with smoke and dust. Her expression was one of pride and concern. Screech! Screech! The crane cried out excitedly. Okay, I know. Little crane, you have done the most this time. Mou, she patted the crane's head lovingly. Screech! The crane was proud. This time, I really have to thank him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have thought of sending you a message in the array. You wouldn't have received my signal, and you wouldn't have been able to cooperate with me when breaking the array. Mou, she said with a smile. Screech? Screech? Him? That's him. Prince Yin. Mou, she said with a slightly red face. Screech? This time, the snatching of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus was actually his plan. I finally got it. I finally got the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Mou, she said happily. Screech? We are not waiting for Qing Long and the others. He said that the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is definitely not ordinary. The 8 Treasure Divine box might not be able to seal it for too long. He wants me to return to the sacred grounds first and hand the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus to Mohina Dojin. Wait, let's go to his bamboo house first. I will leave a message for Qing Long and the others. Mou, she said after some thought. Screech! The crane flapped its wings and flew towards Yin Chuan's bamboo house. The formation was broken. Draconic chi wreaked havoc, and the inside of the formation was extremely turbid. Master Immortal Damiao was fighting alone. Suddenly, his body stopped moving and regrouped into one. Master Immortal Damiao had fought against half of the experts by himself, so no one dared to underestimate him. Standing at the center of the world-suppressing stone, Immortal Master Damiao looked up at the sky. Ha ha, heaven's will. This is the will of the heavens. Immortal Master Damiao said with a sorrowful expression. We've already lost the myriad wonders demonic lotus. Don't be so stubborn, Immortal Master Damiao. King Yimu advised. Master Immortal Damiao suddenly turned to look at King Yimu. His eyes were cold as ice, and then he swept his gaze over the crowd. My mission has come to an end. The formation has been broken, and I will be destroyed. However, everyone here, remember this. In the future, the calamity of the world will be your calamity. You are the ones who made the world live in fire and water. Immortal Master Damiao shouted. You're just trying to scare us. Another expert shouted. At this point, the experts who had been fighting for the myriad profundity demonic lotus had also surrounded Master Immortal Damiao. Master Immortal Damiao looked at the crowd with hatred and waved his hand. Explode. Master Immortal Damiao shouted. Hong. The remaining 4 golden dragons suddenly exploded. Rumble. The explosion was even more intense. The entire feng shui formation was shattered and the ground shook. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The formation was completely broken, and Master Immortal Damiao's figure slowly faded away. However, even though he was about to be destroyed, his eyes were still fixed on everyone. On the other side, Chapter 130. After Mou, she escaped. Qing Long and White Tiger landed with an unwilling Yang Zigu. Prince Yin, let's go. Qing Long shouted. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Huoguang, now that the formation is broken, your control over the dragon aura should be getting weaker and weaker, right? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, after the explosion. It's less than 1/100th, and it's getting weaker and weaker. Huoguang nodded. All right, it's the final moment. Control as much as you can. Try your best to control the dragon aura and infuse it into your army. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Huoguang replied. Rumble. A large amount of dragon aura fragments suddenly rushed towards the 3,000 silver armors. Roar, roar, roar. The fragments seemed to have turned into miniature golden dragons. There were tens of thousands of them, and they rushed towards the 3,000 silver armors. Open your mouth and swallow. Yin Chuan shouted at the 3,000 silver armors. Yes, the 3,000 silver armors replied. Roar, They opened their mouths and shot out golden dragons. The 3,000 silver armors opened their mouths and swallowed the golden dragons. In an instant, the 3,000 silver armors glowed with golden light. Dragon aura. Entering the body? Huh. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes lit up. Zhu Jiansheng reached out and took out his wine gourd. He opened the gourd and started sucking in the dragon aura rushing towards him. Qing Long, White Tiger, Rose Finch, Xuanwu, and Yang Ziga didn't seem to care about the dragon aura. All right, time to go. Yang Ziga was full of resentment. After half a day, the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus was still taken by Mo Yushi. How depressing. Rumble. The battle above for the world suppressing stone was getting more intense. Let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. Qing Long and White Tiger led the way. Escorting Yin Chuan's group, they quickly approached the 3,000 soldiers. Lord, the 3,000 soldiers shouted excitedly. Junior brother Yin Chuan, you're awesome. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. We're leaving. What about you? Yin Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng. Let's go, let's go. Although I hate that Shinkuan Kuroha, I really can't beat him now. His 4 in 9 heavenly tribulation is about to end. Moreover, if I stayed, would I be able to compete with dozens of immortal state warriors for the world-suppressing stone? That's courting death. I'm already very satisfied with this dragon chi. Let's go, let's go. Zhu Jiansheng said with a smile. Let's go. Yin Chuan nodded. Rose Finch, Xuanwu lead the way. Qing Long shouted. Okay. The two of them answered. Rumble. Amidst the shaking earth and rolling dust, Yin Chuan's group quickly walked out of the broken formation. Rumble. Rumble. The 3,000 soldiers were weak, but they were escorted by a group of powerhouses. Although the journey was dangerous, not many people were injured. 2 hours later, everyone was outside the formation. Outside the formation, the surrounding mountains and rivers had collapsed. Apparently, they were affected by the formation. Behind them, dust rose into the sky. Streams of light shot out from the formation. The powerhouses were fighting nonstop. The world-suppressing stone was now a must-have item. Let's go to my place and wait for Mr. Monroe. Maybe Miss Mo is still there. Yin Chuan said. Yeah. Yang Zigu's eyes lit up. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. When they came, the silver-armored soldiers were at LV4 or 5 of the Power Realm. When they left, they were at least at LV7. They even swallowed Dragon Chi, so their cultivation would definitely improve. Their speed was much faster. 5 days later, everyone returned to the bamboo house. Yushi, Yang Ziga looked around. Lord, there are words left by Miss Mo at the door of your master bedroom. Lu Jin immediately went forward. Oh, everyone quickly walked to the door of Yin Chuan's master bedroom. There was a piece of paper on the door. There was a line of beautiful words written on it. Qing Long, White Tiger, Rose Finch, Xuanwu, I've returned to the Dazhao, sacred ground. Stay here and protect Prince Yin. Wait for my news. It's the saint's words. Qing Long took the paper and said with certainty. Chapter 131. Qing Long, White Tiger, Rose Finch, Xuanwu, I have returned to the Dazhao Holy Land. You stay here and protect Prince Yin. Wait for my news. It's the saint's handwriting. Qing Long took the paper and confirmed. Huh. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. There were signs that the door of the bamboo house had been opened. Wait for me outside, Yin Chuan said. With that, Yin Chuan walked into the bamboo house alone. On the bamboo table, there was another letter. There was no signature, but Yin Chuan knew that Mo Yushi must have left it for him. Yin Chuan opened the letter and read it. I came out this time with 300 high-grade spirit stones. I put them in the box under your bed. I don't mean anything else. You must accept them. You brought 3,000 subordinates with you. Your burden will be heavier in the future. Take these as snacks for them. Don't refuse. See you again. Looking at the letter, Yin Chuan did not know why, but he suddenly smiled. Yin Chuan gently put away the letter and came out again. Yushi really left? Yang Zigu also came back, looking depressed. The saint has gone back. Qing Long nodded. On the other side, Zhu Jiansheng sat on a tree, drinking wine from his gourd with a face full of enjoyment. Whoosh! A white light suddenly shot from the distant sky. Boom! A strong wind blew, and dust rose. Mr. Monroe had returned. Mr. Monroe's clothes were slightly tattered, but he still looked calm. Wenruo, how is it? Yang Zigu asked immediately. The stone of suppression was broken. I was lucky to have a piece. Mr. Monroe smiled with satisfaction. The stone of suppression was a top-grade material for refining fairy equipment. Anyone who had it would be satisfied. Oh, how is Shin Kuin Kuroha? Him? His will of the stars was snatched by Huaguang. He had just reached the emptiness realm and was in a weak state. Because he had reached the emptiness realm, he became the target of everyone. Although he managed to snatch a large fragment of the suppressing world stone, he also paid a heavy price. He will have to cultivate in seclusion for a few years. Mr. Monroe laughed, and Yin Chuan nodded. Where is Saintess Yushi? Mr. Monroe asked. Her? Let's go back. Yang Zigu said gloomily. That's right. It's better to head back early in case anything happens. Mr. Monroe nodded. Yeah, since that's the case, let's go back too. Yang Zigu said helplessly. Okay. Mr. Monroe nodded. Qinglong, let's go. Mr. Monroe looked at Qinglong and the others. Qinglong was about to say something, but Yin Chuan interrupted him. Go, let's go back with them. Yin Chuan looked at the four of them and said, but Prince Yin. Qinglong was confused. One had to know that Mo Yushi had personally left a letter for the four of them to protect Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Qinglong and smiled. You don't have to worry about me for now. She just got the infinite wonder demon lotus. She will definitely cause a sensation when she goes back. You guys should go back early to help Miss Mo. But how are we going to explain this to her when we go back? Qinglong was in a dilemma. Just tell her that I said so. She won't make things difficult for you guys. Yin Chuan said firmly. Looking at Yin Chuan, Qinglong and the others nodded gratefully. The four of them could see that Yin Chuan was sincerely doing this for the Saintess. Yes. The four of them bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. Mr. Monroe and Yang Zigu looked at this scene with slight confusion, but they didn't ask anything in the end. Chapter 132. Mr. Monroe took out a small boat, and the four of them stepped onto it. They soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Junior brother Yin, you're really something. Zhu Jiansheng suddenly jumped down from the tree. After everyone left, Zhu Jiansheng could finally catch up with Yin Chuan. Thank you, Zhu Jiansheng. Let's wait until we reach the Day sect. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, that's fine too. Zhu Jiansheng nodded and did not mind. Thank you again for protecting our army in the Feng Shui formation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. I also received a batch of dragon energy because of that. Moreover, I owe your father a debt of gratitude. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Zhu Jiansheng smiled. Yin Chuan will remember that. Yin Chuan nodded. When you turn 18, I'll apply to come and pick you up. Zhu Jiansheng smiled. That's great, but I won't be here by then. You can go to Yinjing. Yin Chuan said. Okay, is there anything else you need my help with? Zhu Jiansheng nodded. Yes, there's something I need to trouble you with. I knew it. Zhu Jiansheng laughed. Huaguang, go and bring the box under my bed. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Huaguang replied. Soon, Huaguang carried a big box to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and opened it, revealing 300 crystals that were surrounded by mist. High-grade spiritual stones? That's not right. Your father didn't give you anything. How'd you get them? Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. Do my things have to come from my father? Yin Chuan laughed. I was wrong. Yin Chuan, why did you take these spiritual stones? Zhu Jiansheng laughed. I haven't entered the cultivation world yet. I'll have to trouble you to use the 300 high-grade spiritual stones to buy some things for me. Yin Chuan laughed. 3,000 heaven-shocking bows, 100,000 sun-shooting arrows, and 3,000 sky-splitting spears. Yin Chuan said. So many. Zhu Jiansheng said. Heaven-shocking bow, shooting sun arrows, and sky-piercing spear were extremely famous but in the cultivation world, they were only basic weapons. Of course, in a mortal world, they were divine weapons. What? Not enough spiritual stones? Yin Chuan asked. It's enough, but you're spending too much. 3,000? 100,000? An ordinary shop wouldn't be able to gather all of them. Zhu Jianxing laughed bitterly. That's why I'm troubling you. Yin Chuan laughed. All right, forget it. I'll run a few more places. Zhu Jianxing nodded. Thank you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. It's fine. It's not like I'm spending my money anyway. Zhu Jianxing said straightforwardly. Spend as much as you want. Yin Chuan laughed. Since that's the case, I won't delay any longer. Let's go. Zhu Jianxing picked up a box of spiritual stones and bid farewell. Yin Chuan nodded. After sending off Zhu Jianxing, Yin Chuan looked at Hua Guang and Lu Jin. Did you hear what I said just now? Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. Yes, thank you, Lord. If the soldiers knew, they would definitely go crazy with joy. Hua Guang laughed. Heaven-shocking bow, sun shooting arrows, sky splitting spears. It was obviously a cultivator's magic treasure. 3,000, 100,000, 3,000? It was obvious that it was for the First Legion. A few days ago, everyone swallowed a strand of dragon chi. Digest it well, and use it to break through again. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lord, don't worry. As soon as those little bastards came back, they went to sit cross-legged and cultivate. I don't have to say that they're all very sneaky. Hua Guang laughed. That's good. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 133. I may need to go into seclusion for a while. I'll give you 3 months to bring back 3,000 Hanshua horses. Yin Chuan ordered. Hanshua horses? Only the Zhao army's camp nearby has them. Moreover, there shouldn't be more than 4,000 of them in the entire camp. Lu Jin said after thinking for a while. Yes, Lord. Don't worry. I'll get them for you. Hua Guang promised. With regards to whatever Zhao family army, Hua Guang could already completely ignore them. This arrogance was exactly what Yin Chuan wanted. Lu Jin. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Jin. Yes. After the dragon chi has been digested, I believe that everyone's cultivation will have reached LV8 of the power realm and above. The silver armor won't have any effect on them anymore. Use some funds to buy new uniforms. Yin Chuan said. Uniforms? What uniforms? Lu Jin was confused. Good clothes for good horses. Find the best tailors to make the most gorgeous robes. We'll be returning to the capital soon. Of course, we'll have good clothes and good horses. Yin Chuan soldiers are the best in all aspects. Yin Chuan said proudly. Yes. Lu Jin said respectfully. Okay, for the time being, you'll stay in the camp. Don't come near the bamboo house for the time being, Yin Chuan said. Yes. The two answered. The two left. White fog surrounded the bamboo house. Yin Chuan had activated the formation again. Back in his room, Yin Chuan took out the scroll. In the scroll, Yin Chuan took out the iron jade essence. Bang! As soon as the iron jade essence was taken out, it emitted a lot of black chi and rushed in all directions. The inside of the formation was immediately dyed black. This 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. What a heavy, evil aura. To think that even the essence of iron jade would be tainted with such a heavy, evil aura. Yin Chuan exclaimed. He looked at the iron jade essence that was wreaking havoc with evil energy. Yin Chuan frowned. Iron jade essence, a weapon of utmost purity. Since it has been tainted with such a heavy, evil aura, it must have undergone some internal changes. Should I use it to refine weapons? Yin Chuan walked around the iron jade essence. Phew, evil aura? So what if it was evil energy? There's no sword that I can't handle. Yin Chuan glared. After calming down, Yin Chuan immediately took out the brush, Dream Immortal. Yin Chuan dipped the Dream Immortal in ink and began to write on the iron jade essence. Fire, fire, fire. As the word fire was written one after another, Yin Chuan's eyes became more and more resolute. With the increase in his cultivation, Yin Chuan was gradually able to withstand the cleansing of the origin chi of heaven and earth. The cleansing of the origin chi was beneficial to cultivation. Similarly, with the increase in the quality of the brush, the origin chi would no longer destroy the brush. Instead, it would nourish the brush again and again. Fire, fire, fire. The surroundings of the words were completely red. Yin Chuan had written a total of 108 fire words. Bam! Outside of the iron jade essence. It was as if there was a raging fire that was fiercely burning the iron jade essence. He sat cross-legged, facing the iron jade essence. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. The golden dragon of will erupted once again, facing the raging flames of the iron jade essence. It began to swallow and spit out Yin Chuan's will flames. Rumble. The iron jade essence was constantly being refined by Yin Chuan. A month later, Zhu Jiansheng returned once again, accompanied by a few servants. He brought a large number of military equipment. Heaven-shocking bow, sun-shooting arrow, sky-piercing spear. Senior, the Lord is in seclusion. He told us not to disturb him. Why don't you wait a little longer? Lu Jin said politely. There's no need. Just send the things over. All right, I'll give them to you together with 20 high-grade spirit stones. In a few months, we'll meet in Beijing, Zhu Jiansheng said casually. All right, thank you, Senior. Lu Jin said politely. After sending off Zhu Jiansheng, a group of soldiers surrounded him. Sir, these are immortal treasures? The soldiers' eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 134. After sending off Zhu Jiansheng, a group of soldiers surrounded him. Sir, these are immortal treasures. The eyes of the soldiers lit up as they spoke. The heaven-shocking bow was made of purple gold, and there were countless exquisite runes on it. The sun-shooting arrow was as sharp as a divine weapon. The heaven-breaking spear felt warm in his hand, as if it had become one with his body. Sir, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. A young general said anxiously. All right. Huo Guang was also extremely happy. Everyone was in the barracks, and when Zhu Jiansheng brought over the treasures, everyone excitedly surrounded them. All of them stared at the sharp weapons. Huo Guang said, all right, I'll do it. I'll do it, huh? He grabbed the heaven-shocking bow and pulled a hard. Buzz, buzz. The bowstring was only a third of the way open. Pull it, the general said excitedly. However, the soldier's face was flushed red, and he couldn't pull it open no matter what. Bang! His hand loosened, and the bowstring trembled violently. Li San, a woman's strength is greater than her strength. She can't even pull the bow properly. Everyone laughed. I tried my best. Li San's face turned red. Let me try. Huo Guang shouted. Huo Guang took the heaven-shocking bow and pulled it fiercely. Open. Huo Guang's eyes widened, the veins on his hands bulged, and the bow was not even fully pulled. Open for me. Huo Guang shouted once again. Rumble. The heaven-shocking bow was barely pulled into a full moon. This, so powerful. All the soldiers were shocked. Huo Guang was currently at the essence realm. With such strength, he could only pull it into a full moon. Good bow. Help me pass the sun-shooting arrow, I'll try. Huo Guang said excitedly. All right. Li San immediately placed the sun-shooting arrow on Huo Guang. Sir, shoot there, the giant Wudong tree halfway up the mountain. A young general shouted. Isn't that too far? It's at least 4 or 5 li. Li San said with a frown. Right there, Huo Guang said with certainty. Huo Guang narrowed his eyes at the giant parasol tree 4 to 5 li away. After taking aim, he loosened his grip. Swish! When the shooting sun arrow appeared, the runes on the arrow suddenly emitted a golden light. It instantly shot into the distance like a golden beam of light. Boom! A loud sound came from afar. All the soldiers were petrified. That's a huge tree. It's at least as thick as 10 people's waists. How did it break with just one arrow? That's 4 miles away. Oh my God, is this an arrow? The soldiers were incomparably shocked. Go and retrieve the arrow, Huo Guang said excitedly. Yes. The 3 young generals quickly shot into the distance. It didn't take long for them to reach halfway up the mountain. However, After the three young generals moved the tree away, they couldn't find the arrow. What are Li San and the others doing? They're digging for rocks? Aren't they looking for arrows? What are they dawdling for? After a long while, the three of them returned. Li San, what are you doing? Someone asked anxiously. Sir, it's a divine arrow. It broke a big tree and even shot into a big rock. We had to dig for a long time before we could find it. Li San said excitedly. What? Such a strong force. It shot into the big rock. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the heaven-shocking bow with red eyes. Ha ha, good bow. Good bow, Hua Guang said excitedly. Sir, do you want to play with your brothers? A young general rubbed his palms and laughed. Chapter 135. Get out of here. Even if I give it to you now, you won't be able to use it. In a month's time, whoever reaches LV9 of the Power Realm will come to me for a weapon. Hua Guang scolded jokingly. Yes, yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Damn it. Practice hard. The Lord has given us a task. We'll do it in a month's time. If anyone dares to screw up, I'll skin him alive. Hua Guang shouted. Sir, don't worry. For this treasure, even if I don't eat or sleep, I'll make it in a month's time. Moreover, isn't the Lord's task easy? We can get it now. A young soldier said with a smile. Get out of here. Go and practice first. Hua Guang said with a smile. Okay. The soldiers immediately went to practice in full swing. In the bamboo house, Yin Chuan used his will, calligraphy, and mind to refine the iron jade essence. He had been refining it for a few months. When he was hungry, he would eat the demonic beast meat that Lu Jin had left behind. He had been constantly using his primordial qi to cleanse it. After 3 months, Yin Chuan had lost a lot of weight and looked a little haggard. However, the golden dragons did not stop refining the iron jade essence. The evil aura of the infinite wonders demonic lotus was everywhere. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. LV9 of the Power Realm? That's good. The cleansing of the heavens' primordial qi should have reached LV9. Yin Chuan said casually. In front of Yin Chuan, a ball of flame floated in the air. The golden dragon was circling the flame. Within the flame was the iron jade essence. However, its form had changed drastically. A long sword floated in the flame. The sword was 4 feet 9 inches long, 5 inches wide, and 3 inches thick. It was faintly black in color. Condense. Puff. Yin Chuan forced out a mouthful of blood and spat it on the sword. Buzz, buzz. The long sword vibrated slightly. Following the vibration, the countless bamboos in the bamboo forest outside the bamboo house trembled violently. It was as if they were cheering for the birth of a new sword. You were refined from the essence of iron jade, the supreme jade sword. My second sword, the Son of Heaven, was given the name Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor's sword. Yin Chuan shouted. Buzz! The words Jade Emperor slowly appeared on the sword. Swish! The surrounding black gas, evil aura, flames, and blood were all absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword. The golden dragon was exhausted and transferred into Yin Chuan's body. The Jade Emperor's sword slowly descended from the sky. It fell into the hands of Yin Chuan. He stroked the Jade King's sword. The Jade King sword trembled as if it was happy about its birth. Now, you're only made of excellent materials, but you're still far from the name of a divine sword. However, with my nourishment, you'll definitely be famous throughout the world. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Buzz! The Jade Emperor's sword trembled again and gradually calmed down. Yin Chuan placed the Jade Emperor's sword on his knees and took out a demon beast's heart. After swallowing it, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. A few months of sword practice. His mind was greatly exhausted. Another 20 days later. Bang! Yin Chuan opened the door of the bamboo house. He slowly walked out of the array and walked toward the barracks outside. Hiss! The sound of horses neighing could be heard everywhere. On the drill ground, many horses were galloping. Lord! Lu Jin stood nearby and immediately saw Yin Chuan. Lord! The soldiers also saw Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan carried a long sword on his back and stepped out. Everyone looked at him with respect. Hua Guang, who was instructing a few subordinates, also quickly ran over. Fergana horses? Yin Chuan looked at the batches of tall horses and said, "Yes, Lord. There are a total of 305 horses, and all of them are the strongest." Hua Guang confirmed. "All right," Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. "Lord, is this set of clothes for the soldiers all right?" Lu Jin asked. At this moment, the 3,000 soldiers were no longer wearing silver armor. Silver armor was no longer of any use to them at their cultivation level. Everyone was wearing a set of gorgeous purple-red brocade robes paired with a black cloak. They looked extremely bright and majestic. Not bad. Yin Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Also, heaven-shocking bow, sun-shooting arrows, and sky-splitting spear have all arrived 2.5 months ago. I have already distributed them to the soldiers. Hua Guang said excitedly. There's still an extra 20 spirit stones. Lu Jin was about to take out the spirit stones. I'll leave it with you, Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. Yes, Lu Jin replied. Lord, just yesterday, the last soldier officially reached LV9 of the Power Realm. Although our first legion is small in number, it is strong enough to fight against a country. Hua Guang said excitedly. Fine clothes, strong horses, immortal bows, and divine spears. The first legion is finally formed. Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. All thanks to the Lord. Long live the Lord. Hua Guang said respectfully. Long live the Lord. The 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison. At this moment, Yin Emperor was completely ignored by the 3,000 soldiers. At this moment, if Yin Chuan wanted to kill Yin Emperor, the 3,000 soldiers would not hesitate. Lord, the representatives of the 4 nations should have arrived in Yinjin, as I told you last time. They are gathering to discuss the 5 nations' affairs and to compete for territory. Lu Jin said seriously. Good. How can we miss the competition between the 5 nations? Rest for a night and have a good meal. Follow me to Yinjin tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Let's see how my Yin state is doing. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, the 3,000 soldiers replied. The next day, before the sun rose. Giddy up, giddy up. 3,000 Hanchua horses galloped along the way, stirring up thick clouds of dust. They were galloping toward Yinjin. Yin Chuan took the lead and was extremely arrogant. The eyes of the 3,000 soldiers glinted. The galloping horses were like a sharp sword, cutting through the dawn fog and shooting into the distance. 20 miles away from the galloping horses, 50,000 soldiers were heading toward them. On the commander's flag, there was a big Zhao character. The commander-in-chief had a gloomy face. Are you sure? The commander said with a gloomy face. I can't be wrong. The one who stole the Hanchua horses must be Hua Guang. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. 3,000 Hanchua horses, a young general said angrily. Umph. How dare he steal my horses? Today I will bring 50,000 soldiers and destroy his protector camp. I will kill that Yin Chuan as well. Commander Zhao said with a vicious look in his eyes. But didn't the patriarch forbid? The young general said worriedly. I will take responsibility for everything. Just kill them. Don't let a single one of them go. When the time comes, say that it was done by bandits. Who dares to tell on us? Zhao said coldly. Yes, my lord, you are wise. The young general agreed. Report. A scout rode toward them from afar. What's the matter? Zhao asked. 3,000 cavalrymen are running toward us from 10 miles away. The scout immediately reported. Cavalrymen? 3,000? It's Hua Guang. Ha! You don't want to take the path to heaven, but you want to barge into hell? Get into formation. Prepare to kill the enemy. Zhao said with a glare. Roar! The 50,000 soldiers replied. Chapter 136. Giddy up. Yin Chuan took the lead. Dust and smoke rose into the air as his horse galloped. The 3,000 soldiers followed closely behind without stopping for a moment. The Hanchua horses were astonishingly fast. In a few hours, they were already 100 miles away. Yin Chuan's horse galloped over a small hill. With his sharp eyes, he immediately saw the billowing dust in the distance. "Stop!" Yin Chuan shouted. "Shill! Shill!" The 3,000 soldiers immediately pulled on the reins. The horses neighed and stopped in their tracks. The 3,000 soldiers were all at least LV9 of the power realm. Naturally, they suppressed the Fergana horses into obedience. Therefore, the horses were extremely well behaved and did not make any noise. On the hill, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. On his left and right were Huoguang and Lu Jin. "Lord, is there an ambush ahead?" Lu Jin said in a deep voice. "That old bastard Zhao Qua, the younger brother of Patriarch Zhao. I requisitioned his Hanchua horses. How dare he lead 50,000 elite soldiers here?" Huoguang said coldly. "Huoguang, go and talk to him. Tell him to get out of the way." Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Yes," Huoguang replied. "Giddy up." Huoguang rode his horse and galloped straight ahead. Zhao Kui saw the lone horse approaching from afar. "Stop!" Zhao Kui shouted. The 50,000 soldiers stopped immediately. They got into formation and faced the lone horse that was galloping from afar. "Sir, look at that hill. The leader should be Yin Chuan." One of the soldiers pointed into the distance. "It's Huoguang. He's coming alone. How dare he? Where's their silver armor? Why are they wearing such luxurious robes?" The soldiers around Zhao Kui discussed among themselves. Zhao Kui stared at Huoguang, who was galloping toward him. "Shoo!" Huoguang stopped in front of the army. "Zhao Kui, the Lord wants to pass through here. Get out of the way." Huoguang shouted. "Humph! Huoguang, you injure my subordinates and stole my Hanchua horses. How dare you come to see me before I even look for you?" Zhao Kui said coldly. "Robber? Bah! Are the Fergana horses yours, Zhao Kui?" The imperial family of the Great Yin dynasty has been cultivating these resources for generations. Due to the military situation in various regions, some of them were allocated to your military camp. If the Lord wants to use them, he can take them at any time. How do they become your Zhao Kui's? Huoguang shouted. "Humph. Since it's in my camp, it's mine." Zhao Kui glared at Zhang Xian. "Your military camp does not belong to Great Yin? Are you not under the jurisdiction of the Lord and the Yin Emperor?" Huoguang shouted. "Did you just make your debut? My Zhao army only belongs to the Zhao family. No one else belongs to us." Zhao Kui shouted. "How dare you?" Huoguang glared at Zhao Kui and shouted. "Shoo! Shoo!" As soon as he shouted, the horses of Zhao Kui's army immediately became restless. Some of the soldiers looked at Huoguang with a changed expression. "Zhao Kui, do you know how treacherous your words are? Are you trying to rebel on behalf of your Zhao family?" Huoguang shouted. "Rebel? Humph! Today, I will kill all of you. None of you will be spared. What bullshit protector camp? What bullshit emperor's equal? All of you will die." Zhao Kui was enraged. "You dare to rebel?" Huoguang glared at Zhao Kui, his anger rising. "So what if I'm rebelling? If you die, who will know? Who dares to report me?" "Ha ha ha," Zhao Kui said arrogantly. Zhao Kui's insolence had stirred up the courage of the soldiers as well. "Ha ha ha." Chapter 137. Ha ha ha. The soldiers of the Zhao family army shouted in agreement. Just as the Zhao family army was being arrogant, a voice came from afar. "All lands under the heavens belong to the king, and all lands belong to the king. Those who rebel against the king shall be executed." The voice was powerful and dignified. Even though it was just one person's voice, it suppressed the mocking laughter of the 50,000 soldiers. The crowd stopped laughing. They looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was the young man on horseback. Yin Chuan. Zhao Kui looked in disdain. Yin Chuan was holding a longbow in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and aimed it at Zhao Kui. "Ha ha ha, my lord, that Yin Chuan must be crazy. It's at least 2 li from here to his mountain. How can he pull the bowstring and aim it at you?" A soldier laughed. Yes, there must be something wrong with his head. My lord, our 50,000 soldiers are making a mountain out of a molehill. The soldiers roared with laughter. For some reason, Zhao Kuo's hair stood on end. He felt a great sense of danger. How can this be? Zhao Kuo looked at the longbow in confusion. The longbow in Yin Chuan's hand was pulled more and more until it was a full moon. Lord, your arm is strong, Huo Guang praised. The first time Huo Guang pulled the bow, he only pulled it to a full moon. Quick attack! Zhao Kuo shouted anxiously. Xiao! In the distance, Yin Chuan loosened his fingers. The shooting sun arrow turned into a golden ray of light and shot toward Zhao Kuo. Xiao! It was so fast that it made an ear-piercing sound. Protect the king! Protect the king! Zhao Kuo shouted. Huff! 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 The 15 soldiers quickly formed a human wall in front of Zhao Kuo. Pong! The shooting sun arrow crossed the distance of 2 li and appeared in the middle of the army. Boom! The front of the human wall exploded with a loud bang. The powerful explosive force of the shooting sun arrows instantly blew up the first 3 soldiers and pierced through the 4th soldier. Protect the emperor, protect! Do! Zhao Kuo panicked. Before he could finish his words, the shooting sun arrow nailed into his head. An arrow pierced through. Pala! Zhao Kuo fell off his horse. This scene scared all the surrounding soldiers silly. The commander-in-chief was dead? He died just like that. That was 2 miles away. How could Yin Chuan's arrow shoot so far? Impossible. However, that wasn't the most frightening part. The most frightening part was the fact that the 12 soldiers had all fallen to the ground. A single arrow had pierced through 15 soldiers. How could it kill Zhao Kuo? No, this can't be true. A young general exclaimed in shock. The commander was shot dead, and the army was in an uproar. In the distance, Yin Chuan handed the longbow to Lu Jin. A look of indifference. Kill them all. Avenge the Grand Marshal, a young general shouted. Xiao! Another ray of light shot over. Boom! That young general was blasted apart. It was a soldier behind Yin Chuan. Although he couldn't fully draw the bowstring, he could still shoot from 2 li away. Behind Yin Chuan, 7 or 8 archers drew the bowstrings. The arrow shot toward the army of 50,000. The army of 50,000 and dozens of young generals were stunned. They didn't dare to move. They looked into the distance in shock and fear. Scram to the sides and get out of the way, Huo Guang shouted. Chapter 138. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 50,000 soldiers moved to the side. Now that their commander was dead, no one dared to step forward. Hiya! 3,000 Jin soldiers rode toward them from afar. When they got close, Yin Chuan pulled the reins and the horses stopped again. 2 Jin soldiers quickly retrieved the shooting sun arrows. Sitting on his tall horse, Yin Chuan glanced at the young soldiers around Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo offended his superiors and was executed by me. Go back and tell Lord Zhao that the Yin dynasty still belongs to the Yin dynasty. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes, yes. The soldiers said in fear. Let's go. Yin Chuan shouted. Hiya! 3,000 Jin soldiers rode away on their horses, stirring up a cloud of dust. No one dared to stop them. Looking at the 3,000 Jin soldiers leaving, one of the soldiers said, We have 50,000 soldiers. Why? That's a Dharma treasure. Do you want to die? The commander was killed by an arrow. Who would die without an order? Then what should we do? Report to the patriarch. Report everything that happened just now to the patriarch. The 3,000 Jin soldiers went straight to Yanjin. They met many city guards on the way, but no one dared to stop them after they showed their identities. 8 days later, they finally arrived at Yanjing under the powerful speed of the Fergana horse. Yin Chuan stopped his horse and looked at the city gate. The words, Yanjin, were carved on the gate. However, the city gate was closed. Who are you? How dare you break into Yanjin? A guard on the gate shouted. Bastard! The emperor is here. Hurry up and greet him. Lu Jin glared at him. Emperor equal to the emperor? The faces of the guards on the city gate tower changed. Lord, the people outside the city said that he is the emperor. The guards bowed to a general who came in a hurry. The emperor? The general's face changed. General Lin, do you recognize me? Huoguang? Huoguang asked the general. Huoguang, aren't you? The general's expression changed. Cut the crap. The emperor is here. Hurry up and open the city gates. You actually closed the gates when you saw us coming. Do you think we're rebels? Huoguang shouted. General Lin wiped his sweat and said to Yin Chuan, Your humble servant greets the Lord. Has the five-nation talk started? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. Yes, in the imperial city drill ground. General Lin replied immediately. Then hurry up and open the door. Huoguang shouted. Lord, please wait for a moment. I will report this to His Majesty. Bastard, how dare you stop the Lord? Huoguang glared at him. Huoguang, break the door. Let's go in, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Understood, Huoguang replied. Huoguang took the lead. The sky splitter spear in his hand suddenly emitted a silver light. Hong! The city gate was blasted open, and the entire city tower shook violently. The soldiers on the city wall were shaken to the point of staggering. Hiya! Yin Chuan took the lead and rode his horse into the city. Giddy up! Giddy up! 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army followed closely behind. How is this possible? General Lin cried out in shock. General Hua, one shot. He broke the city gate with just one spear? 3,000 embroidered army. How tyrannical. Emperor equal to the emperor? The new emperor's equal is still the emperor's equal. Discussions broke out on the city gate tower. Emperor alongside the emperor is back. Emperor alongside the emperor is back. As the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army galloped on their horses, the news of the emperor's equal's return spread like a gust of wind across the entire Yinjing. All the major forces in Yinjing that were like a pool of stagnant water suddenly turned upside down. Countless people heard the news and moved. Chapter 139. Yinjing, in a luxurious mansion. A man in a luxurious robe passed through the corridors and rushed to a large hall. There were a few servants at the entrance of the hall, and they quickly surrounded him. Master, the person is already waiting in the main hall, but he's extremely arrogant. This lowly one, the leader of the servants reported. Shut up. Don't be rude. The man in the luxurious robe glared. Yes. The servant shivered and immediately stopped talking. Everyone leave. Don't disturb me and the guest. The man in the luxurious robe said. Yes. The servants quickly left. The man in the luxurious robe tidied his clothes and stepped into the hall. A white-clothed woman wearing a white veil and a bamboo hat sat in the hall. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but her figure was extremely voluptuous. Her breasts and buttocks were extremely feminine. However, she was dressed in simple and elegant white clothes, which made her look both elegant and seductive at the same time. It was very impactful. Although she didn't take off her bamboo hat, her appearance was enough to make countless men hot. Chongqing greets the eldest miss. The man in the luxurious robe didn't have a blasphemous expression, only respect. The woman held a cup of tea in her hand and put it down. Then, she gently took off her bamboo hat. When the bamboo hat was taken off, a beautiful face was revealed. Her skin was whiter than snow. Her eyebrows were thin like willows. Her lips were delicate. Her nose was exquisite, and her neck was slender. Coupled with the beauty mark under her left eye, she made people feel an inexplicable desire. However, her clear eyes were like an iceberg, blocking people from 1,000 miles away. This woman didn't say anything, but just her appearance showed the difference between ice and fire. Chongqing, in just a few years, you've already become the Prime Minister of the Yin State? Well done. The woman smiled faintly. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Even though Chongqing respected her, he was slightly stunned. Chongqing quickly lowered his head and blushed. He didn't dare to look at the woman. Eldest miss, you're too kind. It's just the mortal world's imperial court. I've been here for a few years already. How can I be mediocre? Chongqing said humbly. Mortal world? Father sent the few of you into the mortal world's imperial court to gather all kinds of information about the imperial court. How are you doing? The woman asked. Chongqing naturally wouldn't dare to forget what the headmaster instructed me to do. I've organized all kinds of information about the mortal world into a book so that First Miss can bring it back to the academy and hand it over to the headmaster, Chongqing said solemnly. That's good. The woman nodded in satisfaction. First Miss, will it be of any use to the academy if we enter the imperial court of the mortal world? Chongqing asked in confusion. The woman sighed softly. There are 4 great academies in the world. Although our Julu Academy dominates the entire world, the academy is ultimately just a foil to the other great sections. Our luck is saturated and we can't advance any further. Although no one dares to offend us, we still feel like we're living under someone else's roof. The Grand Assembly was, in fact, a wedding dress for others. Once the world is in chaos, the academy will be the first to bear the brunt. In order to protect himself, he had no choice but to strengthen himself. Father searched for ancient books all over the world and finally found a few words in an ancient book. The woman said in a deep voice, "An ancient book. That's right." Although it was just a few words, it gave Father a glimmer of hope. I hope that the few of you can find the hope of the academy's prosperity in the various imperial courts. The woman said solemnly. Don't worry, eldest Mississippi. We'll do our best, Chongqing said solemnly. Well, you've been in the Yin state for the past few days. What do you think of the Yin state? The woman asked curiously. Chapter 140. Chongqing thought for a while and said, I don't understand the intricacies of it. The imperial court has its own complexities. Take the Yin state, for example. There are all kinds of forces in the open, in the dark, and hidden. Oh, tell me about it. The woman smiled. The first is the Yin emperor. He's the leader of the country. The second is the Zhao family. They control 30% of the Yin state's military power. There are even some things that I can't see through. These 2 parties are the ones with the greatest authority and strength. Chongqing introduced. What else? The woman continued. The third party is an old man waiting to die. Oh, his name is Yifeng. He's the imperial tutor of 3 dynasties. He's very capable, but he's now a shriveled old man. He's 92 years old and not far from death. He's already retired. But this person has disciples and old friends all over the Yin state. His disciples and old friends are in all the major forces. Old friends. Although he doesn't have any power, he's very famous. Oh, old man? Yes. If he was still in the imperial court, how could I become the prime minister in such a short time? I've checked his information. He's a legend. When he was young, he was just a chess player. His talent was so strong that in 3 years, he defeated all the famous chess players in the Yin state. After that, he entered the imperial court and assisted 3 generations of emperors, doubling the territory of the Yin kingdom. At the age of 70, he resigned and retired. He did not allow his descendants to enter the imperial court and only allowed them to enter the business world. Under his guidance, he became the richest man in the Yin kingdom in just 10 years. Oh, he's very capable. He's very capable. Unfortunately, there's one thing that he can't change. What? Foundation. Yifeng's foundation is extremely poor. Even back then, Yin Tao of Yin country found pills from the cultivation world for him, but they couldn't increase his cultivation. His cultivation speed is as slow as a tortoise's, and his foundation is as rusty as copper. What a pity! What a pity! The woman nodded. Of course, there are also some small factions, small clans, and people with small reputations. I won't introduce them. The last person I want to introduce has a very special identity. The great Yin state's king, Yin Chuan. Chongqing said after some thought. Yin Chuan. That's right. This person was blessed by his father. His father used to be the emperor of the Yin state. Later on, he entered the world of cultivation. Now that he is dead, he inherited the title of nobility. His status is equal to that of the Yin Emperor. Unfortunately, he has no power or influence. All he has is the highest status. Chongqing said regretfully. You've seen this person before? No, but it puzzles me. He is 17 years old this year and lives in seclusion in the mountains. However, some time ago, he sent the corpse of the eldest son of the Zhao clan to the Yin Emperor. I don't know if it was intentional or not. It's hard to say. There are people you can't see through. Chongqing really doesn't dare to talk nonsense since I haven't seen him before. Chongqing laughed. Ta, 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 ta. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from outside. The sound seemed to come from the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. Huh? Chongqing frowned. What's wrong? First, young miss, today is the Five-Nation talk. Horse riding is prohibited in the city. However, this sound seems to be quite a lot. Chongqing said with a frown. 3,005 horses. The woman reported the number. First, young miss has good hearing. Chongqing admires you. Chongqing said with a smile. I'm just a little better at counting. Go and ask. The woman said with a smile. Okay. Chongqing answered. Servants. Chongqing shouted outside. Soon, the servant from earlier ran in. The woman put on her bamboo hat at the right time. Chapter 141. What's going on outside? Chongqing asked. Master, the Emperor Equals is back. The Emperor Equals? Yes, one of my family servants was at the city gate. 3,000 soldiers from the Protector's Battalion are all wearing luxurious robes and riding on Fergana horses. Their leader destroyed the city gate with a single thrust of his spear, and 3,000 of them entered the city. Oh, the Emperor Equals? The woman asked curiously. It's the Yin Chuan that I mentioned earlier. He's Yin Tao's son. Chongqing explained. Yin Tao's son? Yin Tao? He was a hero of his generation at the Heavenly Bestowment Conference. What a pity. However, like father, like son. Let's go and take a look. The woman smiled. If you're interested, then let's go. Chongqing smiled. Yin Capital, Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Palace. Crown Prince Yin Wudi was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Opposite him, the Dugu Sword Emperor stared at Yin Wudi and carefully supervised Yin Wudi's cultivation. How can you practice swordsmanship when your heart is not calm? The Dugu Sword Emperor said. Yin Wudi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Master, today is the Five-Nation Summit. It's held once every 20 years. I'm worried about my father. You've already stepped into the cultivation world. The mortal world has nothing to do with you anymore. What are you worried about? Moreover, the 3 consecrators who went with you to the Feng Shui formation have all reached the essence state after absorbing the dragon qi. With them around, what are you worried about? The Dugu Sword Emperor said. Master. You're right, Master. Yin Wudi's eyebrows relaxed slightly. That poison master fled to this area to recuperate. I can feel it. After I kill Poison Master, I'll bring you to my Dugu clan. Dugu Jianwang said in a deep voice. Master, who is that poisoner? Yin Wudi asked curiously. A Feng Shui master. At the same time, he is also your master's mortal enemy. The Dugu Sword Emperor glared at him. Death grudge? Yin Wudi nodded. Report. Suddenly, a Jiaohu voice came from outside the hall. Yin Wudi looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor, and the Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. Come in, Yin Wudi shouted. Soon a guard rushed in. Reporting to the Crown Prince, the Emperor's equal has returned to the capital, and he even brought the June Protector camp back with him. He's been rampaging in the capital. The guard reported. Emperor equal to the Emperor? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked in confusion. Master, the Emperor equal to the Emperor is that Uncle Wang. You saw him in the formation last time. Yin Chuan? Yin Wudi explained. Yin Chuan? The Dugu Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly. The last time they met, Yin Chuan had left a deep impression on the Dugu Sword Emperor. Yin Capital, outside the palace, at the gate of the drill ground. Shoo! With a pull of the reins, The 3,000 Fergana horses suddenly neighed, and the sound spread in all directions. Yin Chuan's horse stood at the front. Sitting on the tall horse, Yin Chuan looked at the group of armed soldiers in front of him. "Who are you? Get down from your horse and surrender." The leader shouted. "Are you blind? This is the emperor equal to the emperor. Why aren't you paying your respects?" Lu Jin's hoarse voice suddenly sounded. "The emperor equal to the emperor?" The faces of his soldiers changed. Lu Jin quickly took out a token. The token was purple and gold, and the words "emperor equal to the emperor" were engraved on it. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Everyone immediately bowed. "How long has the five-nation talk been going on?" Yin Chuan asked indifferently. "It has been 2 days and 2 nights." The leader said truthfully. "Who came?" Yin Chuan asked. "Zheng, Chu, Korea, and Wei. The crown prince came in person, and the consecrators of each country and their respective armies." The leader said truthfully. "Oh, Zheng's consecrators are also here. Is Lu Gang here?" Yin Chuan asked with a smile. "They are here. Zheng's people are very arrogant this time. Before the five-nation talk, they even injured a few of our brothers." The leader frowned. "Arrogant? Ha ha ha, get out of the way. I want to go in." Yin Chuan laughed. The leader looked at Yin Chuan and thought about it with a frown. In the end, he did not dare to stop him. "Yes, Lord, old slave. Go and prepare your seat." Lu Jin asked. "Go." Yin Chuan nodded in understanding. 500 men, follow me." Lu Jin looked at the embroidered uniform army. "Yes," a young general answered. "Giddy up." The soldiers split into 2 groups. Yin Chuan led the 2,500 embroidered uniform army soldiers to the drill ground. Lu Jin led the 500 embroidered uniform army soldiers to the imperial palace. Chapter 142. Yin Capital Drill Ground. The ground was paved with white stones and surrounded by high walls. Inside the walls was a huge drill ground. There were 5 different types of armor on the drill ground. They stood behind the 5 forces. In the north, Yin Emperor sat on the dragon throne in his dragon robe. Beside him stood a group of Yin state officials. In front of him was a large amount of delicious food and wine. However, no one was in the mood to pay attention to the fine wine. Instead, they were anxiously looking at the center of the drill ground. In the center of the drill ground, there were 2 powerhouses fighting each other. Red and blue light bloomed from their bodies. The battle was fierce, and there was no clear winner. On the east side, there was another force. Among them was Zheng's exalted priest Lu Gang. Clearly, this party was Zheng's representative. One of them wore a 4-clawed dragon robe. He was the crown prince of the state of Zheng. However, the crown prince of the state of Zheng did not seem to be the leader of this group. Lu Gang sat next to the crown prince of the state of Zheng. Lu Gang, on the other hand, was talking to a middle-aged man. "Third senior brother, I heard that you've reached the Qi state?" Lu Gang whispered. "That's right. A few months ago, when you and Master went to the Feng Shui array, I reached the Qi state. The Qi state feels different." The middle-aged man said proudly. "That's right. Third senior brother is a genius. I've admired you for a long time. If there's anything I don't understand in the future, please enlighten me." Lu Gang said. "Ha, we're brothers. That's what I should do." The third senior brother said with satisfaction. "I heard that senior brother has 2 great demon pets. One of them is this 3-color divine bull. It has boundless strength and boundless power. It's several times stronger than my previous demon snake." Lu Gang looked at the giant bull behind him and said, "Your demon snake? Hiss, how can it compare to my sacred bull? Although we're both in the Qi state, 10 demon snakes are no match for my sacred bull." The third senior brother said disdainfully, That's right. And I heard that there's another demon pet. It's actually a rare flying demon beast. Even eldest senior brother is endlessly envious." Lu Gang exclaimed, "Ha ha, that's right. Eldest senior apprentice brother's strength is stronger than mine. But in terms of demon pets, I'm indeed endlessly envious every time I see my bat god." Third senior apprentice brother said complacently, "Where is bat god?" Lu Gang asked. I ordered it to look for food. Don't worry about it. Third senior brother smiled. Third senior brother's demonic beasts can be raised at will. It can be seen that third senior brother's ability to enslave demonic beasts has reached the acme of perfection. No one under Master's tutelage can surpass him. Liu Gang continued to flatter. Ha ha ha. Third senior brother was elated. As Liu Gang fawned on third senior brother, he looked at the center of the field. Speaking of which, the game between the 5 nations this time is a little different from what I imagined. Third senior brother looked at the battle in the center of the field and said in a deep voice, "Oh, why does third senior brother say that?" Liu Gang asked doubtfully. "I originally wanted to see that little bastard Yin Chuan. Unfortunately, he's not here." Third senior brother said regretfully. "Well, maybe he doesn't dare to come." Liu Gang smiled apologetically. "Also, didn't you say that the consecrators of each country are all in the Qi state? Why are there so many in the Qi state? Yin state has 3, Korea has 8, Chu state has 7, and Wei state has 8? Third senior brother asked doubtfully. "Them? They're the same as me." That day, they were brought into the Feng Shui formation by the ancestors of each dynasty. These people are also very lucky. When the dragon chi finally erupted, it turned into thousands of small dragon chi. These people may have gotten a share of it, so they're very lucky. Chapter 143. They have all reached the essence state. Liu Gang said after thinking for a while. So many essence state cultivators. It seems like Yin Emperor is going to have a headache. Third senior brother laughed. With Yin Tao dead, the Yin state is already at the end of its road. It's futile to struggle. Liu Gang glanced at Yin Emperor in disdain. The people of Zheng looked on coldly. The crown princes of Wei, Chu, and Han, as well as a group of experts, were seated on the east side, the west side, and the west side respectively. Everyone was staring at the battle in the center of the field. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle stopped abruptly. One person stood proudly in the center of the field, while the other person fell to the ground, covered in blood and unable to continue fighting. Old Zhang, Yin Emperor's expression changed. The 2 people beside him quickly went forward and helped the injured Old Zhang up. The injured person stood up and said with shame, "Yin Emperor, I'm useless." "It's not your fault." Yin Emperor sighed. "Take Consecrator Zhang away to rest." Yin Emperor sighed. "Yes." Consecrator Zhang lost. The other person returned to the west side. Yin Emperor, 20 cities. I thank Emperor Yin on behalf of my father, and thank you on behalf of Great Chu. The Crown Prince of Chu said with a smile. Yin Emperor looked at the Crown Prince of Chu with a gloomy face. He clenched his fists. Yin Emperor, every 20 years, the 5 countries have a game of chess. We don't fight each other on the battlefield. It's a tradition. In the past, there were victories and losses, but this time, Yin State's luck is not good. The Crown Prince of Chu said with a smile. Not good? Not necessarily. It should be good luck. A Crown Prince on the west side laughed. Oh, Crown Prince of Han? Why do you say that? The Crown Prince of Chu was puzzled. Yin State has 212 cities. Losing to us 20 cities per dynasty is only 80 cities. The Yin State still has 132 cities. The Crown Prince of Han said with a smile. Huh. Everyone looked at the Crown Prince of Korea in confusion. The Crown Prince of Korea stared at Yin Emperor and said, Yin Tao is already dead, and the Yin State has already lost the protection of the immortal sections. How can it be compared to our 4 dynasties? This time, we only lost 80 cities. This is the Yin State's great fortune, isn't it? That's right, we only lost 80 cities. Yin Emperor should be glad that we didn't bet too much at the beginning. On the other side, the Crown Prince of Wei Kingdom also agreed. Yin Emperor was so angry that his face turned green. 80 cities, 80 cities. Almost half of the Yin State have been lost in the past 2 days. Bastard, the Crown Prince of my dynasty has already entered the Celestial Sect. Who said that the Yin State does not have the protection of the Celestial Sect? A consecrator beside the Yin Emperor shouted. Yin State's crown prince? Just entered the immortal sect? Ha ha ha, Consecrator Wong, don't you know? The people of the celestial sect in the cultivation world pursue immortality. They don't care about the affairs of the mortal world unless they are related by blood. Only then will they take care of their descendants. The Yin State's crown prince. Master Z is powerful, but so what? Will he help you to guard the country of Yin? The only thing you can wait for is for the Yin State's crown prince to mature. But he is just a mortal. Do you think it is possible for him to become an expert in such a short time? The crown prince of Korea said disdainfully. Yin Emperor stared at everyone, clenching his fists tightly. I, Yin Shuyu, will abide by the rules of the 5 nations for hundreds of years. I will hand over the 80 cities as promised. The 5-nation talk is over. Everyone can leave now, Yin Emperor said with an ugly expression. Leave? Ha ha. Yin Emperor, it's over just like that? Lu Gang suddenly interrupted. Lu Gang? What do you mean? Yin Emperor said in a deep voice. Chapter 144. Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you that according to the agreement of the 5 states, if you lose, you can apply for a duel again. You can bet back. Lu Gang laughed. Yes, you can challenge us again. We are always ready. The Chu Crown Prince shouted. That's right. 80 cities. You don't want to bet back? The Crown Prince of Han laughed. I haven't had enough yet. At worst, we can bet less. Anyway, your Yin State has a lot of cities. If you lose them in the future, you might as well lose them today. Ha ha ha. The Crown Prince of Wei laughed. You're going too far. Yin Emperor slapped the dragon throne and scolded. Ka ka ka. The Yin State army raised their weapons. Yin Emperor, what are you trying to do? If you dare to attack us, you will be betraying the agreement. Our 4 states will attack your Yin State and completely destroy your Yin State. The Crown Prince of Zheng glared. That's right. If I lose a single hair, I will bury the Yin State with me. The Crown Prince of Chu scolded. Yin Emperor, you can't. The subordinates stopped the angry Yin Emperor. Yin Emperor glared and suppressed the anger in his heart. He slowly sat down again. Ha ha, Yin State. The former leader of the 5 states. Yin State? You can't even find someone you can use. Let me tell you. Consecrated Zhang, who lost to us just now, has already joined Chu. The Crown Prince of Chu sneered. What? Yin Emperor's eyes widened. Not far away, Consecrated Zhang, who was just brought down and covered in blood, suddenly stopped and turned his head. Crown Prince Chu, didn't you promise me that you won't say anything? Consecrated Zhang said with an ugly expression. What are you afraid of? Follow me from now on. You are a citizen of Chu. Who dares to touch you? The Crown Prince of Chu said proudly. But, Sai, all right. Consecrated Zhang nodded. Old Zhang, you. Yin Emperor stared at Consecrated Zhang in disbelief. Yin Emperor, you're very good to me, but the Yin State's power is gone. I've already reached the Essence Realm and will need to develop further in the future. Prince Chu said that he would introduce me to their old ancestor. I'm sorry. Consecrated Zhang smiled bitterly. Traitor, traitor, Yin Emperor shouted. Consecrated Zhang ignored him and walked towards Crown Prince Chu. His injury seemed to have healed in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the injuries just now were all fake. Ha! Yin Emperor, do you still want to continue? Is there anyone in your Yin State who can compete with me? The Chu Crown Prince laughed. Your Majesty, I will fight it out with them. Your Majesty, I will fight it out with them. Your Majesty, please give the order. I'll do it. Some of the old officials of the Yin State asked to fight, but these old officials had white eyebrows and hair. How could they have the strength to fight? Yin Emperor closed his eyes, and a trace of sadness flashed across his face. Ha! The Crown Princes laughed proudly. In the past, the 4 countries were suppressed by the Yin State. Now, the tables were turned. Even in the Yin State's home ground, Yin Emperor was suppressed by them. Are you going to compete or not? Yin Emperor, say something. The Crown Prince of Korea said sarcastically. Yeah, say something. Ha ha ha. Today, the Yin State was humiliated but Yin Emperor couldn't do anything. He was very depressed. Some of Great Yan's officers and soldiers even secretly wiped away their tears. The hatred of national humiliation was like the hatred of stealing one's wife. But they couldn't do anything about it. How sad. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the sound of a large number of horses came from outside the drill ground. Huh. Everyone looked at the gate of the drill ground in confusion. Boom. The gate was slammed open. A large amount of smoke and dust rose. Neigh! Neigh! A series of hoarse neighs pierced the sky. The smoke and dust dissipated. A large group of embroidered uniform army rode in. Yin Chuan rode in the front and slowly came over. His eyes were shining as he looked at the group. The soldiers followed closely behind. Each of them was full of vigor and battle intent. Who are you? Don't you know where this place is? The Crown Prince of Chu shouted. Chapter 145. Boom! The door was slammed open. Large amounts of smoke and dust were stirred up. Shoo! Shoo! A series of hoarse neighs pierced through the clouds. The smoke and dust dispersed. A large group of soldiers from the embroidered uniform army entered on horseback. Yin Chuan rode to the front, slowly approaching. His eyes shone brightly as he surveyed the group of people. The group of soldiers followed closely behind. All of them were brimming with vitality and battle intent. Who are you? Don't you know where this place is? The Crown Prince of Chu shouted. Yin Emperor, what do you mean? Who are they? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word? The Crown Prince of Han said coldly. Yin Emperor frowned and looked at this group of people. The group of Yin state experts all looked on in confusion. They seemed to have guessed something, but they were not sure. Only Lu Gang of the state of Zheng narrowed his eyes. Ha ha! Isn't this the Yin state's emperor equal to the emperor? You're finally willing to come out? Lu Gang said coldly. Emperor equal to the emperor. Yin Tao's son? Yin Chuan. The group of crown princes all revealed surprised expressions. They all carefully sized up Yin Chuan, who was sitting on the tall horse. Emperor equal to emperor? Some of the mighty ones from the Yin state showed a glimmer of hope. But soon, this glimmer of hope disappeared. After all, the emperor was only a 17-year-old boy. This group of embroidered uniform army, is it the Lord Protector Battalion? What was the point of coming here now? Yin Emperor frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. He didn't know why Yin Chuan was here. Yin Chuan's gaze swept across the area. He paid some attention to the three-color divine bull and glanced at Lu Gang's third senior brother, who was calmly drinking. After taking a look at the heads of the 5 nations, his gaze finally landed on Yin Emperor. Yin Xiuyu, why didn't you inform me about the 5 Nations Summit? Yin Chuan asked calmly. Huh? The 4 princes were slightly stunned. Calling Yin Emperor by his name? It wasn't just the people from the 4 nations. Even the experts from the Yin state were frowning at this moment. However, their anger disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was because in the Yin state, Yin Chuan was indeed qualified to address the Yin Emperor as Yin Xiuyu. His status was equal to that of a Yin Emperor. Naturally, he would address the Yin Emperor by his name. 300 years ago, Yin Tao abdicated his position to ancestor Yin Di. If it weren't for the fact that Yin Chuan had the status of Emperor equal to 1, he should still be Emperor, Yin Emperor Senior. However, because of his status as Yin Emperor's equal, Yin Emperor could absolutely accept Yin Chuan calling him by his name. I thought I could solve it. Yin Emperor smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. What's the result now? Yin Chuan didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore. Result? Your Yin state lost 80 cities to our 4 nations. You're late. The Chu prince laughed. No, it's useless even if I'm early. The Korean prince said disdainfully. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Late? Who said I'm late? As long as none of you leave, it's not late. Oh, you still want to bet? The Korean prince's eyes lit up. Yes, if you want to bet, you can continue. As long as you can represent the Yin state. The Chu prince said excitedly. The princes went to the Yin state today, and they also contributed to their respective nations. The more cities they obtained, the greater their contributions when they returned. Yin Chuan ignored the princes and looked at Lu Gang. Consecrated Lu, we meet again. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, we meet again. Lu Gang also said coldly. Last time in the array, Zheng lost 42 cities to me. Did you give it back? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Chapter 146. Everyone looked at Lu Gang. Why does Zheng owe Yin State cities? Are you serious? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? Yin State is already at the end of its rope, and you still want to owe me 42 cities? Lu Gang said angrily. Ha ha, Lu Gang, think carefully before you speak. You didn't agree to give us 42 cities. If you dare to go back on your word, you'll be smearing King Mai's reputation. Do you dare to go back on your word? Yin Chuan glared at him. Do you dare to go back on your word? Yin Chuan emphasized those words. It was as if a sledgehammer was smashing down on Lu Gang. Lu Gang opened his mouth to argue, but when the words reached his mouth, he restrained himself. You, it's fine. The game between the 5 nations isn't over yet. Let's continue. You can bet your way back. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Is that true? The Chu Crown Prince looked at Lu Gang in surprise. Zheng owes Yin State cities? How is that possible? The Korean Crown Prince was also surprised. Lu Gang's face turned red, but he didn't refute. Dismount, Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, the embroidered uniform army replied. Rumble. Yin Chuan led more than 2,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers down from their horses. Dismounting, Yin Chuan stepped forward. He walked to the south of the arena. Huo Guang followed closely behind. He glared at everyone. Lu Gang, everyone from Zheng, sit down. I'm here. This is just the beginning, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Hiya, hiya. The sound of horses galloping could be heard from the entrance of the arena. Lu Jin had returned. Lu Jin led 500 soldiers to the arena and dismounted. At the same time, several soldiers were carrying a huge object. The dragon throne? His Majesty's dragon throne? An old Yin State official exclaimed. What Lu Jin brought back was a 9 dragons heavenly throne. This dragon throne was much larger than the one Yin Emperor was sitting on, the first seat of a Yin State. The crowd of Yin State's old ministers was about to get angry, but halfway through, their anger was completely vented. The dragon throne was the symbol of the emperor and could not be tarnished by others. Apart from the emperor, no one could sit on it. However, the person in front of him was a king who stood shoulder to shoulder. His status was the same as Yin Emperor's. What should he say? He was indeed qualified to sit on the dragon throne. Sigh. The group of old officials were at a loss for words. Yin Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at the dragon throne that belonged to him. Quang. The dragon throne fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lord, Lu Jin said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Lifting his robe, Yin Chuan slowly sat down. One in the north and one in the south, the 2 dragon thrones were facing each other. Yin Emperor and Yin Chuan. The 2 people with the highest status in the Yin State were sitting side by side. The crown princes around had a strange expression. However, no one said anything. With one hand holding the Jade Emperor sword and the other on the armrest of the dragon throne, Yin Chuan closed his eyes and recalled. Yin Chuan, do you want to bet? Yin Chuan, can you represent the Yin State? The group of crown princes shouted. Yin Chuan opened his eyes slightly and glanced around. In the Yin State, I can represent everything in the Yin State. Yin Emperor frowned. He stared at Yin Chuan. However, after a while, Yin Emperor's brows relaxed. The previous humiliation of the crown princes had a great impact on Yin Emperor. Seeing that Yin Emperor did not object, the crown princes' faces were filled with joy. Okay, in that case, let's start, Chu Prince said excitedly. However, Yin Chuan did not even look at him. Instead, he said indifferently, Huo Guang. Chapter 147. Yes, Your Majesty, Huo Guang said. Your Majesty? Huaguang was a subject, but that should be Yin Emperor's subject. To Yin Chuan, he should only address him as subordinate, or subordinate. Addressing himself as subject was only for the emperor. But now, Huaguang was addressing himself as subject. This subject seemed to indicate something. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Yin Chuan also looked at Huaguang. He stared at Huaguang for a while. In the end, Yin Chuan did not object. Instead, he showed a gratified smile. On the other side, Yin Emperor did not feel so good. However, Yin Chuan's status was the same as his. At this moment, people from outside the imperial court were present, so Yin Emperor did not object. Only a group of old officials were at a loss at this moment. They did not know what to say. Go, challenge the experts of Zheng. According to the previous rules, a battle of 20 cities. Yin Chuan said lightly, "This subject obeys the decree." Huaguang replied. Huaguang walked to the center of the field and smashed the sky-piercing spear into the ground. Boom! The stone floor cracked. "Zheng, who dares to fight?" Huaguang roared. "Yin capital, Crown Prince Palace." "Oh no, Crown Prince!" A guard shouted again. "Come in," Yin Wudi said in a low voice. The guard rushed into the hall and immediately shouted, "Crown Prince, 500 people just came and took away the throne." 500 people? Bastard, where are the palace guards? Yin Wudi frowned. "We can't stop them. We can't stop them at all. The combat power of those 500 people is too strong." "No, just 100 people defeated 1,000 guards." The guard said with an ugly expression. "What? Oh, right. They said that they received the order of the emperor equal to 1. But it's impossible for the Lord Protector's battalion to be so powerful." The guard said in disbelief. "Yin Chuan?" The Dugu Sword Emperor was surprised. "Master, it should be Uncle Wang," Yin Wudi said. The Dugu Sword Emperor smiled and said, "That kid does have some skills. Come, let's go take a look." With a wave of his hand, he led Yin Wudi out of the Crown Prince Palace and into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the clouds. "Ah!" The Crown Prince's palace guards exclaimed as they looked up at the sky. He flew into the clouds and overlooked the entire Beijing. At the drill ground, Yin Wudi immediately saw Yin Chuan and his party. Standing in the air, Yin Wudi stared down at the drill ground, while the Dugu Sword Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distance, above a white cloud. At this moment, 2 figures were standing there. They were the Yin State's Prime Minister, Chongqing, and a woman wearing a bamboo hat. "Miss, the young man sitting on the dragon throne is Yin Chuan," Chongqing explained. "Yes." The woman nodded. She seemed to have sensed something and looked into the distance. The Dugu Sword Emperor and the woman looked at each other, but neither of them responded to the other. They both looked down. Lu Gang didn't respond, but the Crown Prince of Chu shouted first. "For this battle, my Chu state will go first." The Crown Prince of Chu shouted. "Consecrated Zhang, you just joined my Chu state. This battle is yours." The Crown Prince of Chu said to the Yin state's consecrator who had just surrendered. "Yes." The consecrator stepped into the arena solemnly. Consecrated Zhang had witnessed Huaguang's breakthrough. However, he was confident that he had more experience, so he accepted the challenge calmly. The moment Consecrated Zhang stepped out, Yin Chuan recognized him. Back then, in the Feng Shui formation, this person was following behind Yin Wudi. A consecrator of the Yin state had actually surrendered to Chu state? Treason? Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. "Huaguang," Yin Chuan said indifferently. "Your subject is here." Huaguang looked at Yin Chuan respectfully. The surrounding princes looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. "You are allowed to kill," Yin Chuan said in a heavy tone. "Yes," Huaguang said excitedly. The princes were stunned. "Humph, shameless boasting. Kill. I wonder who will kill who." The Crown Prince of Chu said angrily. Chapter 148. Humph, shameless boasting. Kill. I wonder who will be the one to kill. The Prince of Chu said angrily. Yin Chuan ignored him, holding the Jade Emperor's sword. He looked around coldly and inadvertently glanced at third senior brother beside Lu Gang. Hua Guang stared at Honorary Zhang and said, I, Hua Guang, hate traitors the most. Traitor? Humph, I'm just an honorary. I can stay and leave the Yin kingdom whenever I want. Honorary Zhang did not feel guilty at all. The Yin kingdom has raised you for so many years, and this is how you repay them? Even if you raise a dog, you will know loyalty. And you are worse than a dog. Hua Guang shouted. You dare to call me a dog? Kid, you are courting death. Honorary Zhang glared. He waved the long sword in his hand, and a blue sword light appeared and pierced towards Hua Guang. Humph! Hua Guang glared and pulled out the long spear from the ground. Die! Hua Guang shouted angrily. He took a step forward, and with a twist of his foot, he exerted force, and a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. Wong! The long spear emitted a white light, and collided with the blue sword light. Boom! The two weapons collided, and Honorary Zhang's long sword suddenly broke into two. How can this be? Honorary Zhang exclaimed. At this moment, Hua Guang glared, and the army destroyer will appear again, and a fierce murderous aura shot towards Honorary Zhang. The murderous aura was so strong that it shook Honorary Zhang's mind. Chi! The long spear suddenly pierced through Honorary Zhang's chest, and blood splattered everywhere. The battle stopped, and only the sound of blood dripping from the tip of the spear could be heard. Everyone around looked surprised. No one expected the battle to end so quickly, and before anyone could react, it was over. Dead? So fast. One round? Just one round? The Prince of Chu looked at Honorary Zhang in disbelief. Honorary Zhang's chest was pierced, but he was not completely dead. He stared at Hua Guang, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of spear is this? Consecrated Zhang asked weakly. The gun that killed the old dog. Hua Guang said coldly. With a shake of his hand, the long spear trembled violently. Boom! Consecrator Zhang exploded, his flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. His death was extremely tragic, and the scene was extremely bloody. The head rolled to the feet of the Crown Prince of Chu, who retreated in fear. The Crown Prince of Chu was so scared by Consecrated Zhang's head that he fell to the ground. Ha ha ha! The Yin State soldiers all burst into laughter. No matter what, Hua Guang was, after all, the representative of Great Yin. Therefore, all the captains and soldiers were extremely excited at the moment. Yin Di narrowed his eyes and stared at Hua Guang. How great would it be if this person were my subject? An emperor sighed in his heart. The crown princes of the four dynasties all wore unsightly expressions. Hua Guang killed Consecrated Zhang with a single spear strike and looked in Zhang's direction again. Hua Guang challenged Zhang again. Hua Guang shouted. As Hua Guang approached, the crown prince of Zhang's expression changed. The other consecrators behind him all wore unsightly expressions. They wanted to step forward, but Consecrator Zhang's death was too tragic. Who would be willing to die? One round, just one round. The crown prince of Zhang was about to point out the consecrator. Lu Gang suddenly stopped the crown prince and shook his head lightly. Third senior brother, this person is Hua Guang. He ruined Master's plan in the formation and stole the will of the Alcade Star. Lu Gang introduced him to his third senior brother, who was drinking wine. No wonder. Humph, since he dared to ruin Master's plan, you can go and teach him a lesson. Third senior brother said while drinking wine. But he has the will of the Alcade Star. I'm worried. Lu Gang showed a hint of embarrassment. You can't beat him? Third senior brother said disdainfully. Chapter 149. Yes, I can't beat him. Lu Gang admitted defeat. Third senior brother. Bring my three-colored sacred bull up. Third senior brother said helplessly. Thank you, third senior brother. Lu Gang said excitedly. Zhenghua, does anyone dare to fight? Hua Guang shouted again. I'll do it. Lu Gang suddenly shouted. As he spoke, Lu Gang stepped forward. Honorable Lu, it's been a long time. Huoguang waved his spear and said in a low voice. According to my information, you were only at level 6 of the Power Realm last year. I didn't expect you to reach the Essence Realm in such a short time. What a heaven-defying luck. Lu Gang said with jealousy in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. Since you're willing to fight, let's begin. Huoguang shouted. Mu! Behind Zhenghua, the 2-story tall bull let out a roar and stepped forward. Boom! 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 The sacred bull stepped on the ground and the earth rumbled. Lu Gang, what's the meaning of this? Huoguang shouted. Nothing. This sacred bull is my beast pet. Naturally, it will fight with me. If you have any beasts, you can invite them out. Lu Gang smiled. The sacred bull glared at Lu Gang. It was obviously angry that Lu Gang called it his beast pet. 3-colored sacred bull, don't be rude. Third senior brother shouted from behind. Only then did the sacred bull unwillingly acknowledge Lu Gang. High up in the sky. Shameless. Master, this Zhenghua is too shameless. Yin Wudi said anxiously. The Dugu, Sword Emperor, stared down. The spear in Huoguang's hand is actually the sky-splitting spear. No, the 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers all have sky-splitting spears? Where did this Yin Chuan find so many? Master, what did you say? Yin Wudi was puzzled. Let's wait and see. Yin Chuan obviously came prepared. On the other side of the clouds. This is Yin Chuan? You said he's 17? The woman asked doubtfully. Yeah, I find it strange. He seems to be a little too arrogant. Chan Qing shook his head. Arrogant? No, I feel like he's referring to something else. The woman pondered for a moment. Below, the divine bull stepped onto the stage and charged toward Huoguang. Men, Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Here! The embroidered uniform army suddenly shouted. This beast is interfering with Huoguang's fight. Kill it, Yin Chuan shouted. Kill him? Killing demonic beasts? How could this be? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Ha ha! Yin Chuan, you want to kill the 3-color divine cow? Dream on. The 3-color divine bull is invulnerable. Who can harm it? Don't anger the 3-color divine bull. It will trample you to death. If that happens, I won't be able to stop it. Lu Gang laughed and shouted from afar. Ka ka ka. The embroidered uniform army did not listen to Lu Gang's nonsense. About 10 of them suddenly pulled their heaven-shocking bows. Bang! 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 10 sun shooting arrows suddenly turned into 10 streaks of light and shot towards the 3-color divine bull. Boom! 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 The sun-shooting arrows were all stuck in the 3-color divine bull's body. Half of the arrow tails were left behind. The so-called invulnerability was actually unable to block 10 arrow feathers. Moo! The 3-color divine bull let out a long cry of pain. At the same time, it was enraged. What? How is this possible? Lu Gang and the 3rd senior brother both revealed looks of shock. The skin of the 3-color divine bull was not something that could be pierced by mortal weapons. Moo! The 3-color divine bull roared angrily and turned to look in Yin Chuan's direction. Chapter 150. The beast's skin is thick. Shoot its eyes. 1,000 archers shoot. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The 1,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers drew their bows again. Shoot! Yin Chuan shouted. Stop! 3rd senior brother shouted. Bang! 1,000 shooting sun arrows shot toward the tricolored sacred bull. Boom! Boom! The tricolored sacred bull was knocked to the ground by the rain of arrows. Its body was full of arrows, and 2 shooting sun arrows were stuck in its eyes. Blood flowed out of its eyes. Moo! Moo! The tricolored sacred bull cried out in pain. Rumble! The tricolored sacred bull rolled on the ground and pounced toward Yin Chuan, enduring the pain all over its body. Don't go! Lu Gang shouted. Clang! Huoguang waved his spear and blocked Lu Gang. Rumble! The tricolored sacred bull was about to reach him. Shoot! Bang! Another 1,000 arrows were shot, and the tricolored sacred bull's speed decreased. However, its huge body was about to reach Yin Chuan. Its body was full of arrows, and its eyes were shot blind. The tricolored sacred bull charged toward Yin Chuan in a frenzy. It was as if it wanted to kill the culprit. Die! The embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly stabbed the sacred bull with their spears. Moo! Boom! The sacred bull was very strong. When its body collided, the embroidered uniform army soldiers were sent flying. The sacred bull seemed to have locked onto Yin Chuan. After colliding with the embroidered uniform army soldiers, it charged toward Yin Chuan. Oof! Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The Jade Emperor's sword in his hand suddenly trembled and let out a crisp, buzzing sound. Buzz! He stepped forward to meet the sacred bull. High in the sky, the Dugu Sword Emperor glared. Vibrating sword? How does he know how to vibrate sword? Master, what is vibrating sword? Yin Wudi asked doubtfully. Yes, it's that vibrating sword. This is a profound sword technique that allows the sword to vibrate at a high frequency, making it invincible. The Dugu Sword Emperor exclaimed. Invincible? Yin Wudi asked in disbelief. That's right. This method of wielding the sword is very difficult to achieve, but once you do, the power of the sword will increase exponentially. Don't underestimate the vibrating sword. In theory, when the vibrating frequency of ordinary metal reaches a certain level, it can cut through immortal equipment. The Dugu Sword Emperor said solemnly. Huh? Yin Wudi opened his mouth in shock. On the other side of the sky. As expected, I knew that this Yin Chuan's goal was definitely not some competition. The woman laughed. Not a duel. Then why did they send Hua Guang up? Changqing was puzzled. Just watch. It's about to get interesting, the woman said with a smile. Below, Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword suddenly stabbed forward. Buzz! The vibrations of the Jade Emperor sword became more and more intense. Moo! The sacred bull roared. You're courting death. On the other side, the third senior brother showed a hint of disdain. He originally wanted to go forward, but seeing that the sacred bull was about to crush Yin Chuan to death, the third senior brother stopped. As for Yin Chuan's sword, it would definitely not be able to pierce through the sacred bull's skin. The third senior brother could clearly see that Yin Chuan's cultivation was only at LV9 of the power realm. Just a power realm. Boom! Yin Chuan and the sacred bull collided, and the Jade Emperor's sword pierced the sacred bull's heart. The invulnerable cowhide was actually pierced by the Jade Emperor's sword with a single stab. Furthermore, it instantly pierced deep into it. Moo! The sacred bull roared in pain. How? How is this possible? The third senior brother exclaimed. What kind of weapon is that? Is this demonic bull an empty shell? It must be an empty shell. Otherwise, how could it not block the arrow and the sword? Everyone around revealed a puzzled expression. Yin Chuan stabbed the sacred bull's heart, and the sacred bull could no longer move. After killing the bull, Yin Chuan was about to pull out the Jade Emperor's sword. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Gulp! Gulp! The Jade Emperor's sword made a strange sound. Drinking blood? The Jade Emperor's sword is drinking blood? Yin Chuan looked at the sword hilt in surprise. Chapter 151. Drinking blood? The Jade Emperor's sword is drinking blood? Yin Chuan looked at the sword hilt in shock. Gulp, gulp. The Jade Emperor's sword was absorbing the blood of the tricolor sacred bull. Moreover, as it drank the blood, the sword hilt turned red. An evil aura was emitted from the sword hilt. The evil aura of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus? No, it's not the evil aura. This evil aura has mutated. Yin Chuan's face changed. Yin Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor's sword. The Jade Emperor's sword was originally black, but now it had turned bright red. The Jade Emperor's sword was emitting a bloody mist. At the sword hilt, a stream of energy was being injected into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. With a shake of his hand, the bloody mist was dispersed. The energy that was being injected into Yin Chuan's body was also dispersed by Yin Chuan. The Jade Emperor's sword is drinking blood and absorbing the power of blood and chi essence, and it's even giving me some of it. Is the sword turning into a demon? Yin Chuan frowned as he looked at the Jade Emperor's sword in his hand. I understand now. The Iron Jade's essence has been contaminated by the evil aura of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus and mutated. Unfortunately, the chi essence you're giving me is too evil. I can't use it. Buzz. The Jade Emperor's sword trembled slightly. My second Emperor's sword is actually an evil sword? Yin Chuan's face revealed a strange expression. Tricolor. A sorrowful voice came from afar. An angry roar resounded throughout the drill ground. Yin Chuan immediately came to his senses. Now was not the time to be entangled with the Jade Emperor's sword. He raised his head and looked at the angry third senior brother. Liu Gang's third senior brother, Zhou Che, blew a gust of wind in all directions. His powerful aura forced the people around him to stagger. Whoosh! Third senior brother Zhou Che rushed towards him in the blink of an eye. Shoot! A large number of shooting sun arrows shot towards third senior brother Zhou Che. Bang! A wall of chi suddenly appeared around third senior brother, and all the arrows stopped one zhang away from third senior brother. Qi Jing! Yin Chuan squinted his eyes and stepped back. Third senior brother stroked the three-color divine bull. However, the three-color divine bull had already lost all signs of life. It was dead. Dead, he's actually dead. Third senior brother's eyes were filled with rage. He suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Yin Chuan. You killed my demon pet. I want you to be buried with him. Third senior brother said in a cold tone. Ka ka ka. The 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army drew their bows. High in the sky. Master, is that person really in the Qi Jing stage? Yin Wudi asked anxiously. That's right. To be able to form a Qi wall, he should be in the Qi realm. However, he should have just reached the Qi realm not too long ago. The Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. Strength state, essence state, Qi state? That person is 2 levels higher than Uncle Wang. Master, why don't you help Uncle Wang? Yin Wudi asked worriedly. The Dugu Sword Emperor squinted his eyes and looked down. A flash of confusion appeared in his eyes. However, after seeing his disciples pleading, the Dugu Sword Emperor nodded and said, If Yin Chuan is in danger, I will save him. Thank you, Master. Yin Wudi nodded. On the other side, Changqing and the girl were also looking down. Young mistress, that person is definitely in the Qi Jing stage. Could it be the Yin Chuan? Changqing asked in disbelief. That's right. Yin Chuan purposely angered this Qi Jing master. The girl nodded. But Yin Chuan can't possibly know him. Of all the people here, Yin Chuan has only seen the portraits of Yin Emperor. It must be a coincidence that this Qi Jing master is here today. Changqing frowned. Are you sure that Yin Chuan has never seen him before? The girl asked in surprise. Chapter 152. Absolutely not. He came here by chance. Changqing said confidently. But from the beginning, I felt that Yin Chuan pretended to inadvertently glance at him a few times. This person's cultivation is the highest here. Yin Chuan paid attention to him as soon as he entered the drill ground. Unless what? Unless Yin Chuan has amazing eyesight and could see through this person's cultivation level the moment he entered the drill ground. The lady said, How is that possible? Didn't you say that Yin Chuan is at LV9? He is at LV9, but some people can see through others even if they have no cultivation level. Yin Chuan is only 17. He shouldn't be so powerful. Changqing said in disbelief. Let's wait and see. The lady said seriously. Below, Yin Chuan was protected by 3,000 brocade army soldiers. Shoot! Lu Jin shouted. Boom! 3,000 shooting sun arrows shot toward third senior brother like a meteor shower, fiercely crashing into him. Humph! Third senior brother snorted. A strong wind blew around him, and a strong chi wall appeared again. Boom, boom, boom. Although the shooting sun arrows were powerful, they were still blocked by the strong chi wall. However, 3,000 shooting sun arrows were too many. It was like a wall of arrows hitting third senior brother. Rumble. Even someone in the chi realm was pushed back more than 30 meters by the rain of arrows. The rain of arrows came one after another, leaving no gaps. Third senior brother was powerful, but he could only set up the chi wall to block the rain of arrows. Shooting sun arrows. They're all shooting sun arrows? Third senior brother was surprised. Although 3,000 shooting sun arrows couldn't hurt third senior brother, it made him realize that this army was not as easy to bully as he thought. They were not ants. Gradually, his anger was suppressed. Third senior brother calmed down and looked at the army in front of him seriously. Not far away, Liu Gang opened his mouth in shock. He didn't expect the powerful third senior brother to be suppressed. Stop! Yin Chuan abruptly roared. Huh? The 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers looked at Yin Chuan in confusion, but they still obeyed and quickly stopped shooting. At this moment, third senior brother had already suppressed his anger and coldly looked at Yin Chuan, who was being protected. Similarly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand why Yin Chuan had stopped. Get out of the way! Yin Chuan shouted at the embroidered uniform army in front of him. Yes, the members of the embroidered uniform army slowly moved aside in confusion, allowing Yin Chuan to face third senior brother. It was as if the door was wide open, giving third senior brother an excellent opportunity to kill him. At this moment, if third senior brother were to attack, he would definitely be able to kill Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. However, third senior brother didn't make a move. He just held his sword and looked coldly at Yin Chuan. He couldn't tell what Yin Chuan's intentions were. What is he doing? Send himself to death? No, he has 3,000 heaven-shocking bows. He can block me for a while, but why did he give up? Could there be another scheme? Thoughts flashed through third senior brother's mind, and he hesitated for a moment. High up in the sky, the woman exclaimed, Amazing! What? Chongqing asked in confusion. This Yin Chuan is not simple. He has controlled his opponent's emotions. The woman said with certainty. Manipulation? How is that possible? What does miss mean? Chongqing still did not understand. In a short period of time, Yin Chuan has planted an emotion in that person's heart. What emotion? Suspicious. The woman said with certainty. Suspicious? Rooted emotions? Chongqing doesn't understand. Please enlighten me, Mississippi. It's normal that you don't understand. I also heard Father mention it not long ago. Some true experts are not in martial arts, but in their temperament. No matter how strong the opponent is, once they control the opponent's emotions, they will be in an invincible position. The woman explained. Chapter 153. For example, just now, if Yin Chuan attacked that person right from the start, do you think he would hesitate as he did now? The woman asked. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't. Although Yin Chuan has 3,000 sky-shattering bows, he can't hurt me at all. If I was in the chi state, I would be able to take Yin Chuan's head in a flurry of arrows. Why would I hesitate? Yeah, why would I hesitate? But he hesitated again. The woman sighed. Why? Yin Chuan killed his pet first, igniting his anger and messing up his mind. Then 3,000 shooting sun arrows were shot together, showing the power to suppress him. Shaking his mind. First, he messed up his mind, then shook his mind. After this process, many people thought they had calmed down, but the calmness now is different from the calmness at the beginning. The woman said, messing up his mind, then shaking his mind. Although you've calmed down, you're still suspicious? Chongqing was enlightened. That's right. It adds a sense of suspicion. Plus, now that Yin Chuan is wide open and has removed his defense, it made him even more suspicious. The woman said, Yin Chuan can't have thought so much in such a short time. Chongqing's face twitched in disbelief. But that's the truth. But Yin Chuan is only in the strength state. So what if he hesitated? How can a strength state defeat a chi state? Changqing said in disbelief. I don't know either. Keep watching. The woman shook her head. Below, Yin Chuan was wide open, facing third senior brother. Ha 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 ha. Initial chi state? You're King Mai's disciple? Yin Chuan laughed. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Seeing Yin Chuan's arrogant attitude, third senior brother hesitated even more. But his opponent was only in the strength state. That's right. But you killed my pet, so you must die today, third senior brother said coldly. I must die? Ha. Some people don't even know that death is coming, and you want me to die? Ridiculous. Yin Chuan sneered. I'm dead? Ha ha ha. You're the laughable one, third senior brother said in disbelief. Your chi realm hasn't stabilized yet, and you're already showing off. Judging from your complexion, it's obvious that your essence is in a mess, and your chi is about to burst out of your acupoints. In less than 3 days, his body will explode, and he will die, Yin Chuan shouted. The surrounding people all revealed blank expressions, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. In less than 3 days, he would explode and die. Bullshit. You're the one who's about to break through the acupoints. You're just in a strength state. What do you know? You still dare to teach me? Third senior brother suddenly shouted. Obviously, third senior brother did not believe Yin Chuan's words. You don't believe me? Press 3 inches and 2 centimeters below the center of your left ribs. Well, no, once we try. Yin Chuan was still brimming with confidence. Why should I listen to you? Third senior brother glanced at his ribs and shouted. Your hands are on your body. It's your business whether you try or not. Yin Chuan was still confident. Third senior brother was already suspicious at this moment. Seeing Yin Chuan full of confidence, he did not know why he suddenly had some doubts. Just try. After I try, I'll kill you, third senior brother shouted. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the place where Yin Chuan said and pressed gently. Puff. Third senior brother's body suddenly shook. He could not help but shake, as if he could not control it. How could this be? How could this be? Third senior brother's face immediately dripped with big beads of sweat, his face full of panic. Press down hard. You'll know. Yin Chuan shouted again. Third senior brother panicked, listening to Yin Chuan's words, and pressed down hard. Bang! Third senior brother's body suddenly emitted a sound of explosion. Third senior brother fell down softly, his whole body twitching, unable to move. Third senior brother, Lu Gang exclaimed. High in the sky, the Dugu Sword Emperor, Yen Wudi, Changqing, and the first miss all gaped in shock. Master, why did that person collapse? Yen Wudi asked in confusion. First miss, what's going on? Could it be that his cultivation is really unstable? Changqing asked in confusion. Below, Yin Chuan stepped forward. Why? Why do I have no strength? Third senior brother looked at Yin Chuan as he twitched. Looking at third senior brother, Yin Chuan had a strange expression on his face. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You cut off your own meridians. You still want to have strength? Yin Chuan said as he shook his head. I cut off my own meridians? I'm fine. You lied to me. Third senior brother understood. It turned out that he was powerless. It was caused by himself. He crippled himself. Despicable person, you lied to me. Third senior brother said in grief, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Chapter 154. Third senior brother finally understood. It turned out that the weakness in his body was caused by himself. Did he cripple himself? Despicable bastard, you lied to me, the third senior brother said in grief. The third senior brother was filled with grief and hatred, but there was no medicine for regret. He collapsed on the ground, and no matter how much he screamed, he couldn't change the fact that he had lost. In the sky, the 4 people looked down in shock. Miss, why is that guy so stupid? Changqing asked. No, he's not stupid. The woman shook her head. Oh, it's because he just reached the Qi Jing realm and didn't fully understand his own Qi meridians. If it was someone who had reached the Qi Jing realm for many years, he would have understood at the moment he touched his Qi meridians. But he was tricked by Yin Chuan again and again, and even cut off his own Qi meridians? Huh, unbelievable, the woman said. Because he was confused, he fell into Yin Chuan's trap? Changqi nodded. Yes, but more importantly, Yin Chuan's eyes are sharp. How did Yin Chuan see through his cultivation? The woman pondered. Miss, you don't know? Changqi was surprised. The woman shook her head. On the other side. Looks like I don't have to do anything. The Dugu Sword Emperor looked down with a strange expression. Master, why is Uncle Wang so? Yin Wudi frowned. Is he strong? Ha, he is. I think he learned it from Yin Tao. Back then, Yin Tao was a genius. If it wasn't for that incident, Sai. The Dugu Sword Emperor sighed. Below. Liar. The third senior brother said in grief. But no one sympathized with him. Third senior brother. Lu Gang shouted. Dang. Hua Guang waved his spear and blocked Lu Gang's path. Yin Emperor, let's call it a day. Let's go back. The Crown Prince of Chu stammered. That's right, Yin Emperor. I think we should forget about the city from before. Farewell. The Crown Prince of Han also immediately called out. After the strength of the embroidered uniform army was displayed, the Crown Princes retreated one after another. What was the point of fighting? Even the Qi Jing fighter was defeated. How could they continue fighting? The Yin State's officers and soldiers were elated at this moment. They all looked at Yin Chuan with shining eyes. Before Yin Emperor could open his mouth, Yin Chuan suddenly raised his head. Leave? Today, no one can leave. Yin Chuan shouted domineeringly. No one can leave? Everyone froze and looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Emperor narrowed his eyes. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. Yin Chuan, what do you mean? We have already given up on the city that we won from the bet. What else do you want? The Crown Prince of Chu shouted. Yin Chuan, are you going to break the alliance and start a war between the 5 nations? Yin Chuan, if you dare to touch a single hair of mine, the Wei nation's army will trample over the Yin capital. The Crown Princes all scolded. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. The snort was filled with majesty. The snort suppressed everyone's angry shouts. If it weren't for this Qi Jing idiot, why would I waste my time talking to you? Today, none of you can leave after humiliating the Yin kingdom. Yin Chuan shouted. After hearing Yin Chuan's words, the third senior brother not only suffered a great loss physically and mentally, but also suffered a great blow mentally. Qi Jing idiot? I'm a Qi Jing idiot? The third senior brother felt like his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Yin Chuan, what are you doing? The Crown Prince of Chu shouted. Chapter 155. Yin Chuan coldly glanced at everyone. Take them all down. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes. The embroidered army replied immediately. Yin Chuan has gone mad. Crown Prince, let's go, let's go. A consecrator of Chu shouted. Let's go. The Crown Prince of Chu immediately shouted. Crown Prince, we'll protect you. Quick, no one can stop us once we're out of Yinjing. The consecrators shouted. Not only the Crown Prince of the Chu Kingdom, but the Crown Prince of the Han Kingdom and the Crown Prince of the Wei Kingdom also knew that Yin Chuan was about to go crazy. All of them fled outside under the escort of a group of experts. Those who don't surrender die, Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! A rain of arrows suddenly shot toward the group of experts. On the other side, Yindi's face also twitched. Yindi didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so impulsive. Kill! How could he kill him? Yin Emperor wanted to stop him, but he didn't know what to say. This was because the embroidered uniform army was not something he could order around. A large number of experts died under the rain of arrows. Those who don't surrender will be killed. The embroidered uniform army shouted. Crown Prince, run. The Chu country's consecrators shouted. Yin Chuan, I'll kill you. A group of consecrators rushed over. Bam, 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 bam. Under the rain of arrows, the 5 spirit realm consecrators were all killed by the shooting sun arrows. The essence state? So what if he was in the elite realm? in front of the shooting sun arrows. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, there were thousands of shooting sun arrows. The Crown Prince of Chu was shot to death by an arrow. Prince Chu is dead. Not far away, Yin Emperor's face twitched. This Yin Chuan was too undisciplined and out of control. That was the Crown Prince of the Chu country. Once he died, the Chu country would never rest until one of them was annihilated. The Crown Prince of Korea was also killed by an arrow. Crown Prince, the group of experts exclaimed, but there was no use crying out in alarm. The Crown Prince of Korea had already been blown to smithereens. The Crown Prince of Wei Nation and the Crown Prince of Zheng Nation felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the other two Crown Princes' deaths. Escape? How could he escape? Who would be able to escape from that divine arrow? I surrender. Liu Gang was the first to admit defeat. When the two princes saw that Liu Gang had admitted defeat, they immediately knew that the situation was hopeless. The Yin Chuan in front of them was simply a madman. Put down your weapons. We surrender. The Crown Prince of Wei Kingdom shouted. Clang! Clang! In the blink of an eye, under Yin Chuan's high pressure, everyone surrendered. Tie them all up. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, sir. The Brocade army replied. Although Yin Emperor and the other experts of the Great Yin were delighted, they soon frowned. This was a mortal enmity with the four nations. Yin Emperor, if worst comes to worst, we'll just give up on those cities. Why are you capturing us? Yin Chuan is mad. Don't make the same mistake as him. Yin Emperor, let us go. We can talk about anything. The Crown Princes of Zheng Nation and Wei Nation were begging for help. Yin Chuan, Yin Emperor said with an ugly expression. We'll talk about the Yin state's own affairs later. Let's unite against the outside world first. Yin Chuan directly stopped Yin Emperor from saying what he wanted to say. Yin Emperor was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. I'll kill whoever dares to bully Yin Emperor again. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Ka 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 ka. The shooting sun arrows were aimed at the representatives of the four nations again. The representatives of the four nations were tongue-tied. They looked at Yin Chuan in a daze. They had seen domineering people, but they had never seen such a domineering person. He wouldn't even let them beg for mercy. In the sky. Disciple, what's wrong? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked. Chapter 156. Uncle Wang's actions will cause a war between the five nations. What should we do? Yin Wudi said anxiously. You have nothing to do with the world. Don't think about it. Besides, I think that Yin Chuan is not a hot-headed person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have plotted against the Qi Jing people. The Dugu Sword Emperor shook his head. On the other side, young miss, this Yin Chuan is crazy. Chan Qing shouted. No. He is domineering. The woman exclaimed. Chan Qing was puzzled. This person is not ordinary. The woman shook her head. What? He is making enemies with the four nations. He is going to consign the Yin state to eternal damnation. Chan Qing did not understand. No, think again. Think again. The woman laughed. Below, the embroidered army only restrained the people of Zheng and Wei, but they were much rougher to the people of Chu and Korea. After all, in the eyes of the embroidered army, their crown prince was dead. The Yin state must be the enemy. Why should they be polite? The difference in attitude immediately attracted the attention of the people of the four nations. Don't kill me. I am classmates with the Prime Minister of Yin State, Chan Qing. Don't kill me. A man among the people of Chu suddenly exclaimed. Me too. I am also Chan Qing's classmate. Another person among the Korea team exclaimed. Oh, you know the Prime Minister of Yin State? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Not only Yin Chuan, but also Yin Emperor raised his eyebrows. The officials of Yin State also showed disbelief. You are lying. How could Chan Qing know you? Yin Emperor glared. I really know Chan Qing. Chan Qing, where are you? Come and save me, Chan Qing. Chan Qing, come and save me. The two of them exclaimed. In the sky. When Chan Qing saw the scene below, His expression immediately changed. "These two idiots," Chongqing said with an ugly expression. The woman sighed and said, "Let's go down." Swish! The two of them descended from the sky. "Chongqing, it's you?" Yendi looked at Chongqing in surprise. When did his most trusted subject learn how to fly? "Chongqing, you're here. Hurry up and let me go." Eldest miss?" Another person said in surprise. "Greetings, Mississippi. It's great that you're here. Save me." "Greetings, eldest miss. Greetings, eldest miss." It wasn't just Chu, Daehan, Zheng, and Wei that were trapped as well. They were all dressed in Confucian robes and were extremely respectful to the woman. "Eldest miss?" Yin Emperor looked at the woman in surprise. At this moment, everyone could tell that something was amiss, because the 5 people who knew this woman were actually from the 5 nations. Scattered across the 5 nations? Who exactly was this woman? The woman was dressed in white and wore a bamboo hat. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. "Chongqing, what's going on?" Yin Emperor shouted. Chongqing sighed slightly and turned to Yin Emperor. He bowed and said, "Yin Emperor, I'm sorry for hiding it from you before, but I've never done anything wrong to the Yin state all these years. And these 4 people, like me, are from the 4 nations." "You," Yin Emperor said angrily. No matter how nice Chongqing's words were, Yin Emperor knew that his most important subject had never been loyal to him. Not only Yin Emperor, but the Crown Prince of Zheng and Crown Prince of Wei were also shocked. How could the Prime Minister of his own country? "Who are you?" Yin Chuan stared at the woman in the bamboo hat and asked. "I'm Meng Rongrong from the Jiulu Academy. These are the students of the Jiulu Academy. I want to take them with me," the woman said with a smile. "Jiulu Academy?" Everyone was confused. "So it's the Jiulu Academy," the Dugu Sword Emperor said in a low voice. "Master, what kind of place is the Jiulu Academy?" Yin Wudi asked. "There are 4 major academies in the world. Taoist Palace, Buddhist Sect, Demon's Den, Feng Shui, and even major families have to give face to the 4 major academies. The Jiulu Academy is one of them," the Dugu Sword Emperor explained. "Huh?" Yin Wudi was confused. The mortals below had never heard of the Jiulu Academy. "The Jiulu Academy? They're my prisoners. Why should I let you take them away?" Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Chapter 157. Jiulu Academy? They're my prisoners. Why should I let you take them away? Yin Chuan said solemnly. "You." Chongqing glared at him. Meng Rongrong, stop Chongqing. "Haven't you heard of the Jiulu Academy? Didn't your father tell you?" Meng Rongrong laughed. "Never heard of it." Yin Chuan said doubtfully. "Taking these people away is of no help to your grand plan at all. I can guarantee that they will not return to the 4 countries. What do you think?" Meng Rongrong did not continue to pester the Jiulu Academy. "Oh." Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Rongrong, who was wearing a bamboo hat. "Great plan?" Meng Rongrong could tell. "If that's the case, I'll take it that you agree." Meng Rongrong smiled. "No." Yin Chuan shouted again. Meng Rongrong was puzzled. "They have to stay in Beijing for 3 months. I can let them go, but they can't leave." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "You." Chongqing's eyes were burning with anger. He had never met such a difficult person. "Okay." Meng Rongrong suddenly smiled. "Eldest miss." Chongqing was puzzled. "I originally wanted to stay and take a look. Since that's the case, isn't that even better?" Meng Rongrong smiled. "Yes. You can rest in Chongqing's residence for the time being." Yin Chuan nodded. "Oh, aren't you worried that we will leave?" Meng Rongrong asked curiously. "You are in the divine realm. Since you can make a promise to someone in the strength realm, of course, I'll believe you." Yin Chuan said calmly. Meng Rongrong also frowned. Did he see through my cultivation again? What did he think? Rumble. Suddenly, rumbling sounds came from all directions. Everyone looked up. In the distance, a black dot on the horizon instantly approached. It was a 6-meter-long bat. The bat flapped its wings, causing a gale to blow. It circled in the air, its eyes ferocious. Bat God, Bat God! Third senior brother, who had fallen to the ground, cried out in surprise. Crack! Bat God looked in Yin Chuan's direction and suddenly opened his mouth to roar. A huge sound wave rushed out, and the air around them seemed to overlap. Under the sound waves, a group of embroidered uniform army soldiers were sent flying. Shoot them down! Lu Jin shouted. Swish! Swish! A large number of shooting sun arrows soared into the sky and shot towards the bat demons. At this moment, Yin Chuan's third senior brother, who was not far away, moved his finger slightly, as if he was about to move. Kaka! The bats circled around, dodging the rain of arrows and constantly disrupting the entire battlefield. Under the sound waves, a large number of cracks appeared on the ground. Many people covered their ears and rolled around in pain. Third senior brother clenched his fist. The fear from before was slowly receding. The bat's sound waves helped third senior brother to reopen his blocked meridians. Yin Chuan kicked third senior brother's lower abdomen. The meridians that had just been reopened were once again broken by Yin Chuan's kick. Third senior brother's face turned red. You still want to run after falling into my hands? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Swish! In the sky, a shooting sun arrow suddenly shot through the bat demon's wings. Wah! The bat demon let out a cry like a baby. Swish! Swish! Another 2 arrows shot through the bat demon's wings. Wah! Wah! The bat demon cried out in pain. Bat God, let's go and inform eldest senior brother. Quick, quick, quick! Third senior brother curled up and shouted. Wah! The bat demon circled for a while and soared into the sky. Chapter 158. He turned his head and looked at the fallen third senior brother. Then, he spread his injured wings and flew away. Where do you think you're going? The embroidered uniform army shouted and drew their bows again. There's no need to shoot anymore. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The embroidered uniform army finally stopped. Yin Chuan watched the bat demon leave. He pondered for a moment before looking at the third senior brother again. Lord, how do we guard this person? Lu Jin was a little troubled. After all, this person was in the chi state. Once he broke free, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pierce his shoulder blades and throw him into the prison. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. When the third senior brother heard that, he immediately shouted, How dare you? How dare you? My master won't let you go. If it weren't for King Yimai, I would have killed you right now. Yin Chuan said coldly. You. The third senior brother trembled. He looked at Yin Chuan in horror. Throw them all into the prison. Lu Jin commanded the embroidered uniform army. In the blink of an eye, the representatives of the 4 states were all prisoners. Yin Emperor and the other Yin state officials looked on numbly. There were thousands of words in their hearts, but they didn't know where to start. This matter was Yin Chuan slowly walked towards Yin Emperor. Greetings, Emperor equal to the Emperor. The Yin state officials all said solemnly. Yin Chuan, what are you? Yin Emperor frowned. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back. Yin Chuan shook his head. Okay. Yin Emperor said with a complicated look in his eyes. In the sky. Master, I want to hear Uncle Wang's explanation later. Yin Wudi looked at the Dugu, Sword Emperor. Go. Deal with the secular matters. The Dugu, Sword Emperor nodded. Thank you, Master. Yin Wudi's face lit up with joy. In the evening, in Beijing. Zhao Manor's main hall. An old man with silvery white hair that was combed neatly sat in the main seat. The old man was dignified and his eyes glowed. There were 7 or 8 Zhao family disciples sitting on both sides. Master, is what happened at the drill ground today true? A disciple of the Zhao family asked incredulously. It's true. Yin Chuan has detained the envoys of the 4 countries. Moreover, his embroidered uniform army is personally guarding the prison. Patriarch Zhao said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan is crazy. He wants to consign the Yin state to eternal damnation. A disciple shouted. Beyond redemption? Wouldn't it be perfect if the yin state was in chaos? Once chaos breaks out, I, Zhao Tianwang, can break away from the yin state, establish a dynasty, and ascend to the throne? Patriarch Zhao said in a deep voice. That's right. The group of disciples laughed. My Zhao clan's power has already matured. Now we just need an opportunity, and that opportunity is not far away. Do your job well, and don't make any mistakes. Zhao Tianwang said in a deep voice. Yes, Patriarch. Don't worry. The group of disciples replied. Patriarch, Yin Chuan's embroidered uniform army is not to be underestimated. A disciple said with a frown. Don't worry. In a few months, Yin Chuan will enter the gate of heaven. His embroidered uniform army relies on divine weapons. Once Yin Chuan leaves, the embroidered uniform army will be mine, right? Zhao Tianwang said confidently. Yes, Patriarch. No matter how strong the embroidered uniform army is, they can't escape from Patriarch's hands. The disciples said excitedly. You may leave, Zhao Tianwang said. Yes. The crowd retreated. Zhao Tianwang stood up and closed the door. He walked to the corner of the wall and tapped on the wall a few times. Suddenly, a secret entrance appeared on the ground. Zhao Tianwang walked into the depths. There was a secret room in the depths. The secret room was surrounded by Yin Qi. Zhao Tianwang looked nervous. He calmed himself down and continued walking. Who is it? A cold voice suddenly came from the dark secret room. Senior Poisoner, it's me, Zhao Tianwang. Zhao Tianwang tried to curry favor. What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the Dugu Sword Emperor? The voice in the dark said coldly. I've been keeping an eye on him. However, he's in the Crown Prince's palace and hasn't come out. I have something else to report. Zhao Tianwang said respectfully. Oh, that Yin Chuan entered the capital today and went on a killing spree. Zhao Tianwang explained in detail what happened during the day. Zhao Tianwang, you're Shinkoan Kuroa's disciple, right? Poisoner sneered. Yes. Master took me in as his disciple 5 years ago and asked me to rebel against the Yin state and set up a trap to exterminate the Yin clan, Zhao Tianwang said respectfully. Do you know why he took you in? Poisoner said indifferently. I don't know. Maybe he saw something in me. Bullshit. What's so good about you? You're already so old, but your bone structure is still so weak. Let me tell you, it's because Yin Tao was killed by Shinkoan Kuroha. Do you understand now? Poisoner said coldly. Yes, I understand. Zhao Tianwang frowned. While I'm recuperating, try your best to keep a low profile. Don't cause any trouble and attract the Dugu Sword Emperor. When I'm healed, you can do whatever you want. At that time, I'll give you a good fortune, Poisoner said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll definitely protect you. Zhao Tianwang said respectfully. Go. Don't disturb me again. Poisoner said in a deep voice. Yes. Zhao Tianwang slowly retreated. Yin capital, Imperial Palace. In a large hall, a banquet was set up in the hall. Yin Emperor sat in the main seat. Yin Chuan sat in the guest seat on the east side. Yin Wudi sat in the guest seat on the west side. There were only 3 people at the banquet. 2 eunuchs stood behind Yin Emperor. Lu Jin stood behind Yin Chuan. The hall was closed. There was no one else. It's been more than 7 years since we last saw each other. I can't believe that you've grown so much in just 7 years. Yin Emperor smiled. Yes, it's been more than 7 years. I'm sure you haven't been feeling well all these years. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Wudi didn't interrupt. He just watched. Yin Emperor looked slightly embarrassed. He drank a cup of wine and took a deep breath. Indeed, I've been prejudiced against you all these years. After all, your identity is too sensitive. You're a threat to my throne. Yin Emperor suddenly said with a serious face. Father? Yin Wudi looked at Yin Emperor in surprise. Yin Emperor waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't interrupt. However, I understand what happened at the drill ground today. Emperor? Throne? Ha, what a joke. In front of the immortal sect, it's really a joke. Yin Emperor said bitterly. The Yin state lost your father. The Yin state can only be bullied. Without the support of the immortal sect, what can a great dynasty do? Yin Emperor shook his head and said. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Emperor. He knew that he wasn't finished. The war between the 5 countries is about to begin. The Yin state is at the moment of life and death. I don't want the Yin state to be destroyed in my hands. Therefore, I want to pass the imperial seal to you. I want to recommend you to the throne. Yin Emperor stared at Yin Chuan and said solemnly. As he spoke, a eunuch behind him held a jade box. Obviously, the jade box contained the Yin state's imperial seal. Father, Yin Wudi said in surprise. Chapter 159. The war between the 5 nations is about to begin. The Yin state is at the moment of life and death. I don't want the Yin state to be destroyed in my hands. Therefore, I want to pass the imperial seal to you. Yin Emperor stared at Yin Chuan and said solemnly. As he spoke, a eunuch behind him came forward with a jade box. Clearly, the jade box contained the Yin state's imperial seal. Imperial Father, Yin Wudi exclaimed. Drinking the fine wine, Yin Chuan's gaze was focused as he stared at the Yin Emperor, analyzing whether the Yin Emperor was speaking the truth or not. Father, you are Yin Emperor. How can you? Yin Wudi said anxiously. Yin Emperor? No, Wudi. The Yin state was originally a king, and Yin Chuan was also the legitimate ruler of the Yin state. Yin Emperor shook his head. But, Yin Wudi was still unwilling to give up. Yin Emperor said in a low voice, no buts. In the royal family, you are the only one with potential. Your brothers and sisters are useless. I originally wanted to pass the throne to you, but you have entered the immortal sect and have a better future. You can't miss this opportunity. But, Yin Wudi was still frowning. If I hand the Yin state over to your brothers, it will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. No, even if I take control of the Yin state, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Only Yin Chuan, the emperor, can carry the banner of the Yin state. The Yin Emperor said solemnly. Oh, Yin Chuan stared at Yin Emperor in confusion. Your embroidered uniform army should be more than enough to fight against the armies of other countries. As for the participation of the immortal sects of other countries, you also have the Day sect behind you. Although your father is dead, the Day sect will not sit by and watch you die. As long as you are the emperor, the Day sect will definitely protect the Yin state. As long as we strive for a few decades, Crown Prince Yin Wudi will have completely grown up. At that time, he will be able to protect the Yin state for generations to come. Yin Emperor said with certainty. Yin Emperor spoke selflessly, but he couldn't fool Yin Chuan. He smiled and took a sip of wine. Father, Uncle Wang could have entered the immortal sect and had the opportunity to live forever. How can he be trapped on the throne? Yin Wudi frowned and asked worriedly. Invincible. Yin Emperor's eyes widened. Imperial Father, I feel that this is unfair to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang could have cultivated for a long time. If he became the emperor, he would be old after a few decades. It would be too late to cultivate then. Moreover, after a few decades, would the Day sect still care about the favor of grandfather Yin Tao? Yin Wudi shook his head. Unfilial son, I'm doing this for your own good, for the sake of the Yin clan. Yin Emperor said angrily. Yin Emperor originally wanted to use the righteousness of the Yin clan's bloodline to restrain Yin Chuan, but he didn't expect his son to undermine him. What you're doing is wrong, Yin Wudi said stubbornly. Ha ha. Yin Chuan suddenly laughed and interrupted the father and son's argument. The two frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. There is no need to argue. Thank you for your kindness. I can take the throne, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Really? Yin Emperor's eyes lit up. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. However, when he saw Yin Chuan nod, Yin Emperor didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a trace of reluctance and unwillingness. Then please accept the imperial seal. Tomorrow, I will announce to the officials that you will ascend the throne on an auspicious day. Yin Emperor looked at the box with reluctance. Yin Chuan smiled and shook his head. Why are you going back on your words? Yin Emperor frowned. I originally wanted to establish a dynasty. My original plan was not necessarily to establish the Yin state. After all, you and I are the same bloodline. I don't want to fight with you. However, since you are willing to give up the throne, I will accept it. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will protect the Yin clan, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 160. Good, good. Yin Emperor smiled. But not now. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Emperor was slightly surprised. I have the opportunity to become an immortal cultivator and have entered the Dace sect. I want to ask you, do you want to enter the cultivation world? Yin Chuan asked seriously. Enter the cultivation world? Yin Emperor's eyes lit up, but then he said bitterly, who doesn't want to become an immortal? But my foundation is very poor. Your father also said that I didn't have the opportunity to become an immortal cultivator. Which immortal sect would accept me? Good. Give up the throne, and I'll help you. It's a kind of compensation. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, You help me? Yin Emperor was slightly surprised. If your foundation is poor, then you can use a lot of resources. Others need one, but you can use 10. I'll lead you into the cultivation world and help you reach the Qi state. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. How is that possible? Yin Emperor was overjoyed. Why? You don't believe me? Yin Chuan smiled. No, I believe you. It's just that. You can eat the 3-colored sacred cow on the drill ground. Yin Chuan laughed. You're giving it to me? You can have it. Cultivate well. When you reach the Qi state, you'll have to rely on yourself. Yin Chuan nodded. When I reach the Qi state, I'll be able to establish myself in the cultivation world. I don't need your help anymore. Yin Emperor said excitedly. Okay, then you can continue to deal with the affairs of the Yin state for me. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, What? You're not going to ascend the throne now? Yin Emperor frowned. I'm going to the Dace sect to take a look. When I'm done, I'll come back and ascend the throne. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. But Yin Di frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Besides, you'll need a lot of resources to reach the Qi state. I need to get my father's things back. Oh, all right. Yin Emperor nodded, but there was still something on his mind. Don't worry, I have detained the emissaries of the 4 countries. I will take care of this matter. Before I go to the Dace sect, I will take care of everything properly. You can rest assured and continue to be Yin Emperor. Yin Chuan said with a smile. All right, let me give you a toast. Yin Emperor smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Wudi looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. After the banquet, after sending off Yin Chuan, Yin Di and Yin Wudi stood at the door and looked at Yin Chuan's back. Father, do you really believe Uncle Wang? Yin Wudi frowned. Yin Di narrowed his eyes. I can't believe all of his words, but I can't let go of this opportunity. He is different from you. He has Yin Tao's inheritance in the Dace sect. He has a lot of cultivation resources. Since he promised to help me enter the cultivation world, I must fight for it. Although power is good, I need to be alive to enjoy it. Once I become immortal, what can I not have? Yin Di said in a deep voice. All right. Yin Wudi nodded. On the other side, Yin Chuan walked around the palace with Lu Jin. As they walked, Yin Chuan looked at the bright moonlight and his face showed a trace of satisfaction. Your Highness, I have already ordered people to tidy up the Emperor's palace. Lu Jin said from the side. What's wrong? I see that you have been holding back for a long time. Do you have something to say? Yin Chuan laughed. Old slave just doesn't understand why the Lord agreed to Yin Di's request. What's so good about being an emperor? This world belongs to immortals. Only immortality and immortality are the most important things. Lu Jin said with a complicated expression. You don't understand. Being an emperor is to become the most powerful immortal. Yin Chuan laughed. Lu Jin was stunned. Emperor? Immortal? Was there a connection? Old slave doesn't understand the Lord's meaning. But if the Lord wants to be an emperor, does it have to be in the Yin state? This will let Yin Di get so many cultivation resources. Lu Jin said with some reluctance. Ha, I'm a rightful ruler in the Yin state. I could take advantage of the situation to sit on the throne. Why not go to the Yin state? A country and a sect are two different concepts. Although the Yin state is small, the country's system is complete. This is what I value the most. A complete system can save me a lot of trouble. I just need to strengthen it and strengthen it. As for those cultivation resources, it's nothing. Yin Chuan laughed. If that's the case, why didn't the Lord take the imperial seal just now? Lu Jin asked curiously. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, It's not time yet. I have to go to the cultivation world. It's not to find a master to cultivate, but to recruit a group of truly capable people to help me conquer the world. Recruit people? Lu Jin was slightly stunned. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, old slave understands. Lu Jin nodded respectfully. It's good that you understand. Tomorrow, gather all the information on all the ministers in the Yin state and give it to me. I want to see if there are any talents in the Yin state that I want. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lord, rest assured. 2 days later, in the morning at the emperor's palace, Yin Chuan washed up and walked out of the courtyard. Hua Guang and Lu Jin were waiting outside the courtyard. Hua Guang, have you made the arrangements? Yin Chuan stared at Hua Guang. Yes, my first army has been sent out in 3 groups. Each group has 900 people. They left Yinjing last night. There are only 300 people left in Yinjing for the Lord's command. Hua Guang said respectfully. Lord, there are only 900 people in each group. Can they complete the mission? Lu Jin was a little worried. This time, let's give them a chance to hone themselves. If a jade isn't polished, it won't amount to anything. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. The 2 of them answered. Let's go. We'll go to Xingluo Mountain Villa and meet the imperial tutor, Yifeng. Yin Chuan said as he mounted his horse. Yes. The 2 of them mounted their horses. 100 people from the imperial tutor followed behind them. They galloped out of the city. Lord, Yifeng is already old. What's the use of looking for him? Hua Guang asked, puzzled. Old people cherish their lives. Old people are dignified. When a person is about to die, they can see through many things. Besides, so what if he's old? He's 92 years old. He's just a kid in the cultivation world. In the past 2 days, I've read all kinds of records about him. Although he only wrote about how he succeeded, I could feel that there was a lot of planning before he succeeded. Plus, he's very famous. His disciples are all over the Yin state. If he's really thinking for me, he'll be a pillar of the country, Yin Chuan said with certainty. A pillar of the country? Lu Jin was surprised. Nothing is certain yet. This trip is to verify it. Yin Chuan said solemnly. If the Lord wants to see him, we can just summon him. Why do we have to go there personally? Lu Jin frowned. No, if he's a capable person, I'll pay him a visit personally. It's fine if we talk about it now, but don't be rude when the time comes. Yin Chuan said with a deep voice. Yes, old slave understands. Lu Jin immediately said respectfully. Go. A group of people galloped out of the city towards Xingluo Mountain Villa. Chapter 161. Yinjing, Prime Minister's Residence. Changqing had been removed from his post, but because of the emperor's permission, he was still living in the Prime Minister's residence. In a large hall, young miss, there's no need for the 5 of us to stay in the imperial court anymore. A scholar said to Meng Rongrong. Yes, we've gathered all the information. The operations of the imperial court and all the systems have been recorded. We can go back and report it to the principal. Another scholar said. Meng Rongrong sat at the head of the table, drinking tea as she looked at the 5 people from the Julu Academy. All. Meng Rongrong smiled. It should be all. Changqing nodded. Meng Rongrong shook her head and sighed. It's not all. I've seen this information, and it shouldn't be of much use. Then, what does the principal want? It's not good for us to go back to our countries now. Another person frowned. That's not right, young Mississippi. If you want to take us away, who can stop you? Chan Ching frowned. She shook her head. Meng Rongrong thought for a while and said, before coming here, I've traveled around the mortal world, but I've never seen an emperor like Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan? He's not an emperor. Chan Ching shook his head. Isn't he? Let's wait and see. Meng Rongrong smiled. Young miss, are we just going to wait? Chan Ching was puzzled. Wait? We won't wait. What's Yin Chuan doing recently? Meng Rongrong asked. Last night, more than 2,000 members of the embroidered uniform army left the city. Their whereabouts are unknown. As expected, this Yin Chuan is indeed bold. Meng Rongrong's eyes lit up. Young miss, where did the embroidered uniform army go? Just wait, you'll know soon enough. Meng Rongrong kept them in suspense. Early this morning, Yin Chuan led 100 members of the embroidered army and left the city. Looking at the direction, it should be the Star Luo Mountain Villa. Chan Ching said, Star Luo Villa? Is this the residence of the imperial tutor of 3 dynasties? Yifeng? Meng Rongrong asked in surprise. Yes. Keep an eye on him, Meng Rongrong said calmly. Yes. East of Yinjing City. The forest was densely packed, and there were many lakes. The scenery was extremely pleasant. This Grand Preceptor, Yifeng, really knows how to choose a place. This is the best place to retire. Lu Jin sighed. It's rare to see a brick road paved in the middle of a mountain forest. Hua Guang said in a strange tone. At the very least, you don't have to worry about not being able to find your way. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Soon, everyone saw the entrance of a valley in the distance. Beside the valley was a stone tablet. Star Luo Villa. A few household servants were standing at the entrance. However, they looked extremely proper. Lord, I heard that many of the household servants in Star Luo Villa used to be soldiers. Hua Guang said, Who are you? A household servant immediately shouted. Yin State's emperor is here. Why aren't you letting your master come out? Lu Jin shouted. Lu Jin, what did I tell you before we came? Yin Chuan frowned and said, Yes. Lu Jin immediately knew that she was wrong. Emperor? The household servant frowned. At this moment, a person beside him whispered, He is indeed the emperor's emperor. I saw him 2 days ago in Yinjing. Greetings to the Lord. The household servant immediately said respectfully, Yes. Is Grand Preceptor Yifeng here? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Villa Lord is here. Does the Lord want to see the Villa Lord? The household servant asked. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. The Villa Lord is old. 3 years ago, he announced that he won't see any outsiders. Unless. The household servant frowned. Chapter 162. How dare you? Lu Jin said angrily again. However, Yin Chuan waved his hand and stopped Lu Jin. Unless what? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Villa Master has not met anyone in recent years. Even when Yin Emperor invited Villa Master to his birthday celebration, Villa Master did not appear. In Xingluo Mountain Villa, apart from the servants and Villa Master's descendants, there's only one kind of people who can meet Villa Master. Oh, the best chess players in the world, the people who have reached the pinnacle of chess, can meet Villa Master after they have played chess with Villa Master and obtained his approval. The household servant explained. Play chess? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes. Villa Master is old and wants to do his favorite thing in his later years, which is playing chess. Right now, there are dozens of chess masters in the valley outside the manor, playing chess with the manor head or solving the endgame. If your highness is interested, you might as well come with me. It's just that. The servant looked around at the embroidered uniform army. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Jin, Hua Guang, and choose 4 more people to follow me in. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Everyone dismounted. Yin Chuan and the others walked to the entrance of the valley. Lord, please. The household servant said respectfully. Okay. Following the household servant, Yin Chuan entered the valley. The valley was very large, and there were some exquisite pavilions not far away. Dozens of people in loose robes were racking their brains to look at some go boards. Clearly, these were the chess players that the household servant had mentioned. Some servants poured tea and water for everyone. On the other side of the valley, there was a narrow path. Clearly, there was a valley within the valley that could be entered. Some servants went back and forth to the valley within the valley. They're here. They're here. Master Yi's new chess pieces are here. The group of chess players immediately surrounded them. The 10 household servants who came out of the valley within the valley were quickly surrounded. Yin Chuan stepped forward. The group of Go players did not pay attention to Yin Chuan's group. After all, there were too many people who came here every day. When they got closer, Yin Chuan understood. There were a total of 10 Go boards arranged in a row. There was only one person sitting on each chessboard, as if there were no opponents. The 10 household servant who had just come out of the valley quickly placed chess pieces on the 10 chessboards. Master Yi, this is a brilliant move. Now that Master Yi has left, it won't be easy for us to place our pieces. Ha ha ha, you've lost. With Master Yi's move, you have no chance of making a comeback. The onlookers kept commenting on the 10 games of Go. What's the meaning of this? Lu Jin asked the household servant beside her. These 10 are the Go masters of their respective provinces. They came here to seek guidance from the Manor Lord. The Manor Lord fought against the 10 Go masters alone. This is already the 3rd day, and no one has been able to defeat the Manor Lord. They are tired, so they are resting in the surrounding houses. When they are free, they will come and play with the Manor Lord across the mountain. The household servant said proudly. Play across the mountain? Yin Chuan said with a smile. That's right. Look at these dozens of people. It's not just our Yin state. Zheng state, Chu state, Han state, Wei state, and all the other countries' experts have gathered here. However, no one has been able to defeat the Manor Lord. The household servant said proudly. Fighting against the 10 Go masters alone? Grand Preceptor Yifeng's Go skills are too amazing. Lu Jin said in surprise. Let's take a look first. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard. Lord, in fact, the order of the chess pieces on each game is recorded. Would the Lord like to take a look? The household servant said with a smile. All right. Soon, the household servant returned with a piece of paper filled with Go stones. Every Go stone had a number on it, indicating the order in which the chess pieces were placed. Yin Chuan carefully looked at each piece of paper, and his expression turned increasingly grave. Chapter 163. When Xiao Chan finished reading all 10 pieces of paper, his gaze fell on the Go boards of the 10 Go games. He is indeed an expert, Yin Chuan said happily after letting out a long sigh. Lord, how is the Grand Tutor's Go skills? Huo Guang asked, feeling curious. Low-ranked Go players compete. They pursue victory and defeat, seeking instant benefits. Although their Go skills are strong, they are limited to skill and not the Go Dao. Middle-ranked Go players seek the Dao. Chess can nurture one's state of mind, absorb one's soul, and approach the Dao of chess. High-ranked Go players create the Dao, using momentum to set up the Go board, the mental state guiding the Go board. The Go board is the world. Placing a Go stone can mess up the hearts of the people. This Yifeng is already a high-ranked Go player. Unfortunately, these 10 Go masters are too weak. He lacks a true opponent, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Ah, we lost again. One of the Go masters lamented. I lost this Go game as well. The 10 Go masters admitted defeat at the same time. How did the 10 of them lose at the same time? Huo Guang exclaimed in shock. That's because Yifeng controlled the entire Go board. Not only could his Go skills match the 10, but he could also accurately calculate the time. Yin Chuan said with a bright light in his eyes. To think that the Grand Tutor Yifeng's Go skills are so strong. Lu Jin exclaimed. Just at this moment, a household servant called out, "All right, this game is over. Rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, 10 more people can play against my manor lord." "All right," the group of Go players answered. "Is there a reason for this Go game?" Yin Chuan asked the household servant who led the way. "The lord wants to play against my manor lord," that household servant exclaimed. "That's right," Yin Chuan said with a smile. "According to our rules, solving 10 Go puzzles is enough," the household servant said. "If that's the case, then let's arrange the 10 Go puzzles in a row," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Lord, our endgame is extremely difficult. Many people can only solve one endgame in a day," the household servant said strangely. "It doesn't matter. Just set it down." Yin Chuan shook his head. "Oh, okay. The household servant looked at Yin Chuan strangely. Just as the 10 people finished playing chess, the household servant quickly called out to the other household servant and quickly arranged 10 endgame positions according to the chess manual. "What are you doing? Endgame? Another newcomer?" The group of Go players looked at the scene in surprise. The 10 household servant each stood on a chessboard, while Yin Chuan stood on one side and watched. "Young man? Who is this young man? What a joke. He can solve 10 Go puzzles at the same time? Where did this hothead come from?" Lu Jin and Hua Guang both looked worried. However, Yin Chuan was not worried at all. He looked at the Go puzzles and smiled. He casually grabbed a handful of black Go stones from the Go bowl and quickly placed them on a chessboard. Yin Chuan quickly placed a Go stone on the second chessboard. The third chessboard, the fourth chessboard, like flowing water, in the blink of an eye, the Go stones were placed on all 10 Go puzzles. The group of Go players looked at Yin Chuan in astonishment. Is this a joke? Is he playing blindly? Does he have enough time to see the Go puzzles? Moreover, there are 10 of them. I've played this Go puzzle before. The first Go stone was placed like this. This young man is really lucky. Everyone was discussing. No one was optimistic about Yin Chuan's chances. Lu Jin and Hua Guang stared at the Go players as if warning them not to talk nonsense. However, the Go players did not care at all and continued criticizing them. "Everyone, gentlemen should watch the game without speaking," Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Go players' faces froze. Chapter 164. Naoibo Studio playing Ifeng. "Everyone, gentlemen, should not speak while watching Go," Yin Chuan said with a smile. The expressions of the Go players froze. Everyone knew that one should not speak while watching Go. However, at this moment, everyone looked down on Yin Chuan's Go play. Hence, they spoke up. However, Yin Chuan made it sound like they were not gentlemen, but petty people. Everyone's faces immediately turned red. Some of them even glared at Yin Chuan angrily. The 10 household servant did not expect Yin Chuan to play so quickly. After being stunned for a moment, he started playing according to the Go record. Smack! 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 10 white Go stones were played. Yin Chuan grabbed another handful of black Go stones from the Go bowl. Smack! 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 Yin Chuan was no slower than the household servant. His movements were like flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, he played another 10 Go stones. The Go players all revealed stunned expressions. "This person is really blind," one of the Go players said in disdain. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stopped himself. This was because he was the only one speaking. The others all remembered Yin Chuan's words, "Watch Go," without speaking. For the sake of maintaining their poise, no one spoke. After that Go player's face froze, he looked at the Go board again. His expression remained angry. He waited for Yin Chuan to be defeated before slowly scolding him. Clack, 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 clack. As the household servant played his Go stones, he gaped in shock. This was because Yin Chuan played his Go stones even faster than they did. Clack, 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 clack. As Go stones continued to be played, the Go masters turned increasingly serious. What's wrong? Is he playing blindly? Is he really solving the Go? The Go players looked at the Go board in disbelief. Ha! Yin Chuan placed another piece. The first game is over. It's been solved. A Go master exclaimed in surprise. The second game has also been solved. The same goes for the third round, when Yin Chuan placed his last piece. All the Go masters looked at Yin Chuan, but they were already silent. All right, let's clean up the mess, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Good, the Lord is good at chess. The Villa Master will be very happy to know that he has another good opponent. The household servant who was leading the way smiled. Retreat. The household servant, who was leading the way, said to the people who were dealing with the aftermath. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated. The group of Go players also came to their senses at this moment. Who is this person? Everyone began to inquire. Yin Chuan didn't chat much with the crowd. Instead, he found a chessboard and sat down. He waited for the second round to begin. The others discussed animatedly, and more or less knew Yin Chuan's identity. The Emperor's equal? He is the Emperor's equal? Why is the Emperor's equal so young? The Emperor's equal is good at chess. With their strength recognized, the crowd no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sat at a Go board, and everyone thought that it was natural for him to sit there. After waiting for a while, all right, it's about time. The second round will begin. As usual, the Villa Master will allow everyone to place their pieces first. A household servant called out, Place my pieces first. Ha! Yin Chuan smiled. He picked up a black piece. He placed his hand on the Tianyuan position, at the center of the Go board. When the piece was placed on the Tianyuan position, it was as if a breeze was blowing from the Go pieces, blowing away the dust. Chapter 165. At this moment, Yin Chuan had become the center of attention. Aside from the 9 players, almost all eyes were on Yin Chuan's Go board. Divine Prime? How could it be Divine Prime? Someone exclaimed. Does he know how to play Go? His first move is Divine Prime? No one has ever dared to play like that before. What a waste. This move is completely useless. Everyone shook their heads. Lord, are you sure? Have you thought carefully about your first move? Why don't you rearrange it? The household servant advised kindly from earlier. Whoever placed the first move had the advantage. However, this advantage should not be wasted like that. There's no need. When I play Go, my first move has always been Divine Prime, Yin Chuan said, shaking his head. Everyone was confused. Always Divine Prime? What a joke. Who would play Go like that? All right. That kind household servant smiled bitterly. He waved his hand, and the 10 household servant quickly recorded the moves and rushed to the middle of the valley. In the middle of the valley, a waterfall poured into the valley, revealing a large lake below. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it a pleasant fishy smell. Flowers grew all around, and many palaces stood tall. Birds sang and flowers bloomed, making this place look like a paradise on earth. Beside the lake stood a group of servants who were waiting on them. In the middle of a huge pavilion, there were 10 chessboards. The 10 household servants were setting up the Go boards. There was a small pier by the lake. At this moment, a white-robed old man sat on the pier. The old man had white hair, white brows, and an aged face. He held a fishing rod in his hand. He sat there quietly, as if he was in an ink painting. A middle-aged man stood behind the old man as he quietly fished. Grandfather, how are the Go skills of those 10 Go masters? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. The old man's expression did not change. He said indifferently, their Go skills are passable. The 3rd and 6th players improve their Go skills to a certain extent. Grandpa's chess skills have already reached the pinnacle of perfection. In the entire world, no one can match him. These 10 people claim to be chess masters, but even when the 10 of them play together, there's still no match for Grandpa. Furthermore, they don't know that Grandpa is actually playing blind chess. He didn't even look at the chessboard. He was fishing and playing at the same time. The middle-aged man sighed. Invincible? That might not be the case. It's just that our horizons are limited. Who can guarantee that there are no chess experts among the cultivators? They've lived for countless years, and their skill in chess might not be inferior to mine. A look of longing and a sigh flashed across the old man's eyes. No, I believe that even those cultivators are no match for Grandpa, the middle-aged man said stubbornly. The old man smiled and continued fishing. Manor Lord, the first round is 4-4. A household servant reported. 43. The old man said without turning his head. The household servant behind him, who was in charge of the chessboard, quickly placed a piece according to the old man's instructions. Second round, tie 4. Another household servant called out. 44. The old man said indifferently as he fished. Third round. Fourth round. Every time a piece was placed, the old man would not even look at the chessboard. He would quickly announce the placement of a white piece. 10th round, Tian Yuan. The last household servant reported. Oh, the old man was slightly taken aback. A household servant who had followed him immediately reported, Manor Lord, the person in the 10th round has an extremely special identity. He is. I don't care who he is. Did he saw the go game? The white-robed old man asked indifferently. He solved it. Furthermore, he solved all 10 games in a short period of time. The household servant said respectfully. Chapter 166. Solving all 10 games at the same time? Ha ha, good. This old man has finally found a decent one. The white-clad old man said with a smile. Yes, for the 10th game, I will play 3-5. The old man said after taking a deep breath without turning his head. Yes. The placement of ghost stones in the middle of the valley quickly spread to the outer valley. In the outer valley, the top 10 Go players were quickly playing. Smack, smack, smack. The ghost stones were quickly placed. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. At this moment, most of the spectating Go players gathered around Yin Chuan. They could see the general trend of the other Go boards. However, Yin Chuan's Go board confused them. Our master, Yi, and this young man playing Go, the two of them are going their own ways. How is this a game? That's right, this chess game is too scattered. No, this is a setup. The two of them are setting each other up. The game is too big. We can't understand it. Everyone watched quietly. In the distance, another group of household servants came to the middle of the valley. They quickly placed ghost stones on the 10 Go boards. I lost again. Sigh, I was too careless. This game is messed up again. What a pity. On the first 9 Go boards, the 9 Go masters threw in their ghost stones and admitted defeat with regretful expressions. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan's table. According to the previous rules, all 10 games would be thrown in at the same time. Now, 9 games have been lost, and the last game was still going on. It was still going on? Everyone was flabbergasted by this strange scene. Then they all gathered around. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and placed another ghost stone. Clack! He placed another ghost stone. The household servant quickly recorded it and ran to the middle of the valley. In the middle of the valley, the old man's fish float trembled. Clearly, a fish had taken a bait. However, the old man did not seem to notice it. Manor Lord, all the first 9 games have been thrown in, and they have admitted defeat, the household servant reported. What about the 10th round? Where did the 10th round land? The old man asked. Up to 85%. The household servant reported. Up to 85%? It's actually over 85%? The old man was slightly surprised. The household servant waited for the old man to announce his next move, but after waiting for a while, the old man did not speak. Huh? The household servant was surprised. Grandpa? The middle-aged man beside him asked in confusion. One had to know that his grandfather had never thought about playing chess for so long. The old man pondered for a while and remained motionless. Even the fish in the lake stole the bait and swam away happily. 43%. The old man finally confirmed. Yes. The household servant quickly ran out. At this moment in the outer valley, Yin Chuan stood up. It's noon, we should go back. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Lu Jin and Hua Guang answered. Ah, Lord, you're not done playing chess. A household servant was dumbfounded and immediately shouted. He had never met someone who left in the middle of a game. How could he leave? The game was not over yet. Imperial tutor Yifeng and I have already arranged the troops. Next, the two sides will fight. Every move won't be easy. I'll have my subordinates stay here. If there are new pieces, inform me as soon as possible. I'll make my move then. Yin Chuan said indifferently. What? How is that possible? You're bragging. Master, he still needs to think when playing chess. The Go Masters said in disbelief. At this moment, a household servant quickly ran over from the middle of the valley. 43. Manor Lord, make your move. 43%. The household servant said hurriedly. Oh, 43? Yin Chuan looked at the chessboard. After thinking for a while, Yin Chuan made another move. After leaving behind 4 members of the embroidered uniform army, Yin Chuan led Hua Guang and Lu Jin out of the valley. Let's go. Giddy up. Yin Chuan led the embroidered uniform army away, leaving behind the dumbfounded Go Masters. What's going on? The Go Masters were petrified. In the middle of the valley, Grand Tutor Yifeng, who was holding the fishing rod, frowned at this moment. 46? 46? The old man pondered. Chapter 167. 3 days later, in Beijing, in a tea house, there were 2 floors. The upper floor had a cubicle and the lower floor had a hall. Sitting in the cubicle, one could not only hear the people downstairs, but also see the beautiful scenery of the lake through the window. Crown Prince Yen Wudi, dressed in an ordinary black robe, sat on the second floor, drinking tea. He listened to the noise below. Wang Wu, what's the latest news? Someone downstairs asked. A man in a scholar's robe was sitting in the middle, eating a bun. Everyone was surrounding him. Now, there were only 2 things happening right now. First, all the medical centers in Yanjin were full. I don't know what's going on, but a lot of people in Beijing fell sick all of a sudden. Wang Wu sighed as he ate a bun. Yeah, my second uncle was still fine 2 months ago. He didn't have any trouble carrying a bag of rice. He had never been sick before. Now he suddenly collapsed. One of them made an excuse. I don't know if it's some kind of illness, but there are quite a lot of patients. There are a lot of people lining up outside each clinic. My third uncle is the doctor of Baoji Hall. He said that he couldn't find the cause of this illness. It's a strange illness. Everyone kept talking. There's one more thing. The emperor's equal has returned. Wang Wu said after some thought. Emperor equal to emperor? Crown Prince Yen Wudi, who was upstairs, immediately became interested. Emperor equal to the emperor? Who didn't know? That day, I was at the city gate when Hua Guang broke through the city gate with a single spear strike. 3,000 embroidered army soldiers. How impressive. Yeah, I saw it too. It's nothing. What kind of news is this? Everyone in the city knows. Everyone was discussing, but Wang Wu gently shook his head. No, that's not what I want to talk about. The emperor's equal has gone to the star Luo Mountain Villa. Do you guys know? Wang Wu said proudly. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. Everyone knows about Grand Preceptor Yifeng's rules. Even the Yin Emperor can't meet him. Grand Preceptor is nearing the end of his life. He doesn't care about power. In his old age, he only wants to play chess and do what he loves the most. Therefore, Xinghua Mountain Villa invited all the top Go players in the world, and countless national Go players came because of its reputation. Wang Wu said, Nonsense, Wang Wu, get to the point. One of them said impatiently. The emperor's equal has gone, and he is playing chess with Grand Preceptor Yifeng across the mountain. Wang Wu said, that's not right. Wang Wu, you're bragging. I know the rules of the star Luo Mountain Villa. How many days had it been? The emperor's equal hasn't solved all the games yet, right? How could he play against the Grand Preceptor? Someone asked in disbelief. TCH, you don't believe me? The emperor's equal really played against the grand preceptor. My third brother is a household servant there. You don't know how incredible the emperor's equal is. He solved all 10 Go puzzles at the same time. In an instant, he solved them all. Wang Wu said excitedly. That can't be right. Of course it's true. My third brother was in charge of playing according to the Go manual. However, he wasn't as fast as the emperor's equal. The emperor's equal didn't even need to look. Clack, clack, clack. He solved all the Go puzzles. If I had known, I would have gone to look as well. Wang Wu said excitedly. Then, what happened after that? Everyone's interest was piqued. After that, of course, he played against the Grand Preceptor. Originally, there were 10 people playing against the Grand Preceptor. However, the first 9 were Go Masters. They couldn't even withstand a single blow and lost in the blink of an eye. Only the Emperor's equal is still playing. He never stopped. Even today, he still hasn't finished that game. Wang Wu sighed. Chapter 168. Bullshit. No one can compare to the Grand Tutor's Go skills. He won in 2 hours. How could the Emperor equal King play for 3 days and 3 nights? Someone said in disbelief. Don't doubt it. The Emperor equal King is awesome. He returned at noon that day, saying that the Grand Tutor needs to think before he plays. He will send someone to inform him when he has thought of a move. Then, he will make his move and have someone send the message back. Wang Wu said proudly. Wouldn't that be like the Emperor equal King sitting at home and the Grand Tutor sitting in the valley, playing Go from a distance? Of course. Furthermore, the Emperor equal King's Go skills are clearly no weaker than the Grand Tutor's. It has been 3 days and 3 nights, and no one could determine a winner, Wang Wu said. He's that good, someone exclaimed. Of course. I've also heard that none of the chess masters from the Star Luo Mountain Villa are playing chess anymore. They are waiting for the 2 of them to make their move every day. They are waiting impatiently. Every time the messenger comes to make his move, those chess masters don't even dare to breathe loudly. They're just watching, Wang Wu said. Really? Of course. Do you know that Go Master from Yinjing? Wang Wu said proudly. Of course I do. That Go Master only acknowledges the Grand Tutor. He does not acknowledge anyone else. However, after watching for 2 days, he no longer dares to watch. He only dares to watch after resting for a day, Wang Wu said. What do you mean? Is he tired? Of course, he is not tired. He said that the Go game is too big, and he feels dizzy from watching it. He can't hold on anymore, Wang Wu said proudly, as if he was standing beside the Go game himself. He's that good? Of course. This Go game stunned all those Go masters. How can he not be good? Who knows how long this Go game will last? Wang Wu said confidently. The Emperor equal King is really good. While the commoners discussed the situation downstairs, Crown Prince Yin Wudi frowned upstairs. Go and ask what Uncle Wang has been doing these days, Yin Wudi said to a subordinate behind him. Yes. The subordinate quickly went downstairs and left the restaurant. After a while, he came back. Once again, he came to Yin Wudi's private room. Reporting to the Crown Prince, I have asked the people in the city. It is said that the Emperor equal leaves the city early every day and comes back in the evening. Moreover, the gate he goes through is different every day. No one knows what the Emperor equal is doing. The subordinate said, Oh, you didn't play chess? Yin Wudi asked doubtfully. Yes, it's just as Wang Wu said. The Emperor's pieces are constantly being sent to the Star Luo Villa. So you're saying that Uncle Wang is playing chess while going out to do something? Yin Wudi asked in confusion. It should be. The subordinate said respectfully. Inform me when Uncle Wang returns tonight. I'll go see Uncle Wang. Yin Wudi thought for a while and said, Yes. The subordinate immediately replied. Go. In the south of Yinjing, Yin Chuan led 100 members of the embroidered uniform army and galloped. Following a mountain path, the Fergana horses climbed to the top of the mountain with difficulty. Stop. Yin Chuan pulled the reins. Shoo. The 100 Fergana horses all stopped. Sitting on the horse, Yin Chuan looked at the surrounding mountains and rivers. Gradually, He looked at the bustling Yinjing in the distance. Lord, what are we looking for these days? Lu Jin didn't understand. Yin Chuan looked at Yinjing and smiled. I'm looking at the surrounding terrain. Yinjing might be our headquarters in the future. The surrounding mountains are extremely important. I have to know what to do. Chapter 169. What about the surroundings of Yin capital? Lu Jin asked curiously. Overall, it's not bad. Unfortunately, there are too few dragon veins. There are only 4 of them. When I establish my country, these dragon veins will definitely not be enough. I still need to find someone to bring over 100 dragon veins for the capital to form a 100 dragon worshipping pattern. Only then can we suppress the great Yin dynasty and leave a legacy for 10,000 years. Yin Chuan said, yes. Lu Jin might not understand, but that didn't stop her from worshipping him. Da-da-da-da. 2 horses galloped over from afar. Dust flew everywhere as they passed. Oh, Yifeng made another move? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Set up the chessboard. Lu Jin ordered the 2 embroidered uniform soldiers. Yes, the 2 embroidered uniform soldiers quickly took down the chessboard on their backs and placed the chess pieces in order. They placed the chess pieces on a large rock. Yin Chuan got off his horse. The 2 horses also approached from afar. Lord, the Grand Tutor has made a move. 2 to 2. The embroidered uniform soldiers hurried over and said, 2 to 2. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Jin quickly placed a white chess piece on the 2 to 2 position. Yin Chuan sat on the large rock and stared at the chessboard as he pondered. No one dared to disturb him. About half an hour later. Good move. 2 to 2. You finally can't hold it in anymore? Yin Chuan said with a smile. As he spoke, Yin Chuan took out a black chess piece and placed it on a hole in the chessboard. Ping 44. Eat your 3 pieces first. Yin Chuan said with a smile. After he placed the chess piece, 3 white pieces were eaten. Go, Ping 44. Yin Chuan said to the embroidered uniform soldiers who were rushing over. Yes. The 2 quickly rode their horses away. Xingluo Mountain Villa, Outer Valley. A chessboard was placed in the middle. A group of Go masters sat cross-legged in the surroundings, all of them racking their brains for the Go puzzles on the Go boards. Meng Rongrong, Chongqing, and the other 5 had also arrived at the valley and were quietly staring at the chessboard. Meng Rongrong was mesmerized. Chongqing and the other 4 Jiulu Academy students frowned as they stared at the chessboard. Young mistress, this chess game, their chess skills. Chongqing smiled bitterly. What do you think? Meng Rongrong asked. Chongqing smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, it's me. I underestimated the people of the mortal world. In this game of chess, whether it's the black or white pieces, I'm no match for them. That's right. Even among the students of the academy, his chess skills are among the best. Meng Rongrong said in a strange tone. Go. The sound of a horse came from outside the valley. It's coming, it's coming. The group of Go masters immediately got up from the ground and looked at the entrance of the valley with sparkling eyes. Because of this game of Go, the 2 embroidered uniform soldiers didn't need to dismount from their horses outside the valley. They rode directly into the valley. The Lord has placed a piece. Level 44. One of the embroidered uniform soldiers shouted from his horse. Level 44? The embroidered uniform soldier beside the chessboard quickly placed a black piece. Clap. When the black piece was placed, everyone stared at the chessboard. More and more pieces were placed, and the chessboard became deeper and deeper. Some of the entranced players stared at the chessboard as if they were possessed. Looking at the chessboard, it was as if they were looking at a whirlpool that sucked in the minds of the Go masters. One of the Go masters, by May, even had his face flushed red. He stared at the chessboard as if he was sucked into it. Level 44. Take 3 pieces first. The embroidered uniform soldier took the white piece that was swallowed by the black piece. PFFF. Bame suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down. Master Bai, what's wrong? The surrounding Go players were flustered. Bai Mei withered and smiled bitterly. This old man actually vomited blood because of watching a game of Go. This game of Go is no ordinary game. I'm not even qualified to watch it. Chapter 171. This is a feng shui array. Someone set up this feng shui array in Yanjin and is spreading poison throughout the city. Yin Chuan said, "The entire city?" "Yes, the entire city. Feng shui poison is different from normal poisons. Some feng shui poisons are alive. This poison is still growing. Once it matures, it will empty the entire city." Yin Chuan said, "Empty the entire city? What? What do you mean?" Yin Wudi seemed to have guessed something. 2 million people in Yanjin will be poisoned to death in one night. No one will be left alive. Yin Chuan said. "Ah." Yin Wudi was shocked. "I think you've already guessed it. This should be the work of the poisoner." Yin Chuan said coldly. "Why would he do that?" Yin Wudi asked with an ugly expression. "I think the poisoner must be severely injured. He wants to poison everyone in Yanjin to death and extract millions of souls to heal his wounds." "Heal his wounds? I don't understand." "But Uncle Wong, these are 2 million lives we were talking about. They are all citizens of Yanjin. Since you have already guessed it, you should have a solution, right?" Yin Wudi said anxiously. "There is a solution, but I need the cooperation of the Dugu, Sword Emperor. Take me to the Dugu, Sword Emperor. Tell him that I have a way to find the poisoner," Yin Chuan said. Before Yin Wudi could say anything, suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "You have a way to find the poisoner?" The voice was filled with urgency. "Ka ka ka." The Imperial Secret Army quickly knocked their bows and aimed at the sky. Yin Chuan waved his hand and stopped the archers. The Dugu Sword Emperor slowly descended from the sky with a long sword on his back. "Master," Yin Wudi said in surprise. "Dugu Sword Emperor, are you following us?" Yin Chuan asked coldly. "My disciple left before dawn, so of course I had to follow him. However, what did you mean by that? Can you find poisoner?" The Dugu Sword Emperor asked anxiously. Yin Chuan coldly stared at the Dugu Sword Emperor. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "How do we find him?" The Dugu Sword Emperor asked in delight. Yin Chuan dismounted. Everyone followed suit and dismounted. "Lu Jin, boil the tea," Yin Chuan said. "Yes." Lu Jin replied immediately. He took out the spatial scroll, took out the table and chairs, and quickly boiled some tea with a small stove. Hua Guang ordered the soldiers to retreat to the side. "Since you're here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Have a seat," Yin Chuan said. The Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. Yin Wudi also sat down. Soon, Lu Jin finished boiling the tea and poured tea for the three of them. "I want to know why you want to kill Poisoner," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Why are you asking this?" The Dugu Sword Emperor frowned. "If it was anyone else, I would be too lazy to ask. However, this is Poisoner. That day, he was together with Shin Kuin Kuroha, so they were clearly on the same side. Rumor has it that Shin Kuin Kuroha was one of the murderers of my parents. How would I know if Poisoner was one of them? I might have a grudge against him, but I have my own principles. Grudges must be taken by myself. Thus, I need to get to the bottom of this. At the very least, you need to convince me to give him to you," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Are you confident that you can find Poisoner?" The Dugu Sword Emperor asked in surprise. Yin Chuan's tone was full of certainty. The Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't help but be cautious. "It's up to you," Yin Chuan said with a smile as he sipped his tea. "Fine. There's nothing to hide," the Dugu Sword Emperor said with a bitter smile. "I'd like to hear the details." Yin Chuan nodded. 200 years ago, I traveled the world with my sword, searching for experts to hone my swordsmanship. One time, I killed a ferocious demon. However, I almost died in that battle. I was severely injured and flew away from the scene. In the end, I fainted in a valley. The Dugu Sword Emperor recalled. That was the worst time in my life. There were many demonic beasts in the forest. If it wasn't for her, I might have died in their stomachs. Her? Yin Chuan asked. She was the daughter of the gate master of Chiba Gate. She found me and took care of me. I still remember that it was a valley full of lilies. When I woke up, the first thing she asked me was, "Are you hungry?" The Dugu Sword Emperor recalled with a smile. During the half year that I was recovering from my injuries, she came to take care of me every day. Although I knew her intentions, I was too competitive at that time. After I recovered, I took my sword and left. I wanted to continue challenging experts from all over the world, to hone my swordsmanship. You left just like that? What happened to her? Yin Wudi was puzzled. Heh, I told her that the lilies would accompany her on my behalf. Seeing the lilies would be like seeing me. I also promised that I would visit her once every 5 years. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a shaky voice. He clenched his fists as if he was filled with regret. What happened after that? After that, I went to visit her as promised. Every 5 years, I would visit her once. She was also very silly. She kept waiting for me. She kept waiting for me. Until 20 years ago, the Dugu Sword Emperor trembled. His eyes were bloodshot and slightly moist. What happened 20 years ago? 20 years ago, I was supposed to visit her. However, because of a long-awaited battle, I delayed it for half a year. Half a year later, when I arrived at Chiba Gate again, the Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't control his emotions. Tears flowed down his cheeks. What happened to Chiba Gate? The entire Thousand Leaves sect was massacred, and not a single one was spared. As for her, she was nailed to the gates of the Thousand Leaves sect. Even before she died, she was still holding onto a bouquet of lilies. The Dugu Sword Emperor crushed the teacup in his hand. His face was filled with pain. Tears fell from his eyes. She didn't know how to cherish things when she was alive. Only after she died did she realize how precious things were. Yin Chuan sighed. I only found out later that during the 6 months that I was late, she stood at the mountain gate every day. She looked at the lilies and waited for me. On the day of Chiba Gate's destruction, she was holding onto the lilies and waiting for me. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and her heart was filled with sorrow. But if I didn't participate in that battle, this wouldn't have happened. The Dugu Sword Emperor trembled. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Yin Chuan and Yin Wudi were both silent. Seeing the arrogant Dugu Jian Wang shedding tears at this moment, the two of them didn't look down on him at all. They only felt sympathy for him. It was Poisoner? Yin Wudi asked with hatred. Yes, the leader of the group that destroyed Chiba Gate was Poisoner. "10 years later, I killed everyone except for Poisoner. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable." The Dugu Sword Emperor roared. "You chased after Poisoner for 10 years. Yes, I will definitely take revenge. If you can help me find him, I will do my best to help you with one thing." The Dugu Sword Emperor said. "All right, Poisoner, I will help you find him. I don't need to do anything else. You just need to teach my nephew well. You just need to guide him with all your heart." Yin Chuan said. "Wang, Uncle Wang?" Yin Wudi looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. "All right, I will let Wudi inherit the Dugu family secret." The Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. Chapter 172. If you can't find Poisoner, there's only one possibility. He's somewhere underground in Yanjing, and he's using Earth Qi to conceal his presence. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "That's right." The Dugu Sword Emperor calmed himself down and nodded. He wanted to poison the entire city, so he set up a feng shui formation. When he released the poison, he also exposed a flaw. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "What are you going to do?" "Set up the formation. Help me set up another formation." Using formation against formation, not only can we clear out the poison in the entire city, we can also quickly find his location. Yin Chuan said solemnly. "I don't know feng shui formation." The Dugu Sword Emperor shook his head. "I can do it," Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, all right, tell me what to do. The Dugu, Sword Emperor, nodded. Since you're a swordsman, your swordsmanship must be unique. There are 4 dragon veins around Yanjin, and we're standing on the tip of one of them. Now, carve this mountain into the shape of a dragon's head. The dragon's head is facing Yin Jin and roaring. Yin Chuan said, "Under our feet?" The Dugu Sword Emperor frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan. Hee, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I didn't know you were coming. It's just a coincidence that I brought Yin Wudi here to overlook Beijing. Yin Chuan shook his head. The Dugu Sword Emperor was relieved. Let's go down the mountain first. You can observe this stone mountain and then start carving. Yin Chuan said. Lu Jin quickly tidied everything up. Go! The group of people quickly rode their horses down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they were already several miles away. At another small hill, the group stopped. They looked into the distance together. The Dugu Sword Emperor stared at the entire mountain and pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes. Shing! As soon as the treasured sword appeared, a sword light immediately cut off a corner of the mountain. Shing! 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 A series of sounds of swords clashing could be heard as beams of sword light shot towards the mountain peak. Rumble! A large amount of crushed stones flew from the mountaintop, and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Thick dust billowed and covered the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The Dugu Sword Emperor didn't stop for even a moment as he slashed madly. Lord, the Dugu Sword Emperor acted so quickly. Could he have made a mistake? Lu Jin asked worriedly. Fast. For a sword cultivator, this speed is slow. He won't make a mistake. At his current level, the sword and him have already become one. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes. Lu Jin nodded. Boom. After a final loud bang, the rumbling stopped abruptly. Who? The Dugu Sword Emperor waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew past. In the blink of an eye, all the dust in the area was blown away. Hua! Yin Wudi exclaimed in surprise. The original mountain peak disappeared and was replaced by a giant dragon head. The dragon head was as tall as a mountain. Its eyes were wide open as it roared majestically towards Yin Jing. So powerful! Lu Jin exclaimed. Let's go. Hiya! The group returned to the top of the dragon head. Is it done? The Dugu Sword Emperor flew over and asked. Yin Chuan ignored him. Instead, he took out the Jade Emperor's sword and stabbed it into the dragon head's forehead. Shing! The dragon head's forehead was pierced. After pulling out the Jade Emperor's sword, Yin Chuan cut his finger and dripped some blood into the wound. Buzz! The dragon head mountain suddenly trembled slightly. What are you doing? The Dugu Sword Emperor was puzzled. Blood guide. I am not a feng shui master, so I need to use my blood as a guide to activate the feng shui array, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 173. Oh, the Dugu Sword Emperor still didn't understand. Huaguang, find a rock that's about 10 feet in size from the rocks that were cut off. Yes. Soon, a large rock was brought to him. Looking at the rock, Yin Chuan flipped the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. TSK, 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 TSK. The Jade Emperor sword flipped, and the rock was cut into the shape of a dragon's head. It looked exactly the same as the dragon's head that the Dugu Sword Emperor had cut out. Good swordsmanship, the Dugu Sword Emperor exclaimed. Yin Chuan pressed his finger on the dragon's forehead, and fresh blood stained the dragon's forehead. Send this dragon's head to the Yinjing drill ground. Guard it, and don't let anyone touch it, Yin Chuan said to the 10 embroidered uniform army soldiers. Yes. The 10 embroidered uniform army soldiers carefully carried the dragon's head away. All right, the first dragon's head is done. There are 3 more to go. Dugu Sword Emperor, let's go, Yin Chuan said. All right. The Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. Star Luo Mountain Villa. In the valley, a white-robed old man, Grand Tutor Yifeng, slept on the pier in a carefree manner. A few household servants were carefully waiting on him. Yifeng's grandson was also waiting. Ah, Yifeng yawned and woke up. Grandfather, you're awake. The middle-aged man immediately went forward. How long have I been sleeping? Yifeng asked. 8 hours. The middle-aged man immediately replied. 8 hours? I'm getting old. Yifeng smiled bitterly. Grandfather, breakfast is ready for you. Okay, I'll eat here, Yifeng said. Yes. Soon, the household servants brought in a large amount of food. Yifeng ate his breakfast and asked, did he make his move? Yes. Oh, which step? Yifeng's expression brightened. Grandpa, you eat first then. Ha ha ha. Let's talk about it. His ghost stones are the best delicacies. Yifeng laughed. It's Ping Bailey, pressing on step by step. Yifeng's face suddenly turned solemn, and the food on his chopsticks also stopped. Grandpa, you'd better not think about it. After dinner, let's go look at the chessboard. You can play against the chessboard, and soon you'll be able to beat him. No, blind chess it is. I have 1 foot in the grave, and it was not easy for me to meet my match. How can I let it go to waste? Ha ha ha. Yifeng said happily. In the outer valley, fewer and fewer people were watching the game. The group of Go Masters no longer had the energy to continue watching. The Go Masters could only smile bitterly. Vomiting blood from watching chess? What a joke. But that was the truth. Unless you didn't look at it seriously, as long as you used your heart to experience it, your mind would immediately sink into it until you collapsed. However, the Go Masters noticed that 1 woman and 5 men had been staring at the Go board all this time. It was Meng Rongrong, Chan Qing, and the other 4. At this moment, there were no new Go stones. The 6 sat in a corner. First, young miss, I can't take it anymore. I'm getting dizzy from looking at the chessboard. One of them said with a bitter smile. This game is already far beyond your level. You'd better not watch it, Meng Rongrong said while shaking her head. Yes, that person said with a bitter smile. Chongqing also showed a strange expression. He said, First, young miss, I really did not expect Yifeng and Yin Chuan to be so strong in Go. They are so strong that only the great scholars of the academy can compare to them. Indeed, these two have very high cultivations. They are extremely rare in the immortal cultivation world. Furthermore, Meng Rongrong said with a frown. Furthermore what? Chongqing asked, feeling curious. Chapter 174. Yifeng is playing blind chess. Meng Rongrong said solemnly. Blind chess? That's impossible. Chongqing said in surprise. Blind chess meant that one didn't look at the chessboard and remembered every move. It was fine if one didn't make many moves, but now, Yin Chuan and Yifeng had played hundreds of moves. It is indeed blind chess. When I left earlier, I went to investigate. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Everyone was speechless. How can there be such a monster among mortals? Chongqing was speechless. It would be a pity not to recruit such a talent into the academy. Meng Rongrong suddenly said, Milady? His bone structure was extremely poor. Moreover, he was already 92 years old. He was already shriveled and old. Even if he was given enough resources, 10 times or 100 times more resources, he still wouldn't be able to transcend the tribulation. A single bolt of lightning would be enough to shatter him. It's useless. Chongqing said. Useless? Not necessarily, as long as I want to. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Pills? Essence-boosting pills? But these pills are extremely precious. 1 essence-boosting pill can be exchanged for spirit stones and resources, enough to create 2 immortal state warriors. If we use them on him, will it? Chongqing frowned. Waste. No, it won't. He's worth it. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Okay. The 5 people were envious. When this game is over, I'll go see him and try my best to recruit him into the Julu Academy. Meng Rongrong said in a low voice. Don't worry, milady. Yifeng has been searching for immortality all his life. Now that milady has taken a liking to him, it's his fortune. He'll definitely be grateful to be able to cultivate in the academy. It's his honor. Chongqing said affirmatively. Meng Rongrong nodded. Yin Jin, drill ground the bloodstains from the massacre a few days ago had been cleaned up. According to Yin Chuan's request, the 100 embroidered E-Army soldiers placed the 4 dragon heads in 4 different positions on the drill ground. The dragon heads faced each other, glaring at each other. Yin Chuan, Yin Wudi, and the Dugu Sword Emperor stood in the center of the 4 dragon heads. This is, the Dugu Sword Emperor asked curiously. This is called the 4 Dragons Matrix. These 4 small dragon heads corresponded to the 4 dragon veins and were contaminated with the dragon aura of the 4 dragon veins. I activated the 4 dragon array, and the 4 dragon veins poured their dragon energy into Yin Jing, forcing all the feng shui poison here. If the poison of feng shui can't spread, it will flow back to where the poisoner is. At that time, you can follow the poison of feng shui and find the poisoner. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Good. You may begin. The Dugu Sword Emperor said excitedly. Not now. Let me wait a few days. Yin Chuan shook his head. Wait a few days? Why? Why not now? The Dugu Sword Emperor didn't want to wait any longer. The sooner he killed the poisoner, the better. He couldn't wait to see the poisoner. 1 or 2 days at least, 5 or 6 days at most. You've already waited for so many days. A few more days won't matter, right? Yin Chuan refused. The Dugu Sword Emperor stared at Yin Chuan and fell silent. All right. The Dugu Sword Emperor had no choice but to nod since he had a request. After sending the Dugu Sword Emperor off, Lu Jin asked in confusion, Lord, why do we have to wait a few days? Yin Chuan looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Soon, we'll be there soon. Lu Jin was at a loss. Go to the prince's mansion and move all the daily necessities here. I'll be staying in the drill ground for the next few days. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Jin didn't understand, but she still obeyed. Chapter 175. 3 days later, in Xinglua Mountain Villa, the valley within the valley. Sitting on the pier, Yifeng closed his eyes and pondered. His entire person was like a statue, not moving at all. Young master, Manor Lord has already been thinking for 4 hours. A servant said with an ugly expression, Have you figured out the background of the emperor? The middle-aged man in the Chinese robe asked. We have compiled all the information and sent someone to Yin Jin. We will report to you as soon as there is any new information. The household servant said respectfully, How can he play so well with Grandpa after running around every day? The middle-aged man asked. I don't know either. However, none of the Go Masters in the Outer Valley dared to look into the game. Oh, all they do now is record the moves and replay the game. However, none of them have made more than 100 moves. This game will be passed down through the ages. It is normal for them to record it. The middle-aged man nodded. The Go Masters don't dare to watch the game, but there is a girl who keeps an eye on it. The household servant said. A girl? Yes. I have sent someone to look into it. This girl is with Prime Minister Chongqing. She descended from the sky with Chongqing the other day. I think her name is Meng Rongrong. She is from the Gate of Heaven. The household servant said excitedly. Gate of Heaven? And she can fly? She is at least in the Qi state. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Yes. Remember, treat that girl well. Also, if she has any requests, inform me immediately. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Yes, I will remember. As the two of them whispered, not far away, Yifeng, who was by the lake, slowly opened his eyes. Collapse, it's going to collapse. Yifeng frowned. Grandpa, what collapse? The middle-aged man walked over immediately. This game of chess is about to collapse. If it's not me, then it's him. A general builds his success on the bones of 10,000. The great collapse this time, one side completely crushed the other side. I only have 3 positions that I can take right now. Which one? Yifeng pondered and said, Grandfather? All right, let's bet everything on this. Yifeng said with a cold look in his eyes. Go up 37. The household servant quickly placed his piece and went to the outer valley to report. Outer valley. All the Go masters were waiting. He's coming. He's coming. The Go masters quickly stood up and waited for that household servant. Go up, go up, go up, go up, go up. The household servant placed his piece. As soon as the white piece was placed, everyone involuntarily looked over. However, at this moment, the Go masters did not dare to immerse themselves in the game. They only used their brushes to record it down. Only the white-clothed Meng Rongrong was staring at this move. Eldest miss? We don't even dare to look. What do you think of this move? Chongqing smiled bitterly. In the end, Yifeng staked everything on a single throw and went all out. Yin Chuan is going to lose. Meng Rongrong sighed. Is that so? Joy appeared on everyone's faces. This torturous game of Go was finally going to end. Yin Chuan is already forced into a dead end. He has nowhere to go and nowhere to run. He will definitely lose. Meng Rongrong said with absolute certainty. The embroidered uniform army quickly recorded the moves and rode out of the valley. Yin capital, drill ground, a tent was set up. Yin Chuan sat at a table outside the tent. Lu Jin handed him a cup of tea. Yin Chuan sipped the tea as he looked at the Go board on the table. Lord, you've already played Go with Grand Tutor Yifeng for 6 to 7 days. This game has already spread throughout Yin capital. It has already become a legend, Lu Jin said with a smile. Chapter 176. A good story? Heh, it's a waste of talent for this person to be left in the mortal world. His ability to plan and plan has already reached perfection. Yin Chuan praised. Report. Old Grand Tutor, place your piece. Go 37. The embroidered uniform soldier shouted. Go 37. Lu Jin immediately placed her piece. Go 37. Stake it all on one throw. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect. Yin Chuan suddenly laughed. Lord? Lu Jin didn't understand. He's playing blind chess. Yin Chuan affirmed. Blind chess. That's impossible, Lu Jin said in surprise. If he were looking at the chessboard, he wouldn't have made this move. I've set up many times, one game after another. This new game is a combination of 10 games. It's extremely secretive. If he's playing blind chess, he won't be able to see it. So I'll make this move. I'll enter the 9-5, ascend the throne, soar to the 9 heavens, and sweep the world. Yin Chuan said excitedly. Pa! Yin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief as the chess piece was smashed into pieces. Lord, you placed a dead end. Once this piece is placed, we'll lose 20 black pieces. Lu Jin didn't understand. Lose 20? Remove those 20. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Lu Jin quickly removed the black pieces. As soon as the 20 pieces were removed, the entire chessboard suddenly changed. Although Old Slave isn't proficient in chess, he could see that the entire chessboard changed when the 20 pieces were removed. Everything changed, Lu Jin said in surprise. This time, you'll go in person. After placing your piece, be polite. Just say that I'll be there in a few days to request an audience. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Old Slave understands. Lu Jin said respectfully. Lu Jin was filled with excitement. Under the guidance of the embroidered uniform army, she quickly walked out of the drill ground. Yin Chuan carefully looked at the chessboard again. Yifeng, if a chess game could reach such a level with the vision of a mortal, how powerful would you be if your vision was expanded to cover the entire world? We're looking forward to it. Yin Chuan sighed to himself. Wah. Suddenly, a baby's cry resounded throughout the entire drill ground. Demonic beast, there's a demonic beast. A member of the embroidered uniform army shouted. Protect the Lord. Hua Guang shouted from the other side. Ka ka ka. The 200 embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly drew their bows and aimed at the sky. In the sky, a huge bat flapped its wings and flew over. With a flap of its wings, a strong gust of wind blew. Bats? It was Liu Gang's third senior brother's bat god. A few days ago, It had been injured by the shooting sun arrows and had fled. Today, it had returned. Is it that bad? Shoot them down. Hua Guang shouted. Yes. The 200 members of the embroidered uniform army shouted. Bang! 200 arrows rained down from the sky. They were heading straight for the bat. You're courting death. A sudden roar came from the void. Bang! Before the 200 arrows could reach the bat, they were blocked by a wall of air and fell back quickly. Someone's here? Hua Guang's expression changed. At this moment, Yin Chuan also saw the newcomer. A man in a green robe was standing on the back of the bat demon. The man in the green robe looked down with a cold expression. Where's my junior brother? The man in the green robe asked Yin Chuan. Ka 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 ka. The bat cried anxiously. What? It's him? He's the one who killed my junior brother? The man in the green robe asked with a dark expression. The bat nodded immediately. Bastard, he was defeated by a mortal in the strength state. The man in the green robe said with a dark expression. You must be King Yi Mai's disciple. Yin Chuan suddenly said. Chapter 177. Tell me, how did you frame my junior brother? Where is he? The man in green robe shouted. Them? They are still alive. Go back and tell Emperor Zheng that I will release them as soon as I return the 42 cities that King Mai promised me. Yin Chuan laughed. Ha ha ha. Kid, do you want to die? There is a limit to my patience. Let my junior brother out, or none of you will live. The man in green robe said coldly. None of you will live? You two sure are alike. Yin Chuan let out a weird smile. What? The man in green robe asked. You will only listen to me if you are beaten. Yin Chuan said lightly. What did you say? The man in green robe glared at Chun Fan. I command the universe. Yin Chuan forced out a drop of blood essence from his finger and drew something in the air. In the blink of an eye, he drew a strange symbol in the air. Roar! The golden dragon in Yin Chuan's body roared. It faced the symbol that was drawn with blood. Bang! The symbol dissipated. At the same time, in the four directions of Yinjin, the four mountain-like dragon heads that were sculpted by the Dugu Sword Emperor suddenly trembled. A drop of blood flowed out from the forehead of the dragon heads. Roar! Roar! The four dragon heads suddenly let out a roar. The roar was so loud that the surrounding birds took to the sky in fear. The beasts on the ground ran away from the dragon head mountains. Boom! A stream of golden light rushed out from the mouths of the four dragon heads. The golden light rushed towards Yinjin. As it approached Yinjin, the golden light became dimmer and dimmer. Eventually, it turned into a gust of wind in the shape of a dragon. It was as if four transparent dragons were crashing into the four corners of Yinjin. Yinjin, Crown Prince Palace. The Dugu Sword Emperor was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and rushed out of the palace. Four transparent dragons rushed into Yinjin. Roar! As he howled, a storm swept across the entire Yinjin. Hua 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 hua! The strong wind suddenly blew the streets into a mess. Debris soared into the sky. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. A large number of people were blown away by the strong wind. Ouch! What a strong wind! Where's this wind coming from? Why is there wind on such a sunny day? The surroundings were a mess. Some of the small lakes even had huge waves. Oh my God! All the small boats in the lake were blown over. The wind swept across the entire Yinjin. He went straight to the Yinjing drill ground. What's going on? The azure-robed man's expression changed. It was like a gust of wind coming from all directions, rushing towards him. Rumble. On the drill ground, the four small dragon heads trembled. As they trembled, the area around the four dragon heads suddenly turned green. It became greener and greener. The fierce wind was blowing the feng shui poison in the city, and the billowing toxic gas was gathering, becoming thicker and thicker. The green-robed man who was flying above the four-dragon matrix was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the rolling green gas along with the bat. Ah, despicable bastard. It's the toxic gas. The green-robed man shouted in horror. Boom! A man and a bat fell from the sky. They fell to the ground. Boom! A large number of stone slabs were smashed. The wind came and went quickly. It disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if everything that had happened was just a dream. That's strange. Where's the wind? Was I dreaming just now? The wind is gone? The people in the city looked at the sky in confusion. Only the large cloud of toxic gas above the drill ground proved that everything that had happened was not a dream. Without the wind, the toxic gas did not spread. Instead, it suddenly shot up into the sky and shot toward a certain place in Yanjin. The Dugu, Sword Emperor, stood in the air. He looked down at the green-robed man and the bat demon, who were foaming at the mouth and were covered in green. The Dugu Sword Emperor finally understood why Yin Chuan had delayed for a few days. It was to trick the green-robed man. Yin Chuan had already guessed that he was coming. In order not to owe him a favor, he purposely delayed the feng shui array for a few days. Another human qi practitioner? Yin Chuan tricked another qi practitioner? The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yin Chuan speechlessly. Is he still human? Of course, the Dugu Sword Emperor only glanced at him before he chased after the toxic gas. The direction of the toxic gas was where the poisoner was. Killing the poisoner was more important. Chapter 178. At the Yanjin drill ground, cracks appeared on the four small dragon heads as they crumbled under the impact of the feng shui array. But that was not important. What was important was the man and the demon in the center of the drill ground. The man in green was covered in green as the poison invaded his body. He fell to the ground as if he was having an epileptic seizure. Even so, the man in green stared at Yin Chuan with eyes full of sadness and innocence. He was a Qi Jing expert. How could he be defeated by a mortal? I didn't have the time to make a move. I didn't have the time. The bat demon was only in the Qi Jing state. It could not even open its eyes. When the embroidered uniform army saw this magnificent scene again, they all looked at Yin Chuan with admiration. Yin Chuan stepped forward slowly. Despicable bastard! How dare you poison me? My master will not let you go. He will not let you go. None of you will live. All of you will die. The man in green screamed as he twitched. Slap! Yin Chuan stepped on a man in green's face. Woo-woo! The man in green's face turned black again. He almost fainted. The man in green was already prepared to be scolded and humiliated by Yin Chuan. However, who would have thought that Yin Chuan would kick him instead? A kick? When his foot landed on his face, it rubbed back and forth, as if he had stepped on dog poop and wanted to wipe his face clean. He had never been humiliated like this in all his years of cultivation. This blow was so deep that it directly destroyed the green-robed man's dignity. How many years had he been through this? The man in green cried. Hua Guang and the others looked at him strangely. Crying? He was a Qi Jing expert, a true master of the gate of heaven. He cried because of the lore of the strength state. For a moment, the remaining lofty image of the immortal sect experts in Hua Guang's heart completely collapsed. Master? Master my ass. Master my ass. The genie army looked at the man in green with disdain. Yin Chuan stepped on the man in green and said, This kick is to teach you a lesson. Don't curse anyone you see. You should do it, not talk. The more arrogant you are, the more ignorant you are. Bring him up, Yin Chuan shouted towards the distance. Yes. Soon, 3 prison wagons were brought to the drill ground. The wagons were covered with black cloth, so no one could see inside. Lu Gang, someone is here to save you. Yin Chuan shouted at one of the wagons. Before Lu Gang could speak, a surprised voice came from one of the wagons. Is that eldest senior brother? Senior brother, save me. It was the voice of the 3rd senior brother. Senior, save me. The crown prince's voice. Say something, Yin Chuan said to the man in green on the ground. But how could he speak when he was stepping on the green-robed man's face? Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Yin Chuan gently released his right foot. Third junior brother? The man in green said sadly. Ha ha, it really is senior brother. Senior brother, save me. I was tricked by Yin Chuan. He's a liar. Capture Yin Chuan and save me. Senior brother, senior brother. The third senior brother said happily. The man in green was numb. In the middle of the prison wagon, Lu Gang's face darkened. He could guess what was going on when he heard senior brother's voice. Yin Chuan. Lu Gang's heart skipped a beat. Senior brother, are you okay? Lu Gang asked with a pale face. Okay. The senior brother in green twitched and felt sad. Take him away. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Yes. The 3 Jin army soldiers pulled the prison wagon away. Senior brother, save me. Save me. The third senior brother continued to shout. Chapter 180. Xing. A vast sword light soared into the sky, slashing at the green light in the sky. Bastard! How did you find me? You can't possibly find me. Kill. In the sky above Yinjing, the immortals were fighting. Everyone was shocked and excited at the same time. At the drill ground, Yin Chuan led the embroidered uniform army to observe the battle in the sky. Star Luo Mountain Villa, Outer Valley. The group of Go Masters was waiting. Meng Rongrong had already guessed the result, so she did not care. She only waited for Yin Chuan to admit defeat. Giddy up. 3 groups of horses charged into the valley. Whoa! Lu Jin pulled on the reins and stopped. A new Go Stone. A new Go Stone. The group of Go Masters said excitedly. Lu Jin got off her horse and walked over. Everyone made way for Lu Jin. Meng Rongrong waited patiently. After all, the game was already at the end. Is she here to admit defeat? Meng Rongrong looked at Lu Jin in surprise. At this moment, Lu Jin actually picked up a black Go Stone and placed it on the Go board. Clack! The moment the black Go Stone was placed, everyone in the surroundings was confused. What's she doing? Is she seeking her own death? That's right. This is a self-filling hole. Has he admitted defeat? The group of Go Masters asked in confusion. Something's not right. A Go Master at the side was reviewing the game. According to Lu Jin's moves, the situation on the Go board changed completely after she took out 20 black Go Stones. Ah, that Go Master exclaimed. The group of Go Masters looked over at the Go board that was being reviewed. How can this be? This. Mastery lost? A Go Master said in disbelief. Suddenly, all the Go Masters' expressions froze. They felt like a bone was stuck in their throats. What? Yifeng lost? That's impossible. Meng Rongrong, who was full of confidence, said in disbelief. He stepped forward to take a look. Here? How could it be here? How could it fall here? Meng Rongrong looked at the chessboard in disbelief. Go and report this to the Grand Preceptor, Lu Jin said to the household servant, who was in a daze. Oh, yes. The household servant shouted in a daze. Then, he quickly ran into the valley. In the valley, Yifeng closed his eyes and thought about the chessboard. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from afar. Yifeng opened his eyes with a flash of anticipation. How is it? Has he made his move? Yifeng asked impatiently. Yes, it's the 9-5. The household servant shouted. Yifeng's grandson looked at the chessboard and placed a black piece. Ha. Is he courting death? No, that's not right. Yifeng suddenly exclaimed. Grandpa, he lost 20 pieces. Yifeng's grandson said. No, it's the 9-5. It's the 9-5. The position of the 9 and 5, the honor of the 9 and 5, the sovereign overlooking the world. What is sovereign overlooking the world? Grandpa, I actually lost. Ha. Yifeng laughed freely. What? Grandpa, you lost? That's impossible. Also, even if something is wrong, you can definitely turn the tide. Yifeng's grandson exclaimed. The position of the 9-5, the sovereign of the world, is unparalleled. I did not lose this game unjustly. Ha ha ha. Yifeng laughed loudly. However, halfway through his laughter, his body suddenly swayed, and he fainted. Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong? Imperial physician, quick, quick, quick! The middle-aged man exclaimed. A man in embroidered robes quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Yifeng's pulse. After a while, he made a quick diagnosis. How is it? How is my grandpa? The middle-aged man asked anxiously. It's nothing serious. The Grand Preceptor has expended too much energy over the past few days and is just exhausted. He will be fine after a good sleep and a few days of rest. The imperial physician immediately said. That's good. Young master, what should we say to the outside world? A household servant asked with an unsightly expression. After all, Yifeng had never lost before. If word of this got out, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, just tell them the truth. Grandpa has been indomitable all his life and does not care about reputation. Grandpa once said, do not fear defeat. Do not admit defeat if you fear defeat. Go and report this. Yes. Chapter 181. Starnet Villa in the Outer Valley. What? Master, he admitted defeat? Can't Master, he turn the tide? Master, he has never been defeated before. How could he be defeated? The group of Go Masters continued, shouting in disbelief. Yifeng was a legend in the hearts of all the chess masters. Although Yifeng had always refused to admit it, all the chess masters knew that the Yin state had a chess saint, the chess saint Yifeng. However, the chess saint had actually lost today. No, it shouldn't be like this. The Go Masters reacted intensely. On the other side, Meng Rongrong kept staring at the chessboard. Bury my son? Yin Chuan actually buried such a deep pit? Meng Rongrong said in surprise. Eldest miss, what pit? Chongqing was puzzled. The position of 9 and 5. This position should have started to ambush Yin Chuan when he placed his 20th piece. It was left until the very end. It was the finishing touch. This piece was like a stroke of God. It was like the arrival of a sovereign. It swept the entire chessboard. Meng Rongrong exclaimed. A chess piece can sweep the entire chessboard? Chongqing gaped in shock. Meng Rongrong stared at the chess piece speechlessly. After watching for a while, Meng Rongrong suddenly looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin sat by the side and sipped his tea peacefully. It was as if he had expected this, and his face was filled with confidence. Meng Rongrong slowly walked over. Seeing this, Lu Jin immediately stood up. Greetings, Senior Meng. Lu Jin smiled. Obviously, Yin Chuan had told Lu Jin to be as polite to Meng Rongrong as possible. I heard from Chongqing that Yin Chuan hasn't joined the Day sect yet, right? Meng Rongrong asked with a smile. Yes, but soon. Lu Jin smiled. Soon? Then how does Yin Chuan feel about my Julu Academy? Meng Rongrong asked. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Jin was puzzled. I want to lure Yin Chuan into my Julu Academy. I wonder if he can pass a message for me? Meng Rongrong asked. Julu Academy? How does it compare to the Deus sect? Lu Jin asked curiously. Chongqing suddenly laughed. Ha! How can a Deus sect compare to my Julu Academy? Even 100 Deus sect can't compare to our Julu Academy. Let me tell you, my Julu Academy is one of the 4 great academies in the world. Even the people from the Holy Lands have to be polite to my Julu Academy. Lu Jin ignored Chongqing and looked at Meng Rongrong. Senior, are you interested in my Yaozhu because of the game just now? That's right, that game was earth-shattering. It's a pity for such a talent to stay in the Deus sect. You should go to the Julu Academy. Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Lu Jin's expression changed. Senior, are you interested in the Villa Master of Xingluan Mountain Villa? Yifeng? That's right. I want to lure him into the Julu Academy. Meng Rongrong didn't hide anything. Lu Jin immediately shook her head. I will tell the Lord. As for the Lord's decision, I can't make it. It's fine, you just have to tell him, Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Definitely, Lu Jin said in a deep voice. Meng Rongrong nodded and walked towards the household servant. Lu Jin narrowed her eyes and stared at this group of people. Men, Lu Jin said to an embroidered uniformed soldier. Eunuch Lu? The soldier was puzzled. You two, quickly go back and report to the Lord. Tell him that Meng Rongrong wants to steal from the Lord and recruit Grand Preceptor Yifeng. Lu Jin said. Okay, yes. The soldier immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Chapter 182. In the sky above Yanjing, blood escape spear explode. Boom! A large amount of blood mist erupted in the sky. Within the blood mist, a blood-red light shot towards the north of the city. You escaped last time, and now you want to escape again? Where do you think you're going? The Dugu Sword Emperor roared. Whoosh! Dugu Jianwang became one with his sword and instantly transformed into a sword light that shot towards the north. Yan Chuan looked at the sky and immediately mounted his horse. Let's go. The embroidered uniform army quickly mounted their horses and followed Yan Chuan out of the drill ground. Rushing out of the drill ground, they saw Yin Wudi galloping over on his horse. Uncle Wang? Yin Wudi also saw the crowd. Yes, let's go and take a look. Yin Chuan nodded. Hiya. 2 days later, Lu Jin sat in a pavilion in the valley outside the Star Luo mountain villa. She held a cup of tea in her hand, and her eyes revealed traces of anxiety. Hiya! A group of Fergana horses rushed into the valley. It was Yin Chuan's embroidered uniform army. The embroidered uniform army rushed towards Lu Jin, and Lu Jin quickly put down the teacup in her hand. How is it? Lu Jin asked anxiously. The Lord brought some people to the north to chase after the Dugu, Sword Emperor, and the Poisoner. Although he sent people to chase after them, the Lord has already gone far away. We haven't caught up yet. The embroidered uniform army said anxiously. Haven't caught up? Then we won't be able to inform the Lord. Lu Jin said with an ugly expression. Yes, we won't be able to catch up in a short period of time. The embroidered uniform army said with a dark expression. No matter what, send more people to chase after the Lord. You must pass on my words. The Lord spent so much effort playing chess with the Grand Preceptor. We can't let outsiders take advantage of him. We can't let outsiders poach him. Lu Jin said with a solemn expression. Yes, I'll go and inform the brothers who are guarding Yanjing to hurry up and chase after the Lord. The soldier also shouted. Okay, let's go, let's go. Lu Jin cried. Giddy up. The soldier urged his horse out of the valley. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe was receiving Meng Rongrong and her group. Everyone, grandfather is waiting for you in the valley. Please come in. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Meng Rongrong nodded. The group was about to be invited into the middle of the valley. Not good. Lu Jin's expression changed. Quick. Lu Jin quickly walked forward with the 2 embroidered uniform soldiers beside her. Wait. Lu Jin shouted. Meng Rongrong looked at him curiously. The middle-aged man also looked over curiously. May I ask if we're going to meet the Grand Tutor? Lu Jin immediately asked. That's right. Grandfather is inviting this senior into the valley. The middle-aged man nodded. Enter the valley? Did he inform us to enter the valley? Lu Jin asked anxiously. Grandfather said that when the chess player comes, he will inform us immediately. But the middle-aged man was in a difficult position. The chess player was Yin Chuan, and Lu Jin obviously wasn't. Therefore, she wasn't invited by Yifeng. Well, the Lord wants me to bring a message to the Grand Tutor. Can I enter the valley? Lu Jin asked anxiously. But the middle-aged man hesitated. It's very important. It's very important. Lu Jin said anxiously. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Jin and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, Okay, come with me. Okay, thank you. Lu Jin immediately exhaled. Meng Rongrong was wearing a bamboo hat, but her eyes flashed with confusion. Lu Jin left one embroidered uniformed soldier outside the valley and entered the valley with the other embroidered uniformed soldier. Chapter 183. Inside the valley. There was a large hall with the words Soaring Hall written on a plaque. The four walls of the Soaring Hall were filled with bookshelves. Tens of thousands of books were placed on them. It was densely packed. There were some daily necessities around the hall. There were teacups, chopsticks, wine glasses, stools, and chairs. They were all in sets of two. It was as if it was the living quarters of two people. Yifeng, an old man in a white robe, was sitting on a comfortable chair. He was being served by a few servants. The old man was holding a small booklet in his hand. That's all. Yifeng frowned and asked, Yes, this is all the information about the emperor equal to the emperor. There are no omissions from the moment he entered Yanjin. Everything about him in the feng shui formation is also real, a household servant said respectfully. The emperor equal to the emperor? Yanchuan? He's a mystery. I can't see through him with this little information, Yifeng thought. While he was deep in thought, Yifeng's fingers tapped on the table as he analyzed the information about Yanchuan. Soon, Meng Rongrong, Lu Jin, and the others were led by Yifeng's grandson to the Soaring Hall. Soaring Hall? Flying? Only high-level cultivators can fly. It seems like the Grand Tutor is also thinking about flying. Meng Rongrong smiled as she looked at the plaque. The middle-aged man looked at the plaque and shook his head. Senior, you've misunderstood. The Soaring Hall is actually named to commemorate my grandmother. My grandmother's name is Chun Feitian. After she passed away, my grandfather couldn't forget her and changed the name of the hall to the Soaring Hall. Huh, I see. It seems that I've misunderstood. Meng Rongrong smiled bitterly. Lu Jin took a deep look at the plaque and said nothing. This way, please. The middle-aged man led the way. Everyone nodded. At this moment, someone also entered the hall to inform Yifeng. Yifeng put down the book in his hand and walked over. Yifeng smiled and walked to the door. Honored guest, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. At this moment, Yifeng did not act like he was old, because Yifeng understood that it was impossible to judge the age of a cultivator. Perhaps these people were even older than him. Greetings, Grand Preceptor. Meng Rongrong smiled. Lu Jin greets the Grand Preceptor on behalf of the Emperor. Lu Jin immediately said, Oh. Yifeng glanced at Lu Jin in surprise. From Yin Chuan's information, he naturally knew about Lu Jin. Everyone please come in. Yifeng led everyone into the hall. Everyone nodded and stepped in. The household servant also quickly brought in a large number of chairs. He respectfully placed the chairs in the hall. The chairs were divided into two rows. The left row had 6 chairs, and the right row had 2 chairs for 8 people. Everyone, please take a seat, Yifeng said with a smile. Meng Rongrong nodded and sat at the head of the left row. Changqing and the others sat below her. Lu Jin sat at the second seat from the right row. The embroidered uniform soldier stood behind Lu Jin and did not take a seat. Everyone looked over curiously. The left row was full, and the right row was for Lu Jin and the embroidered uniform soldier. Why did Lu Jin sit at the second seat? And why was the embroidered uniform soldier not seated? Eunuch Lu, what are you doing? Yifeng asked curiously. I dare not hide it from the Grand Preceptor. This time, I came on behalf of the Lord. Therefore, the first seat is empty for the Lord. Lu Jin said respectfully. Empty for Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong raised her brows, as if she felt that something was wrong, but she did not know what it was. Yifeng looked at Lu Jin meaningfully. He seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 184. I won't hide it from the Grand Preceptor. This time, I have come on behalf of the Lord. Therefore, the first position is left empty for the Lord. Lu Jin said respectfully. Left empty for Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something amiss. But she didn't know what it was. Yifeng looked meaningfully at Lu Jin. He seemed to be deep in thought. "All right," Yifeng smiled. Lu Jin nodded. Yifeng's grandson, who had led the way, also stood respectfully behind Yifeng. "I heard from my grandson that you are seniors from the Jiulu Academy?" Yifeng looked at Meng Rongrong and the others. "That's right. This is the young miss of our Jiulu Academy. She is the daughter of the principal." Chongqing immediately introduced. "Oh, Yifeng has been neglectful." Yifeng immediately said with a solemn expression, "It's fine. I just happened to be there. When I saw the Grand Preceptor's game, I was filled with many emotions." Meng Rongrong said with a smile, "Haha, that game was indeed the most exciting game I've ever played in my life. Unfortunately, I still lost in the end." Yifeng shook his head and laughed. "Lost? That's pardonable," Meng Rongrong said with a smile. "Oh," Yifeng said with a smile. "At the beginning of this game, you started 10 games at the same time, fighting 10 opponents alone. You couldn't concentrate on the 10th game, causing your initial setup to be flawed. This is the first reason. Yin Chuan had seen your game record, but you knew nothing about Yin Chuan. You weren't as careful as Yin Chuan when you placed your pieces. This is the second reason. With your back to the chessboard, you fought the enemy with a blind chess piece. This is the third reason. Old age, unable to fight for long periods of time, intermittent, unable to use all of his strength. This is the fourth reason. Even with these 4 losses, you can still play this game so brilliantly. Even if you lose, it's still understandable," Meng Rongrong said with a smile. "That's right, Grand Preceptor. We all agree that your Go skills are definitely higher than Yin Chuan's." Chongqing called out at the right time. Everyone from Jiulu Academy agreed with Meng Rongrong. "That's right, Grandpa. You're the best at chess since ancient times, but because of these factors, you made a mistake. If you play again, you'll definitely win against Emperor Equal." The middle-aged man stood by Yifeng's side and naturally chimed in. Yifeng waved his hand to stop his grandson from talking. On the other side, the embroidered uniformed soldier standing behind Lu Jin was enraged. He glared angrily at the people opposite him. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. How can there be so many excuses on the battlefield? Lu Jin interjected. Chongqing raised an eyebrow. "You," Yifeng's grandson, Yin Jing, glared at him. Yifeng waved his hand to stop his grandson's impulse. "Oh, I like to hear the details," Yifeng said with a smile. "The Lord once told me that when a chessboard is spread out, it is a battlefield. The horizontal part is the sky, and the vertical part is the earth. When a piece is placed, it is the beginning of the world. No amount of regret or reason can change the course of history. A win is a win. A loss is a loss. It's like 2 people fighting each other. Just because one of them didn't eat breakfast, does that mean he can come back to life? Isn't that laughable?" Lu Jin shook her head. Meng Rongrong frowned. Meng Rongrong could see that Lu Jin was really going against her. Yifeng's grandson also glared at him, regretting that he had brought him in. "Ha, well said," Yifeng laughed. Yifeng didn't blame Lu Jin. Instead, he was more interested in Yin Chuan. Lu Jin stood up and bowed slightly. Lu Jin is not disrespecting the Grand Preceptor. On the contrary, because the Lord respects the Grand Preceptor, Lu Jin respects him even more. Lu Jin just wants to tell the truth. The Grand Preceptor hasn't been playing chess with all his strength, and the Lord hasn't been playing chess with all his strength these days either. Chapter 185. "Oh," Yifeng asked curiously. "The Lord said that the Grand Preceptor is a wise man. I don't need to say anything. I'm sure he'll be able to analyze the information reported by the servants," Lu Jin said with a smile. With that, Lu Jin sat down. Yifeng looked at Lu Jin and nodded. "That's right. Although I don't know what the Emperor is busy with these days, from the information, he's running around everywhere. He must be dealing with something more important." Yifeng is impressed that you can beat me under such circumstances. Thank you for your praise, Grand Preceptor, Lu Jin said politely. On the other side, Meng Rongrong frowned. Obviously, after Chongqing lost the power of the Yin state, he no longer knew what was happening in the Yin state every day. However, Meng Rongrong didn't care about that. After all, Meng Rongrong's following conditions were irresistible. Yin Xuan's chess skills are strong, but the Grand Preceptor's chess skills are also extraordinary. The Grand Preceptor is 92 years old this year, right? Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Yifeng nodded. That's right. His time is coming. So he spends his days playing chess to amuse himself. He's spending his last days in peace. His time is coming? Huh. I wonder if the Grand Preceptor has any last wishes? Let me see if I can help you. Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Yifeng's grandson's eyes lit up behind her. At that moment, anyone could hear Meng Rongrong's goodwill. She was extending an olive branch to Yifeng. As long as Yifeng opened his mouth, Meng Rongrong might be able to lure Yifeng into the world of cultivation. Grandpa, Yifeng's grandson whispered anxiously. Anyone could see his agitation, and his gaze seemed to be urging Yifeng to quickly agree. However, it had been several decades. How much had Yifeng experienced? Naturally, he wouldn't show his emotions on his face like his grandson. Last wishes? Senior, what kind of last wish can you fulfill for me? Yifeng asked with a smile. Yifeng didn't ask for the chance to live forever. No matter what, there was a skill involved. No matter when, he couldn't be passive. Do you know about the situation at Jiulu Academy? Meng Rongrong smiled. The previous generation's emperor equal to one-word emperor once told me about the world of cultivators. He especially mentioned the Jiulu Academy, the place where literature flourished, countless great scholars, the place where the world's wisdom springs. A word or action can affect thousands of sects in the world. Yifeng nodded. Chongqing and the others smiled comfortably. I wonder if the Grand Preceptor is willing to enter my Jiulu Academy? What about playing chess with the great Confucians of the world? Meng Rongrong laughed. Grandpa, the middle-aged man said excitedly. No matter how calm Yifeng was at this moment, his eyes flashed. Meng Rongrong had already spoken. Led you into the gate of immortality. This was Yifeng's wish for several decades. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Senior, don't you know my root bone? Yifeng smiled bitterly. Of course I know. So what if your root bone is poor? The cultivation world has plenty of resources. Your only disadvantage is that you're too old. Many of your body's functions can't be recovered. You can't pass the first heaven's lightning tribulation. However, you're already at level 10 of the power realm. I have an essence boosting pill that can help you enter the essence state. Once you enter the essence state, I'll personally lead you into the Jiulu Academy. In the Jiulu Academy, you'll definitely be able to unleash your wisdom. Meng Rongrong smiled. Essence boosting pill? Yifeng's expression changed for the first time. Chongqing smiled and said, That's right. It's the essence boosting pill. In the cultivation world, there are countless pills, but there are only a few pills that can resist the lightning tribulation. They're extremely precious. Most of the time, they can't be bought with spirit stones. Young lady got this pill by chance from the Dazhao, sacred ground. As long as you swallow it, you'll enter the essence state and your lifespan will double. Moreover, young lady will personally lead you into the Jiulu Academy. You'll definitely be valued in the Jiulu Academy. You can't miss this opportunity. Chapter 186. Grandpa, the middle-aged man's breathing quickened. This was truly the beginning of the end of bitterness. Grandpa's lifelong wish was finally about to be fulfilled. Yifeng looked at Meng Rongrong. Although he was excited, he analyzed the authenticity of Meng Rongrong's words. This is the essence-boosting pill. You should have heard of it before. Meng Rongrong confidently took out a pill bottle and handed it over. The middle-aged man carefully took it and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the bottle, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Yin Tao introduced it before. This is it. Even the steady Yifeng was no longer calm at this moment. Lu Jin's expression froze. She suddenly remembered. Back then, the saintess of the Dezhou Holy Land, and Mo Yushi, had asked Xing Long to give a pill to the Lord. At that time, when they first met, the half-baked Feng Shui master Ding Wugu had killed 2 silver-armored soldiers. The Lord had mentioned that the pill was precious. It seemed to be called the Essence Boosting Pill. Essence Boosting Pill? How about it, Grand Preceptor? Julu Academy is the holy land of the wise. If you go, you will definitely be able to display your talents. Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, Yifeng said emotionally. As long as Grand Preceptor agrees, this essence-boosting pill is yours. Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Yifeng was about to speak. Wait! Lu Jin suddenly shouted. Lu Jin, what are you doing? Yifeng's grandson suddenly shouted. Yifeng waved his hand to stop his grandson from interrupting. What? Is there something else, Eunuch Lu? Yifeng asked doubtfully. Lu Jin took a deep breath and stood up. She bowed slightly and said, I know it is wrong to interrupt Grand Preceptor, but please listen to me. Oh. Yifeng looked curiously at Lu Jin. Meng Rongrong also looked over with a frown. The Lord told me to personally place the last piece. At the same time, he told me to tell Grand Preceptor that the Lord will come soon and play another game with you. Lu Jin said solemnly. Is that so? I welcome it. Yifeng said with a smile. The Lord said that he is looking forward to playing chess with the Grand Preceptor. At the same time, he has something more important to discuss with the Grand Preceptor. Something more important? Yifeng's words. Lu Jin took a deep breath and said, His Highness said that the Grand Preceptor is old and wise. He can see through many things. I hope that the Grand Preceptor will accept Senior Meng's invitation after His Highness arrives. Lu Jin thought about it, but did not mention that she had a spirit-boosting pill. She showed a bitter expression, unsure of how to persuade Yifeng. What? Chongqing immediately called out. What kind of joke is this? Yifeng's grandson said angrily. Lu Jin, what do you mean? Meng Rongrong said with a frown. Senior Meng, please forgive me. Lu Jin said indifferently. Oof. Do you think we can wait just because you said so? Yifeng's grandson rebuked. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Yifeng stared at Lu Jin. He could see the urgency on Lu Jin's face. His eyes flashed as if he was quickly analyzing everything. Senior. Yifeng suddenly looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong was puzzled. Yifeng is old. I no longer have any extravagant hopes in my old age and only play chess to pass my life. Thank you for your kindness. I want to enter the world of cultivation. I really want to, and I am grateful for the preferential treatment you have given me, Yifeng said solemnly. Lu Jin opened her mouth anxiously. Evergreen and the others smiled faintly. It was as if victory was in their hands. However, Yifeng had my own ideas. I am the king of chess, and I have never seen anyone like you before. For the sake of the purity of this last game, I want to wait until after the game to answer you. Is that all right? Yifeng said sincerely. Huh? Yifeng's grandson opened his mouth in shock. What? Chongqing and the others said in disbelief. Meng Rongrong also frowned. Her eyes were filled with surprise. However, after the surprise, Meng Rongrong had a hint of admiration in her eyes. For him to not be blinded by greed meant that this person was even more outstanding than she had imagined. Very well. The Jilu Academy's doors will always be open to you, Meng Rongrong said confidently and satisfactorily. Thank you. Yifeng smiled. Thank you, Grand Preceptor. Lu Jin was also pleasantly surprised. After all, Meng Rongrong's offer was tempting even to her, but Yifeng was delaying for a game of chess? That's great, that's great. Your Highness, come back quickly. Chapter 187. After arranging for Meng Rongrong, Lu Jin, and the others to rest, Yifeng and his grandson were the only ones left in the soaring palace. "Grandpa, why didn't you agree to such a good opportunity?" the middle-aged man asked anxiously. "Oh," Yifeng smiled at his grandson. "If Grandpa had agreed, you would have immediately entered the immortal sect. That Julu Academy seems to be a very big immortal sect. The dean's daughter values Grandpa so much. With Grandpa's talent, you would definitely rise quickly in the Julu Academy." Yifeng shook his head gently. "I wanted to talk about it after the game, but you could have agreed to the Julu Academy. It wouldn't have been too late to play Go then. Grandpa, I really shouldn't have brought that Lu Jin here. He didn't even say anything. Why did Grandpa listen to him?" The middle-aged man said regretfully. "No, he already said what he needed to say. Not only did he say it, but he also said a lot." Yifeng shook his head. "Ah," the middle-aged man asked curiously. "He only needed to show the attitude of a king on a par with the emperor. That's enough. I can guess the rest." Yifeng said with a smile. "Yin Chuan's attitude? What attitude? That Yin Chuan is just a kid in his teens. At most, he plays Go extremely well." The middle-aged man said in disbelief. "No, the Go game is different from other games. Great Go skills require a big heart to bear them." Yifeng shook his head. "Ah, although I've never met Yin Chuan, and even collected very little information about him, I can see his strength from this information." Yifeng said thoughtfully. "Strength? Him? That senior from Julu Academy would be able to crush him to death with a single finger. I'm not talking about strength, but courage," Yifeng said gravely. "Courage? He brought 3,000 members of the Brocade E-Army into Beijing. Now, there are only 300 of them around Yinchuan, where the other 2,700 members of the Brocade E-Army." Yifeng looked at Sun Zi with a smile. I don't know. I've sent many people to investigate, but there's still no news." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. "Grandpa, you know." Yifeng smiled and nodded his head. "These 2,700 embroidered E-Army members are currently doing something major. Just wait, there will be news very soon." "Something big? What is it?" Yifeng shook his head and did not explain. "Grandpa, we shouldn't delay the people from Julu Academy. What if they get angry? This is a rare opportunity." Yifeng smiled faintly and shook his head. "You might not know, but the new emperor is much more powerful than the old one." Grandpa, what did you say? Yin Chuan is more powerful than Yin Tao? How is that possible?" the middle-aged man said in disbelief. "It's true." Yifeng nodded. "Grandpa, how did you know?" "From this game of chess, I can tell," Yifeng said with certainty. I've already waited for dozens of years. It doesn't matter if I wait for a few days. I'm still looking forward to this, Yin Chuan." Yifeng laughed. "But, Grandpa, you're 92 years old. You can't delay it for much longer. If you anger the people from Julu Academy, Grandpa's wish for many years, isn't it?" the middle-aged man said with a complicated expression. Yifeng shook his head and sighed. Yin Chuan is right. When a person is about to die, he can see through many things. But Grandpa... Chapter 188. Say no more. I have my own plans. Wait. All right. The middle-aged man was helpless. Giddy up, Yin Chuan, Yin Wudi, Hua Guang, and the 200 embroidered uniform army soldiers were galloping on the rugged mountain road. "Over there, Lord is over there." Hua Guang pointed into the distance. "Let's go." Everyone chased after him. The direction that Hua Guang pointed out was filled with sword radiance. Numerous sharp blades pierced in all directions, creating a loud explosion. Sword chi shot out in all directions, flattening half of the surrounding mountains. "No, no." Poisoner's terrified cry could be heard from the center of the sword chi. "Poisoner, give me your life." Following the Dugu Sword Emperor's roar, the thousands of sword chi were suddenly sucked back into his body. It was as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and a huge gust of wind blew in all directions. Smoke and dust rose, causing Yin Chuan and the rest to immediately pull on the reins and stop their advance. After the smoke and dust dispersed, Yin Chuan and the rest rode forward again. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the battle stopped. The two people in the air landed on the ground. Poisoner's face was pale as he lay on the ground. There were countless cracks all over his body, and one could see the white bones exposed from every crack. Dugu, Sword Emperor, I will take revenge, the weak poisoner said with a ferocious expression. You won't have a chance. Now, I will chop off your head and offer it to her soul in heaven. The Dugu, Sword Emperor, also had a ferocious expression. Shing! Boom! Poisoner's head was chopped off, and fresh blood gushed out from his neck. Even before his death, Poisoner's eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness, and great hatred. After chopping off Poisoner's head, the Dugu, Sword Emperor went silent, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his own world. However, when Yin Chuan and the rest arrived, the Dugu, Sword Emperor's closed eyes were already overflowing with tears. For 20 years, the Dugu, Sword Emperor had been thinking about revenge every day. However, after killing his last enemy, the Dugu, Sword Emperor realized that his heart had become empty. So what if his enemies were all dead? She could no longer come back. Master, Yin Wudi softly. Everyone dismounted. Yin Wudi's voice awakened Dugu Jianwang, and he wiped away his tears. The Dugu, Sword Emperor looked at Yin and the rest. Many thanks, Solitary Sword King said sincerely. Because of Yin Chuan, Dugu Jianwang was able to kill his enemy. The Dugu, Sword Emperor's voice was extremely solemn. It's nothing. Remember what you promised me. Teach Yin Wudi well, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Don't worry. The Dugu, Sword Emperor nodded affirmatively. The Dugu, Sword Emperor walked to the side and picked up Poisoner's head. He then looked at Yin Wudi. Disciple, come with me. I'll bring you to pay respects to your master's wife. The Dugu, Sword Emperor sighed. Yes. Yin Wudi nodded. After paying respects to her, we'll return to Yinjing and bid farewell to everyone. At that time, I have something for you. Yin Chuan said to Yin Wudi. Yin Wudi nodded. Let's go. The Dugu, Sword Emperor wasn't in the mood for anything else. He waved his sleeves and brought Yin Wudi up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. He watched the two of them leave. Yin Chuan looked at Poisoner's corpse again. His head had been chopped off. All that was left was a headless corpse. A few embroidered uniformed soldiers quickly searched the headless corpse. Lord, there's nothing on this person. One of the embroidered uniformed soldiers shouted. Perhaps he was in a hurry during the battle. Poisoner's belongings should be in Yinjing City, Hua Guang said after some thought. Chapter 189. Yin Chuan stepped forward. Lord, Hua Guang looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Cut open his chest. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Hua Guang replied. Tisk. The gun cut open Poisoner's chest. Where's his heart? Hua Guang asked in surprise. His heart is gone. The embroidered uniform army soldiers were also surprised. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Burn it. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Yes. Several embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly gathered the firewood and lit it. Lord, his heart is broken? How did this happen? Hua Guang asked in confusion. Yang shattering art. It really is the Yang shattering art. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. What do you mean? Feng Shui masters have a special secret art. In a specific environment, they can self-detonate their hearts. This is the Yang shattering art. If other people are killed, they will die. However, Feng Shui masters have a deep understanding of Yin and Yang. Even if they turn into ghosts after death, they can still come back to life. No, it exists in another form. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Lord, you're saying that Poisoner isn't dead? Hua Guang exclaimed. He's dead. However, his spirit isn't destroyed. He used the yang shattering art to turn from a living spirit to a dead spirit. Yin Chuan said, "Living spirit? Dead spirit?" Guang was confused. At this moment, he should be in the netherworld and turned into a dead spirit. Some feng shui masters can travel between the netherworld and the netherworld and turn into dead spirits. Perhaps we can see him again in the future. However, it won't be easy to return to the world of the living. There's no need to worry for the time being. Yin Chuan shook his head. Then should we tell the Dugu Sword Emperor? Huo Guang asked again. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. He has already carried that grudge for 20 years. He doesn't need to carry it anymore." Swish, swish, swish. The fire burned Poisoner's body. Yin Chuan and the others watched as Poisoner's corpse turned into ashes. Giddy up, giddy up. In the distance, suddenly 6 or 7 Hanshua horses galloped over. They were all members of the embroidered army. Weren't they guarding the prison? Why are you here? Did something happen in the prison? Huo Guang's expression changed. Your Highness. A few embroidered uniformed soldiers rushed over anxiously. When they got close, everyone quickly got off their horses. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Lord, Eunuch Lu sent someone to deliver a message. There's a change in the Star Luo Mountain Villa. An embroidered uniformed soldier said anxiously. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Eunuch Lu said that someone is trying to poach the Lord. The 6 people from the Julu Academy might want to take Grand Preceptor Yi Feng into the Julu Academy. The soldier said anxiously. Meng Rongrong? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Lord, these people. Huo Guang's expression also turned ugly. Huo Guang naturally understood that Yin Chuan was determined to get Yi Feng. Now, a group of people from the immortal sect wanted to snatch him away. Get on your horses, let's go, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly got on their horses. Giddy up, giddy up. The group galloped towards the Star Luo Mountain Villa. Star Luo Mountain Villa. In the valley, the 6 people from the Julu Academy sat in a luxurious palace. Miss, this Yi Feng is too ignorant. Miss gave him so much face, but he doesn't appreciate it? With his constitution, Miss gave him the essence-boosting pill and even invited him into the Julu Academy. Yet, he still pretends to be virtuous. Everyone was criticizing Yi Feng, but Meng Rongrong only smiled. It's fine. It's fine to wait a few days. Moreover, Yin Chuan and Yi Feng are seriously playing chess again. I want to see the result. Also, since Yin Chuan is here, it's good to bring him into the Julu Academy, Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Chapter 190. Giddy up, giddy up. In the outer valley of the Starnet Villa, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. Yin Chuan pulled on the reins. The Hanshua horses neighed loudly, and the embroidered uniform guards behind them all stopped. Emperor equal to the Emperor? The Emperor is here. He's really a king on par with me. The surrounding Go masters immediately revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yin Chuan anymore. When everyone looked at Yin Chuan, they all showed reverence. One had to know that the chess Saint Yi Feng was an undefeated legend. The young man in front of him had actually defeated a legend? How good was this person's Go skills? Lu Jin spotted Yin Chuan from afar and quickly approached him. Lord, you're finally here. Lu Jin exhaled deeply. How is it? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. That day, the old slave went with everyone from the Julu Academy. Lu Jin immediately recounted the events of that day. Yin Chuan listened carefully. Lord, that's it. Lu Jin explained in detail. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded and smiled. Lu Jin, you've matured. Well done. Yes, thank the Lord. Lu Jin said immediately. But Lord, the old slave still doesn't understand. I didn't say anything at that time. Why didn't Yi Feng accept the goodwill of the Julu Academy? Lu Jin asked curiously. Yifeng is a wise man. He knows that once he accepts it, he can't take it back. Moreover, during the game of Go, I told him a lot. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, Lu Jin was still a little puzzled. At this time, Yifeng's grandson also came over. Yilin greets the emperor. Yilin still looked at Yin Chuan in an unfriendly manner. You are the grandson that Grand Tutor Yifeng values the most? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Grandfather is resting for the time being, but he told me that if the Lord comes, I am to lead you to the middle of the valley, so you can rest first. Yilin took a deep breath and said. Before Yin Chuan could say anything, another person walked up from nearby. Changqing. Changqing walked over and said with a smile, Emperor equal to one. Senior. Yilin said politely. Changqing nodded at Yilin and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Oh, it's Changqing? Yin Chuan smiled. Young mistress knows that you are here and specially asked me to invite you over. She has something important to discuss with you. Changqing said with a smile. Oh, Yilin, Yifeng is resting now. Let me borrow your guest. Changqing said with a smile. Of course. Yilin was naturally polite. Yin Chuan looked at Changqing quietly. Then he smiled and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Please. Changqing said with a smile. Huoguang, leave 2 people to wait for me in the outer valley. Bring the rest back to Beijing to look for poisoner's relics. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Huoguang replied. Lu Jin, follow me into the valley. Yes. Yin Chuan and Lu Jin quickly entered the middle of the valley under Changqing's lead. In the middle of the valley, the environment was beautiful and hundreds of flowers were blooming. There was a waterfall in the distance and a large lake in the middle. It looked like a fairyland. The environment is great, Yin Chuan praised. That's right. There aren't many natural environments like this. Changqing sighed. As they spoke, they arrived at a pavilion by the lake. At this moment, Meng Rongrong was sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and looking at the lake. 4 Julu Academy students who were with Changqing stood at the side of the pavilion. Chapter 191. Eldest Miss, Yin Chuan is here. Changqing shouted. Meng Rongrong turned around and stood up slightly. Prince Yin, we meet again. Meng Rongrong smiled. I dare not. I have never met you before. Yin Chuan smiled. Everyone was slightly stunned. Meng Rongrong smiled and gently took off the bamboo hat on her head. As soon as the bamboo hat was taken off, a peerless beauty was revealed. There was a beauty mole at the corner of her eye, which showed Meng Rongrong's peerless beauty. Outside the pavilion, Yilin looked at Meng Rongrong in surprise. Obviously, Meng Rongrong's beauty had a great impact on Yilin. Lu Jin was a eunuch. Although he was stunned, he did not have any desire. Yin Chuan was also stunned, but he was very calm and did not make a fool of himself. Have a seat. Meng Rongrong smiled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming. Yilin, who was at the side, was stunned. Changqing and the others also blushed slightly. They did not dare to look at eldest miss again. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong and Yin Chuan sat down. Lu Jin stood behind Yin Chuan. Changqing and the others stood behind Meng Rongrong. Outside the pavilion, Yilin looked and realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at the pavilion again and then left reluctantly. I have been studying Prince Yan's chess game these few days. It is very exciting. Meng Rongrong smiled. Thank you, Yin Chuan said directly. Yin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the tea and drank it. What does Prince Yin think of the Julu Academy? Meng Rongrong asked. I don't have any opinions. I haven't been there before, so I can't comment on it. If Miss Meng has something to say, you may as well say it directly, Yin Chuan said with a faint smile. Although Yin Chuan's tone was polite, Meng Rongrong could hear the distance between the lines. Haha, I'll get straight to the point. With your ability, I'm sure you can guess what the Julu Academy is like. I invited you here to ask if you're interested in joining the Julu Academy, Meng Rongrong said with a smile. Enter the Julu Academy? Yin Chuan pondered. That's right. You should understand that although the Julu Academy can't be considered one of the top sects in the world, it is much better than your day's sect. Moreover, the Julu Academy has been passed down for 50,000 years, Meng Rongrong said. 50,000 years. Yin Chuan thought for a moment. This was because Yin Chuan had never heard of the Julu Academy in his previous life. What do you think? Meng Rongrong said with a smile. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan put down his teacup and said solemnly. Yin Chuan can see the sincerity in Miss Meng's invitation. Yin Chuan thanks you. Meng Rongrong smiled faintly. However, I'm very sorry. I, Yin Chuan, have my own way of thinking. I have my own path. Although the Julu Academy is good, it's not what I want. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meng Rongrong frowned. Also, Miss Meng's previous actions, were they not open and above board? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yin Chuan, what did you say? Chongqing immediately glared. Yin Chuan glanced at Chongqing and ignored him. Instead, he stared at Meng Rongrong with a questioning gaze. Not open and above board? Are you saying that Chongqing is an official in the Yin state? Meng Rongrong asked in a low voice. No, I don't care about what happened in the past. As long as it doesn't threaten the Yin state, I can turn a blind eye. I'm talking about the matter of Miss Meng meeting Grand Preceptor Yifeng a few days ago. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, am I not open and above board? Meng Rongrong asked in a low voice. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.